Chapter 201 Uchiha's plan to bring soil. Of course Uchiha has confidence in bringing the soil. After all, he can be regarded as one of the big bosses in the later stage. What? Stop the two of us? Oh, are you sure you can stop me alone? Uchiha Madara smiled. Just when he was ready to make a move, he quickly resolved it, and then he took a shot at Uchiha, subdued him, and let him know what it is called. Your uncle is your uncle after all. But the dry hand made a move. It's just that, instead of launching an attack on Zetsu Uchiha, he stretched out his hand to stop Uchiha Madara, who was about to attack Zetsu. What are you doing? Zachiba was sorry. Give him a chance. The words in the dry hand post were short and concise. Only 6 words. However, Uchiha Madara instantly understood what he meant to do with his hands. Doesn't he mean that if he shot 967, wouldn't the Uchiha leader have no chance to play? Therefore, it is necessary to give Uchiha a chance to bring the soil. Let him display the so-called new ninjutsu. The truth that Uchiha Madara can figure out in an instant. How can Uchiha take the soil and Zetsu not figure it out? Haha, are you looking down on me? Although I understood that the hand-reeing pillars didn't put myself in the eyes, Uchiha took the soil but was not angry. After all, if he uses this move next, it is not at all to deal with Gansuma's Yuma and Uchiha Madara, but to delay the two of them and make them inseparable to support Konoha. Ganzuzuma still didn't say much. In his opinion, it doesn't matter what medicine is sold in Uchiha's gourd with soil and absolute. Who wants to crush them with his current strength? No, it is to crush the entire Akatsuki organization. It's just a matter of minutes. So, instead of going up and destroying the two of them and destroying the Akatsuki organization, it's better to see what tricks the two have. In this way, the boring invincible life will be more fun, right? In short, the hand-reeing post is now in a state of play. As long as it doesn't affect the big plan he will finally implement, it doesn't matter how he messes up. Even if the hand-reeing pillars spoke in person and told Uchiha Madara not to do anything, he still didn't dare to relax at all, guarding Uchiha's front of the soil, watching the word Chiba Madara with anger in his eyes vigilantly. Although Uchiha Madara was betrayed by his disciple Uchiha Daido and his own will at the same time, he was angry, but he did not dare to disobey the order to dry hands. But after thinking about it, Uchiha Madara was relieved. Also, let's see what other tricks Uchiha can play with soil. In this way, except that they were concentrating on displaying their new ninjutsu Uchiha belt soil, the other 3 were all silent. Finally, Uchiha's ceremony to bring soil is ready. Teacher, also, the first generation of Hokage's Hansen poles, we are destined. Let's meet again. Ha 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 ha. After everything was ready, Uchiha brought out a triumphant laugh. Shenwai. Immediately afterwards, Uchiha brought the soil to tell the name of his new ninjutsu. It turned out that the so-called new ninjutsu displayed by Ziziba brought the soil turned out to be the ultimate power of his kaleidoscope writing round eyes Shenwai. Shenwai. But Uchiha's unique kaleidoscope writing round eyes with soil belongs to the space-time ninjutsu. After being displayed, you can transport yourself and any object to a unique different space. It takes a long time to absorb yourself, but by absorbing and releasing yourself, you can achieve the purpose of moving quickly. Absorb yourself at point A and release at point B. You can quickly move from A to B. When others use space-time ninjutsu, you can also use the resonance of space-time ninjutsu to enter the space of others. In addition, the eyes have different abilities. The right eye can become incorporeal by itself, that is, at the moment of being attacked, the attacked part is transferred to a different space, which can be used to avoid attacks and pass through barriers. The disadvantage is that there is a certain time limit. Single eye state, no interval attack. It can be cracked in 5 minutes. The left eye can transmit the enemy's attack or the enemy itself or a certain part of the body from a long distance, which can be used for attack and defense. The disadvantage is that it takes a certain amount of time to accumulate chakras. When the eyes are gathered together, the divine power will exert its greatest power, and the transfer speed can be increased. However, The Uchiha leader obviously thinks that there is absolutely help him to hold the dry hands Yuma and Uchiha Madara. He does not need to use both eyes together, only one eye can be zero. Therefore, he will need to help him fight. Save chakras for a while. However, what Uchiha Daito had never thought of was that if he really wanted to do something with him, let alone one eye using the power, I am afraid that the two eyes use the power together, time is too late. Yes, that's right. I have long known that Uchiha's kaleidoscope ability to write round eyes with soil is supernatural, and I have long expected that Uchiha's leader is very likely to use this trick. If Ganzhou Zujin didn't want Uchiha to live with the soil, he would never have the opportunity to show his power. Fortunately, for the sake of his later big plan, Ganzuzuma didn't want Uchiha's life to take the soil and Zetsu. Therefore, he just shot to stop Zizibo Madara. Not good. Uchiha Madara felt that the space around him seemed to be distorting, a jealous spirit, and immediately realized that something was wrong. He rushed forward, trying to keep Uchiha Daido and Satsumu. However, everything is too late. Suddenly the space where Uchiha took the earth and Ju was distorted, and then the two of them were sucked in by the space. Before disappearing, Uchiha Daido still did not forget to laugh at Uchiha Madara, who came forward. After that, it disappeared completely. However, the effect of Divine Power 4.0 has not disappeared. At the same time that Uchiha's belt soil and absolute distortion disappeared, Ganto's Huma and Uchiha Madara discovered that the space where they two were also distorted. Immediately afterwards, both of them were absorbed by the space at the same time. Thunder Country. Seaside. Uchiha appeared out of thin air with the figure of Earth and Z. The fishermen who were fishing at the beach were shocked and thought they were hell. Upon seeing the soil, Uchiha let out a cold snort, opened his palm, and displayed the power of space. In an instant, a dozen fishermen were strangling. The cruelty of the method can catch up with the Senjujima. Seeing this, he didn't mean to stop him in the slightest. On the contrary, he opened his mouth and said, "Give me the souls of these people." It just happens to be made into Beiju. Chapter 202, What is this place? At the same time, 5 or 6 figures appeared in front of the two at the same time. The costumes they wear are exactly the same as those of Uchiha's Uchiha and Tsutsumi. They are naturally no one else but the remaining members of Akatsuki's organization. One, Xionan, Red Sand Scorpion, Dried Persimmon Ghost Shark, Deidara, and almost all the members of Akatsuki are here. According to your request, I have everything ready. However, I am very curious about where you used the power to send the two of them to. Uchiha leader Oshimaru said grimly. Moreover, he deliberately increased the volume of the last name Uchiha Daido. After Uzumaki Nagato's death, Uchiha brought Takezazu no longer concealing his identity, and by demonstrating his powerful strength, he actually controlled the Akatsuki organization and became the boss of the Akatsuki organization. Teleport to a place they wouldn't even think of breaking their heads. Uchiha's leader said. There was obviously a hint of pride in his words. In short, after they were teleported to that place, O3 don't think about it for a while. What's more, in that place, there are still a lot of Baiju made by you and me waiting for them. J said. Very good. As long as the two legendary characters, Gansuma's Yuma and Uchiha Madara, cannot support Konoha, this battle of the ninja world will be led by the Akatsuki organization, said Kakijiogi. Whoever we want to win will be able to win. Whoever wants to lose will have to lose. Angel Xiaonan said coldly. Her eyes were hollow, and she had no feelings except for revenge. That's right. That's right. Fight. All fight. Explosion is art. Deedler said nervously. The corpse. I want everything. The scorpion of red sand also said deeply. The corpse can all belong to you, but I want all the blood on their bodies to be limited. Daishiwan spit out the snake letter and said greedily. For this group of people with antisocial personality, the world war is what they desire most. They don't care how many casualties the war will bring. For them, they only need to be the one who benefits the most. Uchiha took Shi and Zetsu a glance at each other, and at the same time showed a sinister look. In fact, for them, The members of this group of Akatsuki are just a pawn in their plan. As long as the final goal can be achieved, they don't care about giving up a few pieces. Just like back then. Give up the same as Uzumaki Nagato. The other side. Some unknown place. Ganzu and Uchiha Madara, the two only felt a whirlwind, and then they fell into a dark space where they could not see their fingers. Uchiha takes the soil. Is this what you call the new ninjutsu, Shinmai? Haha, the tricks used to escape? I don't remember teaching you to be a scumbag who escapes. After Uchiha Madara landed, he couldn't help but snort coldly. Unlike Uchiha Madara's slightly agitated reaction, the reaction between the dry hands was still very calm. He had already guessed the reason why Uchiha took Motokazu to do this. It turns out that I want to hold me down. Haha, I want to see where you can teleport me to and how long you can hold me. Quietly in the heart between the dry hand posts. At this moment, the dark space suddenly lit up. As a subordinate, Uchiha Madara is quite witty, and without waiting for his hands, he uses Mudun and Firedun to create a bright torch that illuminates the surrounding space. I saw that this pitch-black space seemed to be an extremely huge cave. The front and the back are pitch black, and I don't know how deep and long it is. There are hard rock walls on both sides, covered with moss and some unknown vines. The ground under the feet is also covered with various hard boulders, and, obviously, there are traces of various biological activities. The two of them walked all the way, and the passageway was also bizarre. Occasionally, one or two ugly creatures with huge tusks will be found out of the hollow of the stone wall. These creatures are very fierce, very bloodthirsty, and look even more strange. Both Chiyakuma and Uchiha Madara can guarantee that these creatures are definitely not on land. Of course, these creatures are fierce, but there are no creatures, and they can easily clean up with the two hands of Shizuma and Uchiha Madara. Continuing to move forward, the two noticed a sudden light appeared in front of them. However, it was not an export, it was just a huge lava lake. The temperature of the molten lake is extremely high, it is boiling continuously, and it is covered with molten foam. However, regardless of the extremely high temperature of the molten lake, which is often thousands of degrees high, in the molten lake, there is still a creature full of molten slurry growing. These molten creatures seem to have little courage, and as soon as they heard movement around, they immediately hid in the depths of the molten lake. Therefore, neither Ganzuzuma nor Uchiha Madara knew exactly what the creatures inside looked like. Everything, it seems, is so incredible. Through observation all the way, the two also discovered that these stone walls seem to be alive, and they are actually agitating regularly. Although the frequency of agitation was very low, about 0.73 every 10 minutes, he still couldn't escape the magic eyes of the two Hanshans, Zuma and Uchiha Madara. What the hell is this place? Madara Uchiha finally couldn't help but ask. How is that he is so knowledgeable? He was lost for a while. It was the first time he saw such a strange place. Ganzhou Zujin is also a little confused. He thinks he knows the original works of Hokage quite well. He has impressions of places like Tortoise Island and Miyama Mountain, but he has no impression of this place alone. It seems that Uchiha's leader has worked hard to trap the two of us, the dry hand said between the pillars. He is capable of this, Uchiha Madara said, but he also had to admit that Uchiha's growth with soil was beyond his expectation. At this moment, he didn't know what it was like. Don't talk about it, let's find out if there is an exit. Otherwise, we can only take strong measures and break the cave directly. The dry hand post said the most domineering words in the most plain tone. After hearing this, Uchiha Madara nodded, planning to continue to find a way out. The roads inside the cave are intricate and complicated. In addition to the main road, there are countless trails. These trails not only cover both sides of the stone wall, but even above the stone wall, there are countless dark trails. Chapter 203. However, at this moment, there was movement in the surrounding trails. Moreover, this movement is not small at all. It sounds like 1,000 troops are coming. What's the situation? Asked Between the Dry Hands. He originally wanted to summon some wooden avatars and scattered them in various trails to find a way out. Now it seems that the trail seems to be blocked by something, and it is no use to summon the wooden clone. At this moment, the things in the trail finally exposed them. One by one, almost the same pale humans, jumped out of the path. Beige. It turned out to be beige. They are all a new white. These beige, like an army of ants, continuously jumped out of the various trails, and all of a sudden, the open main road space was crowded with beige army. It seems that they have arranged an opponent for us, Uchiha Madara said coldly. Uchiha Madara, who knows Beizetsu very well, is very clear about how troublesome these Shiraisa troops are. They were all made with reference to Beiju's ontology, which can be said to be a copy of Beiju's ontology, but they are independent of Beiju's ontology. In other words, even if Beiju's body dies, or Beiju's body is sacrificed as a sacrifice, they can still exist independently. Moreover, as long as there is a copy of Beiju, you can continuously create copies of Beiju. Of course, what Uchiha Madara doesn't know yet is that the Hakajutsu replicas can exist independently because they are actually the people who were trapped in the world of infinite moon reading, who fell after a long period of time. Is the product of unlimited monthly reading. They were actually a human being before they were alive, but after the fall, they became a copy of Beiju to survive, and were summoned from the world of infinite moon reading Beiju. It is precisely because they are actually a human being that they can still survive after being separated from Beiju's ontology. Shirasu knows the origins of Shirasu, but he doesn't have to tell Uchiha Madara now. Get rid of them, leave none of them. Shizuma gave an order to Uchiha. Then, he himself took the lead in summoning a huge wooden spear and stabbed it forward. Suddenly, the wooden spear pierced a dozen Beiju. The reason why Beige was ordered to kill him was because Ganshu Zujin knew that if these Beige were alive, they would definitely cause him trouble in the future. Rather than this, it is better to take advantage of this opportunity to kill all these white Jews. After Beige died, it began to melt, then fell to the ground, and disappeared after a short while. However, it was just a few Beige who died. In the trail, there was still a steady stream of Beige jumping out. It seems that the number of Beiju's army this time will definitely not be less than thousands. Moreover, these Beiju are all copies of Beiju's ontology after all. Although their strength is not as good as that of Beiju's ontology, they are not bad either. At the same time that Jitsujima and Uchiha Madara attacked, Shirazu also launched a counterattack. The Art of Spores. The Art of Calling. Wooden escape tree bound for eternal burial. Yin and Yang escape. Assimilation. For a while, countless Beiju displayed their own ninjutsu. In the sky, it began to rain of spores. These spores are very troublesome. When they fall, they emit a kind of hypnotic pollen, which makes people fall into a coma. Once the spores fall on the human body, they will immediately grow into a kind of swelling like Beiju, which wraps the target and absorbs the chakra in the target body. Moreover, the chakras absorbed by the spores can be transferred to any clone of the spore. In the original work, Beiju even used this trick to destroy the Five Shadows Conference. The Five Shadows Tournament, that was the one where the shadow capitals of the 5 ninja villages participated. Since this trick can destroy the Five Shadows Tournament, it can be seen that it is powerful. However, that is for others. For the hand-raying pillars who have known the power of these spores for a long time, this trick is not difficult to deal with as long as you prepare in advance. Fire escape. Dragon fire art. The thumb and index finger of the right hand formed a circle between the dry hand posts, placed on the mouth, and then took a deep breath. Then, a straight line of violent flame was ejected from the mouth. Where the flame said, all the spores were burned to ashes. Moreover, the longer the time, the higher the flame temperature and the violent the flame. Gradually, the flames that had no specific shape at first began to take shape, turning into a set of fire dragons with teeth and claws, roaring and galloping, sweeping towards the Beige army. Suddenly, one by one Beige was swallowed by the fire dragon, and within a few seconds, it turned into a pool of ashes, fell down, and scattered all over the ground. However, many Beige survived. They displayed the technique of the python, and they merged with the ground under their feet. The earth suddenly resembled a swimming pool, and Beige quickly swam over. It seemed that he was about to launch an attack from the ground on Ganzou's Huma and Uchiha Madara. Naturally, Uchiha Madara would not show weakness. With a move from the Vientiane sky, the Beige who had blended into the ground was sucked in. Then, after a move, Shinra Tanzing directly bounced their dozens of Beige who had attracted him. After Beige was bounced away, they smashed on the bodies of other Beige, suffering a huge impact. Immediately, countless Beige began to fall down one after another, and then began to melt the white substance similar to the white moonlight, and it didn't take long before it disappeared. Between the two of them, they wiped out hundreds of Beige. However, in the face of the Beige army, there were 100 Beige missing, and it was obvious that there was no loss. There is still Beige jumping out of the trail. Moreover, after these Beige landed, without saying anything, he began to release ninjutsu, attacking Ganzuzuma and Uchiha Madara. No. The mouth between the dry hand posts is still burning, and it is burning vigorously. Under his feet, countless branches have quietly wrapped around him. How could the dry hand post not notice the trees that slowly entangled towards him? He just ignored it. Finally, the trees made by Beige grew under the feet between the handrail pillars, and then the Beige who displayed the wooden escape was overjoyed and immediately increased the transmission of chakra energy. Suddenly, the trees that had been growing slowly and quietly the previous second began to grow wildly as if they had drunk fake wine. Chapter 204 The secret technique of Mudan grows wildly. In just an instant, the trees were wrapped around the legs between the dry hand posts, and then wrapped his whole body, leaving only his head. Ground. What's more, the most amazing thing is that these trees have completely occupied the ground and covered it all. Therefore, if the tree is bound by the eternal burial trick, the trapped person will even sneak into the ground to escape. It is impossible to do it. After this, Beige used the tree binding eternal burial to bind the Ganzu Zujian. The two Beige beside him absolutely glanced at it, and then quickly rushed to the Ganzu Zujian, trying to work together to kill the Ganzu Zujian. One strike. However, between the dry hand posts that had been completely bound by the trees, instead of showing any panic on his face, on the contrary, a cold smile appeared on his face. Using Mudan in front of me? Oh, get an axe. With that said, Kaienzu Zujian used her ability to escape the bounds of blood to force the natural energy in her body into the trees created by Beige. Generally speaking, although both parties use the same wooden escape, you can freely control the trees you summon, and you cannot control the trees summoned by others. After all, the trees summoned by others do not contain your chakra energy. If you can also control the trees summoned by others, wouldn't it be a mess? Therefore, 233. Normally, even if you know how to use wooden escape, you cannot use wooden escape to control trees summoned by others. This is common sense in the entire ninja world. Even Naruto at the tail of the crane clearly knows this common sense. However, these so-called common senses are completely inapplicable when they reach the post. After all, his Mudan has the natural advantage of blood succession boundary, plus, he is still a master of Mudan. Therefore, after the dry hand pillars infused natural energy into the trees that Beige summoned turned out to rebel. Two huge, sharp thorns suddenly grew out of the trees that bound the dry hand columns. Before the two wanted to work together to put the 1,000-hand columns to death, Beige hadn't done anything. It pierced their chests. Then, the thorns continued to grow, passing through countless Baiju, and finally, entangled together, penetrating the Baiju that used the tree to bind forever. The Beige who used the tree-bound eternal burial, was still in a state of bewilderment, and was instantly killed. He couldn't understand until he died. Those trees were obviously summoned by him. Why? They were not controlled by him, and he was killed. He actually died under his own wooden escape. When Uchiha Madara on the side saw this scene, he was also very speechless. This guy, is there anything he can't do? Exclamation mark. Ganshu Zuma noticed the change in Uchiha Madara's expression, but did not pay attention to it. Since someone helped him make a tree, there is no limit to it. I'm sorry that Baiju brother. Right now, his eyes flashed between the dry hands, and he broke free of his hands, and began to seal quickly. In almost an instant, the seal between the dry hand posts was completed. Mudun's secret method grows wildly. With a low drink between the dry hand posts, the trees entwining him and covering the entire ground suddenly grew wildly. Sigh. Sigh. Puff. 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 Numerous sharp wooden thorns suddenly grew out, and then pierced the surrounding white. Moreover, after these wooden assassins killed Baij, they did not stop growing. In the limited space, they grew wildly, seemingly never stopped. Even the stone walls and the earth were pierced by them and plunged deeply. Second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. After just 3 seconds, the entire main passage was completely covered with wooden thorns. Countless Baiju's corpses hung on the wooden thorns. Just using this trick, the number of Baiju's army was instantly reduced by half. In other words, using this trick between dry hand posts, at least 500 Baiju were killed. This scene, if Uchiha took the soil and Zetsuzu to see, it would scare them to death. Although these Baiju clones are far from their opponents, it does not mean they are weak. These Baiju clones even have the patience to fight Shangren. However, Kaiane Zhao's Eugene only used one move to kill 500 Baiju. Uchiha took the soil and Zetsu. Originally, he hoped that the Baizetsu army would be able to delay the dry hands of Zuma and Ziziba Madara for 3 or 4 days, even a week. But according to the current situation, I am afraid that in half an hour, Baiju's army will be wiped out. Madara Uchiha was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. Too strong, too strong. The remaining Baiju may have been stunned by the move of Ganshu Zuma just now, and the Baiju who had been pounced on the two of them continuously seemed to have begun to retreat. When Uchiha Madara saw this, he was very surprised. These Baiju, aren't they all obedient, without thinking? Wouldn't they feel fear? Will they be scared away? This is unlikely. But soon, Ziziba Madara knew the answer. These Baiju did not retreat. They just realized that the opponent was too strong, so they began to change their tactics instead of rushing to death one by one. But Nepenthes, all Baiju used the same trick at the same time. Immediately afterwards, the color of their robes began to change, turning into a pitcher plant, and their heads are right in the center of the pitcher plant. However, this was just the beginning, and immediately afterwards, these Baiju seemed crazy, and they started to devour the companions around them. Some weaker Baiju were swallowed and merged by some stronger Baiju. Gradually, these Baiju began to undergo tremendous changes, and they became humans and ghosts. Their height suddenly doubled or tripled. Moreover, 3 or 4 Baiju's heads have been fused on his body, and these heads are not all normal. Some have their heads upside down, some are lying horizontally, some are even twisted, and some are not even irrelevant. In short, the Baiju at this moment, after swallowing each other, has long ceased to look like a human. We are now more like a white monster with several heads. Of course, because they swallowed each other, Baiju's strength had also been greatly improved. They not only preserved their own strength, but also perfectly obtained the strength of Baiju that they swallowed. It can be said that although the number of Baiju has been reduced by more than 2/3, their strength has skyrocketed by 3 to 4 times. Chapter 205 The Monster in the Molten Lake. Now these Baiju, even in the face of the elite, will definitely have the power to fight. Even the anti-killing elite is possible. At this moment, Gansuma Zuma and Uchiha Madara are equivalent to facing hundreds of elites. However, who are Gansu Zuma and Uchiha Ban? They are both legendary characters, especially Gansu Zuma, who are respected as the gods of ninjas. Even if facing hundreds of elites, what about Shinobu? Rather than the slightest panic on the faces of the two of them, on the contrary, they showed great interest. With hundreds of elites on Shinobu, it should be possible for them to enjoy themselves. Do it. There is no nonsense between the hand-to-hand posts. Tsuyoki Boban arrived. Okay. Uchiha has spotted his head and nodded without talking nonsense. After opening the kaleidoscope to right the wheel, he rushed to Beige. The dry hand column did not move in place, but he summoned the wooden dragon with Mudun, rushed to Huanglong, and dispersed hundreds of Beige in one breath. The number of Beiju's army was suddenly reduced from the top to more than 100, so the field suddenly became much empty. It is more convenient to move hands with Shizuma and Uchiha Madara, but Shirazu become more flexible and more difficult to deal with because of this. However, as far as the dry hands are concerned, those below the shadow level are all scum. Therefore, he has not been playing seriously, just as playing. After all, if he really gets serious, he will open the 8-door dungeon directly, or use his vitality. Hundreds of Baiju, that is, hundreds of elite Shangnin, are not his enemy at all. Yes, they can be wiped out with just one move. He is so domineering. However, it's completely unnecessary now. Moreover, the acting has to perform a full set. Now, Uchiha and absolutely have confidence in their strengths. If their confidence is completely defeated at once, where else can they play? For the sake of the next good show, I can only perform a performance in the hand-raying post for the time being. After the hard battle, the number of Baiju began to decrease. It's boring. It seems that it is better to end this boring battle as soon as possible. Continue to collect the tail beasts. Dry hands Eugene thinking this way, just when he plans to open up and destroy the remaining 20 Baiju. Suddenly, the mutation happened. Boom! Exclamation mark. The huge lava lake suddenly erupted. Countless molten slag fell from the sky. Then, it turned into molten rain and fire rain, falling from the sky. These molten slurries, at extremely high temperature, fell to the ground and immediately melted into a big hole. When it falls on a tree, it directly lights the tree and burns it to ashes. Falling on Beige could not kill them, but it was enough to cause serious burns to them. Suddenly, several Beige were recruited. As for Ganzuzuma and Uchiha Madara, it is completely impossible for these molten lava that fell from the sky to fall on them. Uchiha Bun flashed a few, perfectly avoiding all the lava. As for the hand-raying post, it is even more trouble-free, directly using the dust to create an umbrella of dust to block all the molten slurry that falls above the head. What's going on? Uchiha brought the soil and they arranged it in advance. Flashing into one of the trails, Uchiha Madara, who was avoiding the lava rain, couldn't help but ask, "Who knows?" Ganshu replied truthfully. He didn't really know everything. At this moment, the molten rain had not stopped, and the mutation happened again. Suddenly, in the molten lake, a huge whip wrapped in the molten was stretched out and swept towards the few Beige who had been burned by the molten. Don't look at Beige being very tall, but in front of the huge whip, it is not enough to look at. They were just like this, rolled up by the whip, and then dragged into the molten lake. Beige let out a miserable and terrifying cry, and then plunged into the boiling molten slurry. This is not over. Swallow it all. Immediately afterwards, a huge mouth suddenly opened, and even gave a few Beige a mouthful. Guru. The lava lake is constantly bubbling. Of course, these bubbles are not produced by the air in the lava lake, but by the mouth of a huge creature while chewing Baiju. It turned out that those whips that swept away Beige were not whips at all, but the tentacles of huge creatures living in the molten lake. 0. For flowers. 0. And, look carefully, this huge creature hidden in the molten lava is covered with bristles on the surface. At this moment, Ganzuzuma and Uchiha Madara understood that the lava lake creatures they had seen before that they hid as soon as they heard movement were nothing more than the bristles of this huge creature. The bristles sensed the sound of vibrations around and immediately shrank back. Obviously, this huge creature has always been hiding in the molten lake. relying on its bristles to sense the movement around it. Once it senses that a prey is approaching, it will wait for the opportunity to attack with its tentacles to capture the prey. Unexpectedly, in this molten lake, there is such a huge creature. Seeing that it can swallow Beige casually, it should be very powerful. The dry hand column looked at the calm melting again. Jiang Wu couldn't help but speak. Zero. Yeah? Yukai has spotted his head, agreeing with the statement of the hand-raying post. Originally, the battle between the two men and Beiju's army was almost over, and there were only more than 20 Beige left. However, the world is unpredictable. Unexpectedly, at this time, the owner of the molten lake suddenly appeared and caused an accident. For a while, the remaining dozen Shiras didn't know whether they should continue to deal with Ganzuzuma and Uchiha Madara, or whether they should deal with the owner of Molten Lake first. Although they also retain wisdom, they are not very intelligent after all. On the contrary, the countermeasures of Ganzuzuma and Uchiha Madara are much simpler. As long as the owner of Molten Lake does not attack them, they will not deal with it. Their main purpose is to eliminate Shiras first. Clean. However, this time, the owner of Molten Lake seemed to be eyeing Ganzuzuma and Uchiha. In fact, that is understandable. After all, Beige was just a degenerate product, no different from a dead person, and it must not taste very good. And Fuzumazuma and Uchiha are living big people. If you are the owner of the Molten Lake, it is estimated that you will choose to eat living people instead of rotten flesh. However, neither Ganzuzuma nor Uchiha Madara noticed that the owner of Molten Lake had locked the two of them with his eyes. Only. Chapter 206 Desperate Lord of Molten Lake. At the same time that Shirasu was shot at the remaining Shirasu, Uchiha Madara also shot at Shirasu. The remaining dozen Beige still don't know who should be dealt with first, so they were in a daze. Seeing Yoshizuma and Uchiha Madara have been killed, but at this moment, the owner of the Molten Lake, who was staring at him, moved again. Wave. Wave. Wow! As the molten lava in the molten lake rolled, suddenly, two huge tentacles wrapped in molten lava stretched out from the molten lava at the same time, swept toward the dry hand pillar and Uchiha Madara at a very fast speed. Go with. It seems that the owner of Molten Lake is very cunning, knowing that he would take advantage of the opportunity to attack them while the two of Zuma and Uchiha were fighting against Baijutsu. This is the so-called praying mantis catching. The cicada Oriole 247 is behind. However, it is a pity that this time, the owner of Molten Lake obviously made the wrong idea. It shouldn't have gotten its idea on Ganzuzuma and Uchiha Madara. Seeing that the tentacles braved the flames, they were about to grab the two of Ganzuzuma and Uchiha Madara. However, at this critical moment, both of them seemed to have expected this to happen. Same. Uchiha turned around first. His left eye locked the tentacles sweeping towards him, and at the same time, the eternal kaleidoscope writing wheel began to spin rapidly. Then, all of a sudden, a black flame appeared on the tentacles wrapped in molten lava and even burning with flames. That is one Amaterasu. After the black flame appeared, it burned quickly. Although the tentacles of the owner of the lava lake were wrapped in lava, and he was not afraid of flames, it was a pity that this time, it encountered Amaterasu. Amaterasu is not an ordinary flame, it is the kind of black fire that will never go out as long as it burns without completely burning the target to ashes. Sure enough, in the next second, the entire tentacle was completely covered by the skylight, and the black flames, even molten lava, could be burned! Exclamation mark. Goo! The owner of the lava lake let out a scream. It realized that if these black flames were allowed to burn, then, probably more than its tentacles would be burned to ashes, or the entire lava the lake and itself will be burned to ashes by the fire of Amaterasu. At the moment, the owner of Molten Lake made a decisive decision and even dropped one of his tentacles. Click. The huge tentacles that had been ignited by the fire of the sky suddenly broke off and fell to the ground, but after a short while, it was turned into ashes. It seems that the owner of Molten Lake can save his own life by dropping its tentacles, just like when a gecko is dangerous to drop its tail. However, this did not end. Don't forget, the owner of Molten Lake abandoned one of its tentacles, but its other tentacles are still attacking the dry hand pillars. The Molten Lake master ate Uchiha Madara's body and was very depressed. It felt that since it was difficult to swallow the other guy, let's start with the other guy. Two living humans, no matter what, they can always eat one. However, in the next second, the owner of Molten Lake had a desperate idea. Facing the tentacles swept by the owner of the lava lake between the dry hand posts, his reaction was not as excited as Uchiha Madara. He did not immediately counterattack. Instead, he waited until the tentacles almost touched his clothes, and the heat came to his face. When the feeling was very clear, he slowly stretched out his right hand. Yes, his movements seemed to be so slow and so limited. However, it was surprisingly fast. This is a weird and scientific visual effect. It seems to be slow but fast. After reaching out his right hand between the dry hand posts, his sleeves slid down, revealing his arm full of spells. The spell looks very complicated, but in fact, there are only 2 spell marks on it. Such a complicated incantation has only 2 curse seals. It is conceivable that these 2 curse seals are probably not ordinary goods. Of course, although the owner of Molten Lake has a certain amount of wisdom, he is not very smart either. It doesn't know what those weird spells are for. It is even more impossible to know that what is sealed in the curse is actually 2 tail beasts! Moreover, the 6 tails and 7 tails ranked very high among the tailed beasts. After opening the palm of the right hand, the first curse mark also begins to untie 0. All of this is a long story, but it is practical, but it happened between the electric light and flint. At the moment when the curse was unlocked, 3 words that could not be simpler were spit out from the mouth between the dry hand posts. Insect bite. In the next second, a huge mouth in the abyss burst out of the ground, and with one mouthful, a large section of tentacles was severely bitten off. Even if the entire tentacles were wrapped in molten lava and burned with blazing white flames, the huge mouth of the abyss was not afraid at all. After biting off the tentacles, after chewing a few times, it was swallowed in the stomach. After this, the giant mouth of the abyss escaped into the ground again, as if it had never appeared before. Madara Uchiha looked at this scene, stunned. What the hell is this? This is also ninjutsu. No, this is not ninjutsu, this is the blocking style of the tail beast. However, after realizing this, Uchiha was even more shocked. What the hell? This guy could actually borrow the power of the tail beast sealed on him and use their moves without signing a contract with the tail beast! Uchiha Madara is speechless. He still has the same idea. This guy, what is there that he can't do? It's almost omnipotent. Okay. If the owner of the lava lake could speak, he would probably be so scared that he could not help speaking. 1.0 Nemas. Obviously I was going to eat you. Why everything turned upside down? I was eaten by you instead! The owner of Molten Lake must be extremely depressed at this moment. It seems that neither of these 2 living people can be offended. But now, it seems to have provoked them. What? I thought it was an 8-tailed bull ghost hiding in a lava lake. It turns out that you are not a tailed beast. The abyssal giant chewed the tentacles of the owner of the Molten Lake and swallowed it in one bite. At the same time, he tasted the energy source on its body. Obviously, the energy source on its body was different from other tail beasts. You know, the 9 big-tailed beasts are actually very differentiated. Although each is different, they are in the same line in terms of energy. Chapter 207. Otherwise, everyone will not use the tail beast jade after the Zulai tail beast is transformed. The reason why everyone can use the tail beast jade after the Zulai tail beast is transformed, it shows that the energy sources of the tail beasts are actually the same. After understanding that the owner of Molten Lake is not actually an 8-tailed ox ghost, let alone a tailed beast, He knew that he had no need to be merciful. If the owner of the lava lake is a tail beast, in order to summon the 10 tails, he would not dare to kill casually between the hands. But now, he has no need to worry so much. Thinking of this, the second spell mark on the arm between the dry hand pillars began to lift. As the spell began to fade, the seal of the six-tailed rhinoceros was gradually released. The owner of Molten Lake was alive, bitten by his tentacles, still screaming in pain, completely unaware that danger was approaching it. But at this moment, Beige did a great favor to it. I have been hesitating to go first to the dozen remaining Shirasu on the other side of O5. After seeing the Master of Molten Lake attacking Ganzu's Yuma and Uchiha Madara, they, who are not very intelligent, will melt. The Master of the Lake of Jelly regarded as a companion on their side. Therefore, Shirazatsu no longer hesitated, and one after another attacked Gansu's Yuma and Uchiha Madara. Roar! The Shirazus in the form of the Nepenthes roared and launched a fierce attack on the Gundam and Uchiha Madara. In the form of Nepenthes, Beige rarely uses ninjutsu, but their strength has skyrocketed several times. Even if they don't use ninjutsu, their destructive power is strong enough. A beige fist hit the forehead between the dry hand pillars. After being easily opened by the dry hand pillars, his fist slammed into the rock wall behind. Boom! The stone wall was suddenly smashed into a huge hole by Beige Gulielu. The pothole made a noise. What's the situation? Kirama and Uchiha thought of this almost simultaneously. But this time, no accident happened. On the contrary, the pothole spewed out a puddle of pitch-black liquid after the grumbling business. These liquids obviously contain residual temperature, and occasionally 1 or 2 drops are splashed on the dry hand column and Uchiha Madara's face, and it does not feel cold. Is this blood? However, now is not the time to figure out what these black liquids are, because after Shiratsu launched the attack, the owner of the Lake of Molten also cooperated very well and launched an attack on Ganzu's Yuma and Uchiha. It can be seen that the owner of Molten Lake chose to cooperate with Beige in order to prevent the ducks from flying. Go away! With a stern scream between the dry hand posts, he kicked the upper body of a Beige who was in front of him directly with 1 foot, and then, with his backhand, another hand knife was used to stop the 2 Beige who wanted to take the opportunity to attack. Cut into 2 pieces. After this, the dry hands Yuma said to Uchiha Madara, I will give you the rest of Shiraz. I will deal with this Molten Lake monster. In fact, Uchiha Madara was ready to do something to the Master of Lava Lake. After all, he was itchy hands too. Killing hundreds of Shiraz was completely unfavorable. However, he could only give up after hearing the order from the dry hand post to let. Yeah, Zizibo agreed with his spotted head. Then, he put his mind on the remaining Beige. Without Beiju's interference, this time between dry hand pillars, he could deal with this Molten Lake master. The dry hand post is very curious. What exactly is this guy who has been hiding in the Molten Lake without showing his face? The owner of Molten Lake also felt a deep crisis. It regretted it now. It was fine at the beginning. Why did it provoke these 2 living people? Eat more dead bodies, isn't it? Is it good to be alive? However, the sad thing is that it can only survive in the Molten Lake, and it will die if it leaves the Molten Lake. Therefore, there is no way. It can only bite the bullet. Puff, puff. Suddenly, several huge molten tentacles flew up from the Molten Lake, and then all swept toward the dry hand pillars. It is very clever, knowing that the only threat to its life now is between the hands. Personal, therefore, launched a full attack on him. In the dry hand column, he saw dozens of molten tentacles swept toward him. Without a trace of panic, he stretched out his right hand again. Hayudo. With the low voice between the dry hand posts, the second seal on his right hand was completely lifted, and then, a pool of pungent liquid sprayed from the palm of his hand. The 5 or 6 huge molten tentacles photographed between the dry hand pillars were dancing wildly. After contacting the corrosive liquid, bursts of black marriage appeared immediately. As soon as the molten tentacles come into contact with the corrosive liquid, a violent chemical reaction occurs. The tentacles were constantly corroded by strong acid, and the owner of the molten lake screamed and shrank all the tentacles back. But the next second, there was a crash, and several more tentacles swept toward the hand-raying post again. These tentacles didn't know whether they got rid of the corrosion of strong acid after returning to the lava lake or they were new tentacles. There is no sign of injury at all. 820. Oh, it seems that if you don't give you a little bit of power, you don't know how to be afraid, sneered Between the Dry Hands. This time, he didn't show any mercy anymore and directly used the ultimate six-tailed rhinoceros. No, the wolf. After a short period of accumulation of natural energy, behind Ganzu's Eugean, suddenly, a huge illusory mollusk appeared. It is not an ordinary clam, yes, it is exactly the phantom of a six-tailed rhinoceros. Although it is only a phantom of a six-tailed rhino, the size of the phantom is as large as the entity of a six-tailed rhino. If the six-tailed rhinoceros really appeared physically, the height of the entire main passage would not be enough to accommodate its huge size. However, because it is just the phantom of a six-tailed rhino, it doesn't matter. After seeing the six-tailed rhinoceros showing its illusory body, it took a deep breath, and then, a mouthful of saliva superacid sprayed down towards the magma lake. The liquid spewed out by the phantom six-tailed rhino is not a phantom, but a corrosive liquid, superacid. This amount of superacid is enough to fill a small pond. Although the volume of the magma lake is very large, the superacid capacity should not be underestimated. Chapter 208. You are only a parasite. The owner of the magma lake is not stupid. It has seen the power of strong acid just now. At this moment, seeing such a large area of super strong acid spraying on its tentacles, it quickly retracted all the tentacles. However, although the tentacles contract quickly, in the face of such a large area of superacid, the tentacles have nowhere to escape. Puff! The superacid splashed on the tentacles, and immediately, a violent chemical reaction took place. Much faster, however, compared to the a little slow chemical reaction before. This time the chemical reaction speed was only an instant, and the 6 or 7 huge molten tentacles were actually corroded. Only pungent green smoke was left floating in the air. However, corroding these huge tentacles only consumed a small amount of superacid, and most of the remaining superacid still spilled towards the molten lake hoop. The moment the super strong acid fell into the lava lake, a terrible change took place, and the lava lake, which was still flowing peacefully, instantly boiled. The molten slurry erupted continuously, forming a meteorite shower, which kept falling. Wherever the molten slurry fell, the flame kept burning. But the huge creature that originally lived in the molten lake, like a fish in the water, at this moment, it is like an octopus falling into a hot pot, struggling frantically. Numerous huge tentacles wrapped in molten lava are flapping in the molten lava, seeming to want to shake off the superacid attached to the body. However, this approach not only cannot get rid of the super strong acid, but on the contrary it increases the contact area of oxygen and makes the chemical reaction more intense. The scene before him really reminded Gansu's Eugean of the situation when he ate hot pot in his previous life. Finally, the owner of the molten lake, who had been hiding from the beginning to the end, who could not stand the violent chemical reaction between molten and superacid, jumped up before his body was copied by the superacid. The owner of the lava lake jumped up from the lava and brought up countless lava, causing a scorching airflow around it. Even if it's just airflow, the temperature has to reach at least 300 degrees, and the surrounding temperature has reached 100 degrees. Not to mention the molten smelt whose temperature falls from the sky more than a degree of dryness. In short, the entire main passage has now become a high-temperature chamber. However, this temperature is enough to kill people, but it does not cause any harm to the dry hand column. As for Uchiha Madara, thanks to the transplantation of the wooden escape cells between the dry hand posts, the body's recovery ability is super strong. Therefore, this temperature, of course, will not burn him. After the master of Molten Lake appeared, the handrail post finally saw its true face. It turned out that this guy turned out to be an ugly creature that looked like a flea, and his body was covered with molten tentacles. However, most of the molten tentacles have been corroded by the super acid. The lord of the dignified molten lake, it would never have thought of it. In order to survive, it even evolved a body that was not adapted to the ultra-high temperature of the molten slurry. But I didn't expect that this body that couldn't even handle smelt would be corroded by the saliva of a slug. The lord of the molten lake seems to have been living in this cave all the time. So I don't even know that the so-called slug in his eyes is the famous six-tailed rhinoceros. After seeing the true face of the lord of the molten lake, the hand-handed post finally understood the general strength of this guy. Its strength should be similar to that of the first and second tails, but because it is very cunning, it has been hiding in the boiling molten slurry and has never shown up, so it created a kind of illusion between the dry hands. At first, he almost mistakenly thought that it was an eight-tailed bull ghost. But now, it seems that this ugly and funny thing, if it is an eight-tailed bull ghost, it would be too frustrating. It is also the only similarity to the eight-tailed ox ghost, presumably. The ox ghost also has octopus-like tentacles. That's it. In addition to this, after seeing the true face of the lord of the molten lake, Kaienzu's Eugene finally knew where he was. It turned out to be this place. No wonder he didn't think of it at first when he wanted to break his head. Zizabo brought the Earth and the Absolute, in order to delay him as much as possible, and prevent him from going back to Konoha to support. He did everything possible. But what's the use? Now that he knew where he was, it was only a matter of minutes to escape from this ghost place between the dry hands. Now, let's get rid of the beaming clown in front of us. Oh no, it's a flea. Oh, I thought you were some kind of magical creature, thinking that maybe you are qualified to be my summoned beast. But now it seems that you are nothing more than a dirty parasite. Before doing it, there was some ridicule between the hands. Flea actually understood human words, looked down upon it between the hand-raying poles, and was very angry. While jumping in the air, the flea continuously sprayed molten slurry from her mouth to attack the hand-raying poles. Trash. Take it to death. Seeing the lord of the molten lake between the dry hand posts would only use extremely hot molten metal to attack others, and felt even more boring. His eyes locked on the lord of the molten lake. Then, a shocking scene appeared. In the lava lake, a vine-like plant, a vine tomb, which is also wrapped in magma, grows rapidly, and then winds toward the lord of the magma lake at a very fast speed. In just a blink of an eye, the 6 feet of the lord of the lava lake were entangled by the lava vines. For a while, the lord of the lava lake Money froze in midair, unexpectedly unable to move. Moreover, perhaps to set off its ugliness, the lava vines actually bloomed a beautiful dazzling flame flower soft. While the flame flower was burning, lava was constantly falling. This lava vine is made by combining wood escape, fire escape and earth escape between the dry hand posts. Although it is a plant, it is also wrapped in molten lava, so it can restrain the lord of molten lake. Otherwise, if it is ordinary plants and trees, let alone restrain the lord of the molten lake, I am afraid that when they grow next to it, they will have lost water and turned into ashes under the action of high temperature. After restraining the lord of the molten lake, Kaienzu's Eugene stretched out his right hand again and raised it towards the molten lake. Suddenly, in the boiling lava lake, there was a liquid that was different from lava, which broke away from it. Chapter 209 The Truth, Inside the Giant Tortoise. That's the rest. The super acid that has not yet chemically reacted with the molten slurry. Senju's Yuma used extremely skilled water to extract the super strong acid from the molten slurry, and then, in the air, formed a large solid blister. It becomes a sword in an instant, and it's not an intangible virtual sword made with chakra or natural energy, but a real sword. In Kairoba's eyes, this is simply a magical skill. Just ask how many people in the world can perform 2 kinds of escape techniques with different attributes at the same time, so skillfully. Under the world, apart from the Kaienzu's Eugene, I am afraid there is no more. Immediately afterwards, his right hand suddenly raised between the dry hands. The blisters perfectly hit the Lord of the Molten Lake, turning into countless splashes, and instantly enveloping it. Next, it was a very miserable scene. The Lord of the Molten Lake began to corrode rapidly under the super acid package of Zelanksu, and the first thing to be corroded was the molten surrounding its entire body. Then came the flesh and blood, and finally the bones. In less than a second, the bones of the Lord of the huge Molten Lake were gone, and there was no slag left in the corroded ones. After the Lord of the Molten Lake was eliminated 303, the Molten Lake, which had been boiling non-stop, also recovered its calm. On the side, Uchiha Madara was still playing with the last shirtsatsu, and when he saw that the Lord of the Lake of Molten had been destroyed by Senjutsu, he stopped playing. With a big wave of his hand, the last Beige was directly cut into 4 parts, split apart, and then crashed to the ground. Just 1 copy for each head. Finish. Uchiha Madara clapped his hands and said to Chijima Senju, "Well, let's go. It's time to capture Nu and Yao." Senju said, "Yeah, it should not be too late. However, we have to figure out what place this is, and then we are trying to escape. If we are teleported to a place far away from Turtle Island, it is estimated that it would be a waste to rush back. It took a day or 2. I really didn't expect that the guy who brought the soil would have this ability." Uchiha Madara said with a wry smile. It is not difficult to hear from his words that he is still in the mist and has not figured out what place it is. It's not necessary at all, because we have never left Turtle Island. Senjutsu replied. What? Uchiha Madara was stunned. Have we never left Turtle Island? There is still such a weird place on Turtle Island? Uchiha was very surprised, and at the same time, he admired the hand-to-hand post. He had already guessed what exactly it was here. Yes, we are still on Turtle Island, but we are not on the island. But, after a pause, the dry hand post continued. In the belly of the giant tortoise. In the belly of the giant tortoise. Uchiha Madara heard this, as if Daigo empowered, and immediately understood. I said, why the stone wall seems to have life, but it still bleeds. It turns out that we have always been in the belly of the giant tortoise. Madara Uchiha patted his forehead and said, that's right. That lava lake is actually the stomach of the giant tortoise, and the lava is the stomach acid of the stomach. As for the behemoth that lives in the lava lake, it's just a parasite in the giant tortoise. Kaien Zaozu opened the mouth. Although Uchiha Madara had understood the truth, he couldn't help but be speechless. This giant tortoise is simply not too big. On the surface, it looks like a huge island, and even its body seems to be a world. When they first came in, all the strange creatures they encountered were nothing more than parasites or microorganisms in the belly of the giant tortoise. Just because they are too small, the parasites and microorganisms in the giant tortoise are very large. Thanks to Uchiha's leadership and absolutely able to think of it, they use God's might to teleport the 2 of them into the belly of the giant tortoise. If the percent wrapped here is not the 2 legendary AGBF missions of Senjutsu and Uchiha Madara, if they are replaced by someone else, even if they have the same strength as Uchiha's land and outstanding performance, I'm afraid, trapped in the giant tortoise, he was attacked by Beiju's army, and encountered the troubled lava lake flea. It is estimated that it took 3 to 5 days, or even a week, to get out. Only Senjutsu and Uchiha Madara could solve all these problems in less than an hour. But now, there is another question, that is, how to get out of the giant tortoise. Uchiha Madara's idea is to walk forward along the main passage, which is the trickier, and get out of the giant tortoise's mouth or nostrils. This is of course also a way to go out. However, the practice of hand-raying is more direct, or in other words, violent. It's too slow to go back. Senjutsu said, raising his right hand high. Does he want it? Uchiha Madara looked at the movements of Senjutsu, with a look of astonishment on his face. Wouldn't he want to open a hole directly in the giant tortoise's body, and then go out directly? Just when Uchiha Madara was shocked, suddenly, the mountain shook violently. The molten slurry that had subsided suddenly erupted again. Moreover, This eruption was very violent, almost like a volcanic eruption. The entire cast cave was shaking violently, as if it was about to turn over, and it seemed to collapse at any time. In the distance, there was a stern whine. The voice was very loud and dull. Even the creatures hiding in the dark were scared to run around by such a huge movement. Obviously, this place should have been calm for a long time, and there has not been such a huge turbulence in a long time. What happened again? Senjuju Nama and Uchiha Madara almost knew what happened. It turned out that they fought against the White Army and the molten fleas in the giant tortoise just now, causing a huge movement, and at the same time, it also caused huge damage. The giant tortoise's esophagus, blood vessels, and trachea were all seriously injured. Perhaps it was because the giant tortoise was very old and reacted very slowly, so it took so long after the two of them solved the Beijo army and the molten fleas before they reacted violently and gave out pain. Wailing. The size of the giant tortoise is so big that even if it moves randomly, it will cause huge movements, not to mention that it is now struggling and wailing in pain. Therefore, it will appear in its body that the earth is shaking and the sky is turned upside down. It seems that we don't want to use violent methods, so we can't leave here directly. Before doing it, Senjuzuma couldn't help but speak again. Then, he took a deep breath, condensed a punch with a strange force, and slammed down towards the earth under his feet. Chapter 210 Kairabi in the Two Teak Doors. Boom! Exclamation mark. After a loud noise, under the feet of the two of them, there seemed to be a deep black hole as wide as one person. The deep hole is bottomless and runs through half of the giant tortoise's body. It can be seen how powerful this punch is. Moreover, Kaiane Zhao's Eugene's grasp of strength is simply perfect, and the strength is not wasted in other places, all of which is applied to the deep hole. Therefore, on the ground, except for the deep hole that was blasted open, not even one cracked. Crack. The principle of doing things between Kaiane Zhao has always been very simple. Since there is no road here, he will blast a road by himself. After having the road, Kaiane Zuzuma took the lead to jump into the deep hole without saying a word. Seeing this, Uchiha Madara could only follow quickly and jump into the deep hole. Turtle Island. Half an hour ago, the two-tailed pillar of the Two Teak Doors and the eight-tailed pillar of Rocky Rabbi met in the center of Turtle Island. Although both of them are hiding on Turtle Island, Reikage is worried that if the two are together, if one of them is found, both of them will be in a dangerous situation. Therefore, Liang confessed that the two should hide separately, so that the two sides have a care for each other, and if they encounter a strong one of them will have a situation, the other will also have a chance to escape. The two followed Reikage's orders and hid on the east and west sides of Turtle Island. However, just half a day ago, the two of them clearly sensed four powerful auras, and the four powerful auras did not appear at the same time. Two of them appeared first, and after half an hour, the other two appeared. At first, the two Teakmen and Kairabi thought that Konoha had sent a master to encircle them. At the moment, they both dared not act rashly. After all, there are few enemies. But the strange thing is that not long after the four powerful auras appeared, they disappeared at the same time. The two Teak Doors and Kairabi who suspected fraud still did not act rashly. After a long time, they found that there was really no movement on the island, and they dared to come out to meet in the center of Turtle Island. After the two met, they discussed what had just happened, and found that neither of them had a clue, and they were about to return to their respective hiding places. But at this moment, the giant tortoise that had been sleeping all the year round suddenly woke up. The giant tortoise seemed to have suffered a huge amount of damage, and amidst an extremely screaming cry, the sound was loud enough to penetrate the entire world. With a stern cry, the giant tortoise shook violently. Perhaps, from the perspective of the giant tortoise, it just shook its body a few times because of its uncomfortable stomach. However, for the two Teak Doors and Kairabi on the island, this is more than a magnitude 8 earthquake. Terror. The Turtle Island was turned upside down, and the huge raised sharp stone pillars were also broken one after another, falling from the sky, and the earth cracked huge cracks. In the place where the crack is the largest and deepest, you can even see the extremely hard shell of the giant tortoise. The trees on Turtle Island have also suffered. They have been destroyed, broken, and uprooted by the earthquake. Even if Kairabi and the two teak doors stand in the center of Turtle Island, they will inevitably suffer. Fortunately, both of them are strong in the shadow level. Even in the face of a magnitude 8 earthquake, they can easily cope. However, the two were still very shocked. Why the giant tortoise would wake up at this time? Could it be that the four powerful auras did not all leave, and some people stayed, but their auras were blocked? Damn it, why would the giant tortoise wake up at this time? The two teak doors couldn't help screaming. Who knows, maybe, the four people just didn't all leave, and some people stayed behind, and they also shielded their own breath. Kairabi said. There is a reason for Kairabi's meeting to think so. After all, Turtle Island has been drifting on the territorial waters of Thunder Country. Yinren Village's research on Turtle Island has not been a year or two. It can be traced back to the beginning of Yinren Village and even Thunder Country. Therefore, as Yinren, he knows very well that giant tortoises usually only wake up once every 100 years, eat some whales in the sea, etc. to satisfy their hunger and ensure that they will not starve to death. It is precisely because it has been in a deep sleep that the giant tortoise can live in this world for thousands of years. Look for flowers. It has only been more than 10 years since the giant tortoise woke up last time, so it is impossible for the giant tortoise to wake up at this time. The only possibility is that someone woke it up. Damn it, then what should we do now? According to Reikichi's instructions, and escape separately? The two teak doors asked. As a human being, Kairabi can be regarded as her teacher. She and Kairabi are both teachers and friends. No, let's just wait and see what happens, Kairabi said. Although, Kairabi respected his righteous brother, the current Reikiji, but he didn't feel he had to obey him in everything. At this time, watching the changes is the best. Yeah, the two teak doors also agreed with Kairabi's statement. However, at this moment, the two found that, for some reason, the giant tortoise, which had gradually quieted down, suddenly rioted again. Perhaps it was because the stomach was so painful that the giant tortoise suddenly moved forward quickly. Don't look at the giant tortoise's movements seem awkward and slow, but its size is not as big as usual after all, and swimming is its strong point. Therefore, at this moment, the trail is rushing forward at a very fast speed. The speed is beyond imagination. Even Kairabi and Owi Teak Door, at this moment, have to grasp a huge stone pillar to ensure that they will not be thrown away by inertia. Yo, you old tortoise, why are you crazy again? Kairabi saw this, humming and raping. It really deserves to be the dignified 8-tailed man's Uli. At this time, there is even a leisurely rap. I've long been used to Kairabi's two teak doors with a rap at every turn. This has long since been commonplace. However, compared to Kairabi's leisurely sentiment, she has a serious face. Because of the giant tortoise's full firepower, the Turtle Island moved very fast, and suddenly, it had escaped from the territorial waters of the Thunder Country and ran into an unknown sea. At this moment, the two teak doors suddenly discovered something. People. Chapter 211. Kairabi, it's okay, look ahead. The two teak doors were still more careful. She found that a huge vortex appeared in the distance where the giant tortoise was swimming forward. The size of the giant tortoise is huge, but in front of the vast sea, it is nothing but the sea. Millet, even the whirlpool of the sea, is enough to swallow it completely. Under normal circumstances, creatures in the ocean will try to stay away from this situation. The giant tortoise should be no exception. However, this time the giant tortoise seemed to have suffered a huge hit, causing it to lose its sanity. It didn't even dodge and rushed towards the huge vortex. At the speed of the giant tortoise, I believe that it will not take 2 more minutes before it will plunge into the whirlpool, then be swallowed by the whirlpool, and be buried in the sea. Moreover, the closer they get to the vortex, the more clearly the 2140 can see how big this huge vortex is! Exclamation mark. The sound of the surging sea water was louder than the thunder of the sky. When Kairabi and the two teak doors saw this, their faces became pale, and both of them realized the crisis. The two of them are now on Turtle Island, and there are no small islands around, only white water. Even if they want to escape, they don't know where to escape. The only way may be to jump off the Turtle Island and into the vast ocean. However, they have been taken to an unknown sea by the giant tortoise, and they have just jumped into the vast sea, and they will die in 9 deaths. Moreover, Union Village has only marked the giant tortoise. As long as the giant tortoise is still alive, no matter where they float on the sea, the ninjas of Yunren Village can find them. If they jumped into the ocean, Yunren wanted to find 2 people again, it would be like finding a needle in a haystack. Oh, no. This is not what Kairabi wants to see. It's over. What should we do now, Kairabi? Kairabi and the two teak doors couldn't help but become anxious. In this situation, they don't know how to deal with it for a while. Perhaps, as a last resort, they can only abandon Turtle Island and jump directly into the vast ocean. Just when the two teak doors and Kairabi were worried, Ganzuzuma and Uchihaban had already emerged from the belly of the giant tortoise. It took them more than a minute from jumping into the deep hole to going outside. From this, it is enough to verify from the sight how big this giant tortoise is. I'm afraid, even if it is the Buddha statue of the true number of dry hands and the complete body of Susanoo, in front of it are younger brothers. However, Ganzuzuma and Uchiha Madara just escaped from the giant tortoise and fell into the sea, only to find that there was a huge danger waiting for them in front of them. They saw that a huge vortex appeared in front of them, the whirlpool stretched for thousands of miles, and the surrounding sea water was stirred up, tumbling and roaring endlessly. Although the two of them are still a long way from the center of the whirlpool, they can already feel the power of the whirlpool. At this moment, both of them are wrapped in a chakra coat, and only in this way can they gain a foothold in the frantically stirred sea water. What is the situation? Is this old tortoise rushing to commit suicide? Seeing this, Uchiha Madara couldn't help but vomit. It depends on the situation. It is indeed the case. Senjuzuma replied. It's also a bit embarrassing now. The reason why this giant tortoise rushed to commit suicide must be because he opened a big hole in its stomach. This big hole is really nothing compared to the size of the giant tortoise, and it is absolutely impossible to kill it. However, if a hole in your stomach that will not kill you is also opened, would you be willing? Can you stand it? The giant tortoise obviously couldn't stand such severe pain, so for a time, the pain lost his mind. Wow! What are we going to do now? If the giant tortoise rushes into the whirlpool, the entire Turtle Island will be destroyed, and the two-tailed and eight-tailed columns on the island will probably be a disaster. Uchihaban couldn't help but asked. Now he also felt a kind of helplessness. Facing the wrath of nature, Rao is the legendary Uchiha Madara, and he is powerless. Therefore, Uchiha Madara can only look at the hand-reeing pillars, hoping that he will have a way. If there is no other way to do it, Uchihaban feels that in the face of this situation, I am afraid that no one in this world can have a way. Madara Uchiha's idea is right, yes, there is a way to do it. However, his thoughts are not entirely right. There are still many capable people and strangers in this world. Faced with this situation, there is still someone who has a solution. That is, 3 generations of ice tuing, 2 Libra or Nogi. And the next method to be used between the hands is only a reference to Onoji's method. Don't worry, this little thing doesn't bother me. Senjuzuma first gave Uchiha Madara a reassurance, after which he quickly caught up with the giant tortoise. Then, between the dry hands post, there was something that made Uchiha Madara so stunned that he couldn't say anything in shock. The right hand between the dry hand columns held a hard tortoise shell under the giant tortoise's belly, and then, using his talent and strange power, he even lifted the giant tortoise. After lifting the giant tortoise, Cayenne Zhao's feet slammed in the sea water, and the whole person, together with the giant tortoise on his hand, jumped out of the sea and rushed into the air. The giant tortoise didn't react for a while, and his limbs were still moving in the air, but they were no longer moving forward quickly. As a result, the giant tortoise, that is, Tortoise Island, was completely free from the danger of being swallowed up by the huge whirlpool and buried under the sea. Rushing into the sky, a pair of peacock wings quickly condensed behind the dry hand post. In this way, he was holding a giant tortoise 10,000 times larger than him, no, 100,000 times larger than he was actually flying in the air! Exclamation mark. Don't be too domineering in this scene. Uchiha Madara, who was still in the sea, was shocked when he saw this scene, and only reacted after a long while. How powerful is this guy? Don't be too powerful. Uchiha Madara feels that he is absolutely nothing to let him destroy the entire Turtle Island, but if he wants him to lift the entire Turtle Island, he admits that he can't do it. After Senju lifted Turtle Island, his heart was very calm. What you can do with 3 generations of Ice Kid shadows, I can do the same as I can. Chapter 212 The Giant Tortoise Flies. Of course, the most shocking is not Uchiha-ban. A moment ago, Kairabi and the 2 teak doors, who were still on Turtle Island, were ready to jump into the sea. Suddenly, they found that their vision became wider and wider. Turtle Island actually flew up. How is this possible? Exclamation mark. Kairabi and the 2 teak doors knew the giant tortoise of Turtle Island very well, but they never knew that the giant tortoise could fly. Kairabi, the giant tortoise is flying. It can actually fly, the 2 teak doors said in shock. Her voice even trembled. I don't know if it was because of the surprise of surviving, or was too shocked, or whether it was both. Don't be silly, 2 teak doors. How could a giant tortoise fly? Kairabi was a sensible person. He knew very well that it was absolutely impossible for a giant tortoise to fly. However, what exactly is this situation now? He was a little confused for a while. 07. No way, the giant tortoise is too big, and the dry hand pillars hold it under the giant tortoise's belly to fly. Unless Kairabi and the 2 teak doors jump off the Turtle Island, it is impossible to see him at all. The giant tortoise continued to fly in the air. Since Senzuzuma didn't deliberately fly to the clouds, using clouds to hide the trace of the giant tortoise, this scene was seen by many people. Even in the small fishing village by the sea in the remote Thunder Country, people can see giant turtles flying in the sky. For a while, the entire coastal villages in the Kingdom of Thunder were shocked and all boiled. Many superstitious fishermen even think that the god of turtles has appeared. Everyone knelt to the ground one after another, bowing down to the giant tortoise, because they felt that the god of tortoises with such a huge volume must be as powerful as the sea and imprisoned. If they want to continue fishing in the sea with peace of mind, there is always nothing wrong with bowing down. Because the distance was too far away, there were no scenes of thousands of people kneeling and worshipping between the dry hand posts. However, even if he saw it, he would probably not take it seriously. After all, he, the god of ninjas, can indeed withstand thousands of people kneel down. For a long time, Kairabi and the 2 teak doors, who were in shock, finally recovered. After recovering, they finally sensed 2 powerful breaths. At this moment, they understood it. It turned out that the giant tortoise didn't fly in the sky by itself, but was supported by someone to fly in the sky. Is it the 3rd generation of Ice Earth Shadow Onogi here? There can be no one who can lift the entire Tortoise Island to fly stars in the sky. Kairabi murmured, because in his impression, there is only one person in this world who can do this, and this person is the 3rd generation of Mu Ying Oyemu who has the blood to eliminate. Perhaps it's not the 3rd generation of Meishi Ying Onoki. There is another person who can do it. He is. The 2 teak doors thought of another situation. In her mind, the figure of another man emerged. That man, tall, stalwart, and handsome, he is still surrounded by fierce hostility. This man, the 2 teak doors had not actually seen it personally, this was just what she imagined. The man imagined by the two teak doors is not someone else, but between the hand-raying posts. Exception. Girls like to imagine what their dream lover looks like. The two teak doors are not. Yes, in fact, setting aside the comments between the ugly hands of the outside world, the innermost part of the two teak doors is about I still admire the hand post. After all, it was this man who abolished the Daming Fu system and led the whole world into a new era. It was this man who started the Fourth Ninja World War. With such dominance and courage, which man can do it? Even Uchiha Madara, who was once as famous as him, didn't have the courage to do it. He also screamed, to create a new world where there would be no more death. What you mean by him is the dry hand post. Kyrabi immediately guessed who the other person in the two teak doors was. That's right, why didn't he expect to dry his hands on the pillars? The legendary god of ninjas, maybe he could really do it. However, unlike the longing faces of the two teak doors, Kyrabi's face immediately changed when he thought that if the visitor was a dry hand, if he really came in person, then we would be in big trouble. Kyrabi said. He was different from other arrogant people. He knew very well that he was once enough to suppress the nine-tailed Nine Lama with his own power, and the legendary ninja god is so powerful. With him, no, even if you add two teak doors that are also human pillars, it is definitely not his opponent. Two teak doors. If the visitor is really hand-driving, you must not hesitate when I let you go. Kyrabi felt wrong, so he warned the two teak doors in advance. Why? The two teak doors looked a little unhappy. She still wanted to see the terrifying strength of the man she yearned for, so she let her escape. Of course she didn't want to. Moreover, at first, Kyrabi asked her to wait and see what happened. She thought Kyrabi was going to join hands with her to deal with the coming enemy. Unexpectedly, as soon as Kyrabi heard that it was possible that the Handia had come in person, he was shocked. 610 Actually, how could Kirara be a counselor than this? But he was wiser than the average person. Since they knew that two people joined forces, they were definitely not the opponents of the dry hand, so why should the two of them stay together to die? There is no reason. Anyway, you must not let the tail beast collection plan between the hand-handed posts succeed. At that time, I will try to delay the opponent as much as possible. You can leave Turtle Island by any means. Kyrabi, who has always been laughing and joking, is a rare and strict one. The two teak doors on the road of Renzilai can be said to have received a lot of guidance from Kyrabi, and he can also be regarded as her teacher. At this moment, hearing the teacher say so, what else could the two teak doors say? They could only nod silently. To be honest, the two teak doors, like other ninjas, still believe that as long as the tail beast in the body is forcibly pulled out, she will not be spared as a human being. Therefore, she, who didn't want to die, really didn't dare to make fun of her life. As for Kyrabi, the two teak doors are very aware of his powerful strength. If there is one person in this world who can survive after being forcibly drawn out of the tail beast, then this person must be strange. Rabbi. This is recognized by the people in the current Naruto world. Chapter 213 Kyrabi Nightmare. I hope that the person who comes is not to do Shijima, even if the person who comes is Uchiha Madara, who is as famous as him. Kyrabi said with emotion. He hadn't learned how powerful Uchiha Madara was, and he didn't know. However, compared to the famous dry hands Eugen, he really didn't plan to run into him here. However, Kyrabi may be utterly unlucky, because soon he will know that not only the people who come have the dry hand pillars he least want to encounter, but also Uchiha is here. This is really unlucky. Holding the giant tortoise between the dry hand posts, he flew for a certain distance in the air until he completely escaped from the maelstrom. Seeing that the giant tortoise had calmed down, he threw the giant tortoise out of the air. Boom, boom. The giant tortoise slammed into the sea, making a huge noise, and then, a huge wave of hundreds of meters high was thrown out. Fortunately, the shell of the giant tortoise is still hard enough, otherwise, How can it withstand the tossing? The scene on Turtle Island can be imagined. Kairabi in the two teak doors almost failed to stand and fell directly to the ground. Everyone, you know, they are movie class figures. If you fall into a dog and chew on the mud, it will take a long time to die of laughter. And then Turtle Island will return to calm. After the giant tortoise fell on the screen without any risk, it might be because you were tired. Maybe for some reason, it didn't even continue to toss and just floated quietly on the sea. After Turtle Island returned to the sea safely, a figure jumped onto Turtle Island. The figure was so fast that it almost swept across the sea. In the next second, the person had landed on Turtle Island, a huge stone pillar. And on the sea behind him, there was a huge trace or road cracked. This is because the speed of the comer is too fast, causing the sea water to come away. The water on both sides closed again long after he landed on Turtle Island. This scene, I have to say, is really shocking. After this, the visitor put his hands around his chest and looked straight at the only two people on the island. The look of contempt was almost overflowing from the screen. While Kairabi and the two teak doors were shocked by the strength of the person who came, they also found that this guy's eyes were different from ordinary people. Good guy, the two eyes of this guy have always been kaleidoscope writing round eyes. One is the reincarnation eye that only appeared in the legend. He is Chiba Madara. Thoughts. Kairabi and the two teak doors looked at each other. At the same time, there was something like this in their minds. When they lifted Turtle Island between the dry hands and flew forward, Uchiha Madara did not fall. He followed it all the time. Later, after he threw Turtle Island back to the sea between the dry hand posts, he made 3 steps and 2 steps to board Turtle Island in one breath. Oh, no, why do my mouth smell so bad? It shouldn't be said that Uchiha Madara is the one who came here. Kairabi couldn't help but complain. Even if it was Uchiha-ban, he didn't think he was capable of dealing with him. Moreover, Madara Uchiha appeared, which undoubtedly confirmed that the information received by Union Village's intelligence department was true. Madara Uchiha was really resurrected by someone, and he was resurrected by the hand-handed column. Kairabi's face paled even when he thought of this level. Time. His skin color was originally dark. This may be the whitest skin in his life. However, next, there is a bigger surprise waiting for Kairabi. After the giant tortoise fell from the air to the sea, it bounced again due to the buoyancy of the sea, and then it landed again. When the giant tortoise landed, in the field of vision, the stone pillar began to fall slowly, and another figure appeared behind the stone pillar. This figure floating in the air, even an idiot knows that he should be the one holding the giant tortoise, that is, the entire huge Turtle Island flying into the sky. And this person was Kairabi's nightmare, the person he didn't want to meet the last Senzu's Yuma. Oh my Ladagaga. After seeing the figure of the person in front of him, Kairabi suddenly felt his scalp numb and his back became cold, and he couldn't help exclaiming, "He is here too." Kairabi felt that he was about to collapse, and it was not enough to come to Uchiha Madara, and he even came to the hand-reeing post. Originally, Kairabi felt that even if the person who came was Uchiha Madara, he would have the power to fight as long as he teamed up with the two teak doors. But now, he can see it clearly. In this battle, they had already lost before they even started. 2 legendary characters joined forces to come to Turtle Island. What else is he struggling with? Need to struggle. Well, if you struggle, it is still necessary. Kairabi retracted his previous thoughts. He knew very well that Konoha must not be allowed to collect all the tail beasts between the dry hand posts. Therefore, in any case, he must have to struggle. Unlike Kairabi, the two teak doors were shocked when they first saw Uchiha-ban. However, when she saw the dry hand post, her face changed, turned into yearning, with a trace of affection. Two teak doors. Kairabi called the two teak doors, and when she saw that she didn't respond, He exaggerated. Only then did the two teak doors come back from their longings and looked at Kairabi with a blank face. Kairabi didn't think too much when he saw this. He thought that the two teak doors with insufficient concentration were shocked by the simultaneous appearance of Ganzuzuma and Uchiha Madara on Turtle Island. Two Lihao teak doors. You have not forgotten our agreement just now. You go quickly, find a way to leave Turtle Island, and report the situation here to Master Aying. Both of them, I will deal with it! Exclamation mark. Don't worry, I can't die. After all, I'm a genius in Union Village, and the hope of the future is the same as Rabbi Sabi. Oh, yeah? When Kairabi spoke, his face was dignified, but he insisted on rap at the end. Although a bit old and rude, the two teak doors understood very well the message Kairabi wanted to convey. It was the first time that she saw him sing with such a serious and deadly expression. The two teak doors knew Kairabi very well. He knew that when he rapped, he always smiled in his heart. This time, it was obviously different. This shows that what he just said is very serious. And also very serious. Chapter 214 Kairabi's Thunderplow Hot Knife. I have never seen ear like this serious and serious two teak doors, and immediately realized that this time, it is not the time for her to be willful, and to stay and continue to admire the man she yearns for. Yeah, at the moment, the two teak doors nodded without saying a word, and then summoned a small clone of the Second Tail Brigade and jumped onto it. After that, with her order, the two tails turned into a black shadow, and instantly rushed into the dense stone forest and trees. Oh, do you want to escape separately? That's impossible. Uchiha-ban, she will leave it to you. The post is very low, not as high as Uchiha Madara. He floats from start to finish. In the air, there was a calm expression. Even this time he ordered Uchiha Madara to chase the two teak doors. However, with such an authentic and calm every move, in Kairabi's eyes, there is a kind of unparalleled dominance and boldness. This is the real strong man, and his strength is revealed in every gesture. He doesn't even need to speak, or even expresses his own strength deliberately, and others can clearly feel it. This guy is the real boss. Yes. When he appeared on the stage, the very high-profile Uchiha Madara responded with a yes 217, and did not say anything, and went after the two teak doors according to his orders. This point undoubtedly further confirmed the strength of his hand-to-hand post. If you want to chase down the two teak doors, you have to pass my level first, Kairabi said, kicking his feet on the ground, and the ground suddenly cracked with shocking cracks. After that, Kairabi turned into a thunderlight and rushed towards Chiba Madara at a very fast speed, trying to stop him. Kairabi's speed is almost as fast as Raiden's speed. Even if it is facing Uchiha-ban, he has the ability to stop him before he catches up with the second sleeve wooden door. However, Kairabi is faster, and one person is faster. Yes. When he appeared on the stage, the very high-profile Uchiha-ban responded with a yes, but did not say anything, and followed his order to chase the two teak doors. This point undoubtedly further confirmed the strength of his hand-to-hand post. Exclamation mark. If you want to chase down the two teak doors, you have to pass my level first, Kairabi said, kicking his feet on the ground, and the ground suddenly cracked with shocking cracks. Afterwards, Kairabi turned into a thunderlight. Agaf rushed towards Uchiha Madara at a very fast speed, trying to stop him. The figure in the dry hand post suddenly appeared in front of Kairabi. The latter did not even see how he started. His figure had already arrived in front of him and stopped him. Kairabi didn't want to run into Senjujima here, but he didn't even want Zizibo Madara to catch up with the toss-sleeve wooden door. Get out of the way. Kairabi was impatient, seeing that he was about to hit the thousand hands pillars. Instead of slowing down at all, he speeded up. Ziziz. Kairabi was full of lightning, turned into a thunder and lightning, and bombed the dry hand post that blocked his way. The plow hot knife, accompanied by Kairabi's roar. The thunder and lightning on his body completely exploded the moment he hit the dry hand post. Boom! Exclamation mark. It was like thunder in 9 days. Countless thunder and lightning hit the body between the dry hand posts. The ground where Kaienzu's Eugene was only affected by lightning strikes had already cracked open and was blown out to form huge scorched pits. Where the thunder and lightning struck, the boulders turned into broken sand, the sand turned into dust, and the dust turned into bursts of blue smoke, instantly enveloping the two figures of the dry hand post and Kairabi. It can be seen that each of these thunder and lightning contains incomparably powerful power, not to mention that there are nearly thousands of thunder and lightning, simultaneously bombarding the body of the hand-reeing post. He didn't hide. Kairabi asked such a question in the thick smoke. After confirming that Li's hot knife had completely hit the dry hand post, he was shocked. Kairabi felt that even if he was doing his hand-to-hands, he would have to fight Li's hot knife forcibly. I am afraid he would not be able to eat it. You know, Li hot knife can be said to be one of the killer features. In the original work, he even used this trick to defeat his righteous brother, that is, the fourth generation of Liang Ai. However, in the next second, when the billowing smoke dissipated and the opposite person could be seen vaguely, Kairabi couldn't believe his eyes. What did he see? Across the billowing smoke, he vaguely saw the dry hand post standing in front of him unharmed, even with a scornful smile on his face. It's like saying, "What?" The so-called thunder plow knife. But at this point of lethality, Kairabi couldn't help rubbing his eyes and muttering in disbelief. How is this possible? Is it unharmed? My sandbike rabbi's thunderplow hot knife has failed. Kairabi was extremely surprised. He knew very well that it was definitely not because of the immunity from thunder between the dry hands. He had encountered people who were immune to thunder done, but that was not the case at that time. A person who is immune to thunder escape is like a lightning rod. The lightning strikes him, passes through his body, from under his feet, and all leads to the earth or other, so that he can completely avoid the damage of lightning. During this process, the lightning will not explode, but will be completely guided into the ground. However, the hand-reeing pillars were different. The lightning struck him and exploded clearly. In other words, he clearly suffered hundreds of lightning strikes, but he was still unharmed. In Kairabi's eyes, this is impossible. Kairabi, pay attention to his clothes. At this moment, the eight-tailed bull ghost inside Kairabi suddenly reminded him that he had discovered something. After being reminded by the bull ghost, Kairabi sent out that the clothes between the dry hands had burnt marks. However, at this moment, the burnt marks were gradually disappearing. Obviously, the clothes on the dry hand post were destroyed by lightning, but he used natural energy to repair it. So to say, Kairabi was a violent spirit, and seemed to have guessed why Dry Hand's Yuma was able to be unscathed after accepting his special skill, Thunder Plow Knife. In that case, thunder and lightning actually caused him damage, but because his healing ability was too strong, he healed his wounds in an instant, so it appeared. The thunder plastic hot knife seemed to be completely wrong. He caused a little harm. Thinking of this possibility, Kairabi felt his scalp numb, and he even got a lot of goosebumps on his arms. Is there anyone in the world who can do it to instantly restore the damage caused by lightning? In the eyes of ordinary people, being hit directly by thunder is almost certain to die. Many people who survived a lightning strike were not actually hit by the lightning, but in fact, they were just affected. Chapter 215. Imagine that even a big tree can be cut in half when the lightning strikes it. How can a person be cut in half by the lightning, not damaged? It can be seen that these people who were said to have been struck by lightning, and those who survived were actually just affected by lightning. Perhaps the thunder and lightning had already exploded at high altitudes, and the remaining trace of electricity just fell on someone, so that person became the person struck by lightning. In short, in any case, lightning is very terrifying. According to scientific reports, a huge lightning bolt is enough to supply the entire New York City with electricity for 1 month. New York City's electricity for a month. Can't you kill you? The thunder and lightning created by Kairabi may not be as powerful as the real 9-day thunder, but it can be regarded as a real thunder. And these thunder and lightning, hundreds of times, while focusing on the hands and pillars, he can heal and recover the damage caused to him in an instant. How can Kairabi not be shocked? This healing power is too terrifying. Your healing power is simply not something humans should have. After the shock, Kairabi licked his dry lips and said, at this moment, he had no intention of stopping Uchiha Madara. He knew that it was not too simple for the person in front of him to stop him. So, he didn't do it a needless struggle. As for the two teak doors, Kairabi felt that she could only ask for her own blessings. No way, he himself cannot protect himself from such a situation. Oh, you don't think of me as a way of complimenting people? I don't like it. Kaiane Zhao's Eugene did not deny it, and simply admitted that what Kairabi said was the truth. However, you are worthy of being an 8-tailed man, and Kairabi, who is strong enough to rival Reikiji, can actually tell. I rely on healing power to make myself look unscathed. Ganzuzuma was not talking nonsense, except for showing his terrifying healing power in front of him when dealing with the 6-tailed man Zilagao. He had never shown it in front of anyone. Uchiha Madara is an exception. After all, he knew the healing power of Muji in the hands of his hands 100 years ago. There have been so many people who have fought against each other, and even the heavenly path pain controlled by Uzumaki Nagato. When they saw that he was unharmed under their attack, they all thought that he was immune to harm. Except for Kairabi, no one really saw through his secret. So, it's no wonder that Senzuzuma couldn't help but praise him. However, Kairabi felt very ashamed in the face of the praise between the hands. After all, strictly speaking, this was really not what he saw with his own eyes, but he realized it after the 8-tailed bull ghost reminded him. Ganzuzuma didn't care about this. In his opinion, since Kairabi is a 8-tailed person, he and the 8-tailed bull ghost are the same person now. Compared to you, the legendary ninja god, I am still far behind. Amidst the embarrassment, Kairabi simply admitted that he was indeed inferior to the dry hand. You know yourself. In that case, you should not resist and hand over the 8-tailed bull ghost. This is the most correct choice for you. Gansu's Eugene said the most arrogant words in the flattest tone. Moreover, the listener didn't feel anything wrong. There is no way. Who makes Ganzu's Eugene now famous, and he does not have to deliberately release the powerful strength in his body. His courage is enough to make people surrender. I think so too, but the 8-tailed bull ghost in my body seems reluctant. Kairabi heard the words and said in a helpless tone. The bull ghost sealed in Kairabi's body looked depressed when he heard this. When did I say I didn't want to? Gangster, you said so yourself. Don't push it on me. He is a monster who has suppressed even the 9 lamas. How dare I say that I don't want to? I think, otherwise, I'll just let him take it away. The 8-tailed bull ghost, who has always been overbearing, rarely shows up. Kairabi and the 8-tailed bull ghost had a good heart, and after hearing the voice of the bull ghost, they quickly comforted him secretly to calm down, and don't get messed up before fighting. The reason why he said that just now was a last resort. He couldn't say that although he also wanted to be interesting and surrender, in order to protect Union Village, he could only be a fool and fight him. 0. Seeking flowers. 0 such sensational words. I'm sorry, he really can't say it. Someone asked if Sabi meant to be stupid. Do you think Kairabi would call himself a stupid? In fact, Sabi is just a catchphrase of Kairabi, and the author is not clear about what it means. That's no way. It seems that I can only kill you, and then take the 8-tailed bull ghost in your body. Gansu's Yuma sighed helplessly and said, in fact, he knew that Kairabi's words were just an excuse. The perception ability of the tail beast is more than 100 times stronger than that of human beings. No tail beast dared to be so powerful after sensing his terrifying power. Nanao Shigeki, when he saw him, he was so scared that he just wanted to escape. It was said that the 9-tailed 9 lama sealed in Naruto's body, after seeing him who once suppressed it with one hand, and then sealed it up. It was so scared that Naruto madly dissed Naruto, so that he must not provoke him. However, the The nine-tailed nine llama is obviously not necessary, because Naruto, a passionate fellow, after seeing the power of Ganzu Zhujian, he has long become his little brother, and he could not have been with him the only Hokage-sama who would offend Konoha he admired. Well, Kyarabi was speechless after hearing this. Please, don't talk about killing me, will you be so plain? Anyway, I am also the famous eight-tailed man Zulai. Well, even if you are really strong, but when you kill, can you look solemn? Click it. Of course, Kyarabi also complained inwardly. He became more vigilant after hearing that the hand-raising post would not show mercy to his men. Don't be cold, let's do it. Seeing Kyarabi in a daze between the dry hands, he couldn't help but speak. Or, you want me to do it first? Kyarabi heard the words, a spirit, and quickly smiled bitterly. Don't let me do it first. Let the hand-raising post first do it. Then he is a fool. Kyarabi felt that, anyway, Konoha would eventually fight Yun in village, and he would always fight Ganzaozu in the end. 2. Chapter 216 is good. Since he couldn't escape anyway, Kyarabi felt that he was fighting him right now, and it was a so-called sympathy, compared with the future, because of old death and leaving empty regrets. Kyarabi believed that he could die in the legendary ninja god. It's also worthwhile to dry hands under the hands. Of course, he had to fight to the death with Ganshaozu, and then he would die after proving his strength. That was worth it. Just letting you stand and letting the hanged killer kill yourself is not worth it. Thinking about this, Kyarabi no longer froze, and after greeted the eight-tailed bull ghost sealed in his body, he turned into lightning again and rushed into the sky. Ganzao Zhujian understood that a shadow-level figure like Kyarabi with strong self-esteem could not escape without a fight for no reason. Therefore, he did not worry that he would take the opportunity to escape, but was on the ground. On the 060 face, she quietly looked at him to see what powerful advanced ninjutsu he would use. Sure enough, Kyarabi didn't let him down. He turned into thunder and rushed to the sky, not to escape, but to make it more convenient for the next physical skills to be performed. The opponent is the hand-raising post. Kyarabi dare not release the water at all. He must use his most powerful move. With the idea of becoming benevolent if he didn't succeed, Kyarabi handsomely drew out the 7 swords behind him when he came to the sky. At this moment, the dried persimmon ghost dumplings have not yet competed with Kyarabi, and the dried persimmon ghost has not been attached to the muscles. Therefore, Kyarabi has only 7 knives on his body, and there is no muscle. Kyarabi is also a wizard. He is even stronger than Soren's 4-sword style in One Piece, and he created his own 7-sword style. Except for the knife bit in his mouth, his hands, the elbow joints of both hands, the arms of both hands, and the elbow joints of both feet each held a knife. Exactly 7 knives, no more, no less. Seeing what Kyarabi looked like at the time between the dry hand posts underneath, he was shocked and couldn't help but vomit. Is this also okay? This guy is really a talent. It was precisely because the elbow joints of both feet had 2 knives that were inconvenient to stand on the ground, so he simply jumped into the air. In this way, he can exert the greatest power of the physical skills he will use next. But before that, Kyarabi did another thing. Ultrasound Shock Thunder Knife. Kyarabi gave a low drink, released Ldun Chakra from his body, and injected Ldun Chakra into his 7 knives at the same time. The Supersonic Shock Thunder Dodge Knife can not only strengthen the sharpness of the knife, but also use Thunder Dodge to induce high-frequency vibration waves, so that the knife has a penetrating power that surpasses the Wind Dodge. To put it simply, the Super Audio Thunder Escape Knife has strengthened the power of the 7 knives while also speeding up the speed and sharpness of the knives. All of a sudden, the force of the ordinary 7 knives was directly increased several times. Well, the knives that can be used by 7-tailed Ricky Rabbi shouldn't kill ordinary knives, but compared to famous knives like Zhao Ji, they are really ordinary, at least not well known. With all preparations in place, Kyarabi finally performed his long-standing physical skills. Kyarabi turned into a flash of lightning again, and fell into the sky at a very fast speed, rushing towards the ground between the hand posts that were still indifferent. Get flushed. At the same time, Kyarabi's muscles swelled and his blue veins were exposed. His eyes also changed. With the cold wind, Kyarabi roared out the name of the physical arts he performed next. Wild, green, heron, cutting, knife, green kiao, sewing method, when making clothes or belts, roll the cloth edges in, and then hide the stitches. Kyarabi flexibly controlled the 7 knives on his body, and attacked the dry hand pillars from different directions, with unpredictable directions and fast knives. The 7 knives under his flexible control can only be described as gorgeous. The 7 knives seemed to have disappeared at the same time, turning into swords and shadows. It turned out not to be ninjutsu, but physical skill. In the face of this situation, Kaienzu Shijin was still indifferent, but there was still a leisurely sentiment to analyze whether Kyarabi was performing ninjutsu or physique. Indeed, the wild heron cutting the sword is a physical skill. After all, this trick is purely on the sharpness and skill of the sword to hurt people. However, it can't be regarded as pure physique. After all, before performing this technique, Kyarabi also used the Dun Middle Dot Super Audio Dun knife to increase the power of the 7 swords. The intention. Of course, it looks calm between the hand-reeing pillars, but in fact, the analysis of Genki Rabbi's trick is obvious. It is clear that he is focused on healing this horrible healing ability, and 7 knives shake from him. In terms of frequency, it is quite fast, even, almost reaching the point where the shadows of the 7 swords cannot be seen. Only the flashing shadows of the swords and swords can be seen. Source it. With such a rapid cutting, the whole person in the dry hand column can be ground into meat in an instant. If the brain, heart and other important organs are all ground into meat sauce in an instant, even if the dry hand column is concentrated and cured, no matter how powerful or abnormal it is, I am afraid there is nothing it can do. In addition, this trick used by Kyarabi is undoubtedly more powerful than Naruto's Wind Dun and Helix Maru Shuriken in the original book, which killed 2 lives. After all, Naruto had only 1 shuriken in his hand at that time, and it was made by Feng Dun, while Kyarabi had 7 really sharp knives in his hand. All in all, Kyarabi's trick was used to target the hand-reeing post, and the purpose is to let the latter know how good he is. As for the idea of killing the dry hands, Kyarabi is very self-aware, and he doesn't feel that the power of his 0.5 move is enough to kill such a terrifying metamorphosis of the hand-handed post. Whether the hand-hands post knew that Kyarabi was so powerful, it was not known, but he did take a look at Kyarabi. Indeed, this trick poses no small threat to him, and I dare to resist his wild green heron cutting knife like the previous hard-anted Thunder Plow knife. Ganz's Eugen knew very well that his healing power was too abnormal, and he was not really immortal. If he was cut into fleshy flesh, he would still die. However, not daring to resist this move, does not mean that Senzuzuma is helpless with Kyarabi's move. He has 1,000 ways to deal with Kyarabi's trick. However, the way to choose between the hands is to use physical skills against physical skills. Chapter 217, This is too unscientific. That's right, Senzuzuma actually planned to use physique to deal with Kyarabi's wild green heron cutting knife. Moreover, not only physique against physique, he also used the combination of earth escape and fire escape to create one in an instant long knife. Yes, he even planned to use a knife against the knife. However, Senju only made 1 knife and did not make a second one, because he believed that there were not many knives, and 1 was enough. In addition, Ganzu's Eugen actually wanted to tell Kyarabi that the sword in his hand was not strictly a knife, but a sword, a dignified Chinese sword. However, Senzuzuma did not explain, because he felt that even if he explained it to Kyarabi, he probably wouldn't understand it. Who makes silent people is always indifferent. Kaienzao's Eugen used Huotong and Totong to create a sharp sword, which was nothing in his own eyes, but it fell into Kyarabi's eyes. but he was very surprised. What is this guy planning to do? Does he also want to use the knives made by Earth Done and Huo Done to deal with my 7 knives? This is impossible, unless his brain is broken. It is not surprising that Kairabi would think so. After all, Oh9, he knew very well that the 7 knives on his body were probably not as famous as the twisted muscles of the dried persimmon ghost. However, the 7 knives on his body may not be regarded as the best 7 knives in the world, but they are also the best 7 knives in the Kingdom of Thunder. Each of these 7 knives comes from a gradual uncle who is proficient in fire and earth ninjutsu, choosing the best tour. After dozens of days, or even hundreds of days, they beat them over and over again. Refined, meticulously crafted, and finally, just made it. It can be said that the hardness and sharpness of these 7 knives are far from what ordinary swords can compare. As for the dry hand post, it is nothing more than using earth to extract metals from the earth, and then using fire to melt these metals into the shape of a knife. With such a shoddy knife, what is the capital that can fight against the best 7 knives in Thunder Country? This is also the reason why Kairabi would think that if Senju Zuma really did this, his brain was broken. However, no matter how Kairabi didn't want to believe it, Senju Zuma did it. Holding the newly built sword in his right hand, he calmly greeted Kairabi's 7 swords. All of this is very long in length, but in fact, the time has passed only 2 or 3 seconds. At this time, the sword and the sword clash for the first time. Ding! The moment the sword intersected, a dazzling and beautiful spark came out. Afterwards, the 2 sides immediately bounced off. Immediately afterwards, they fought again, and sparks sputtered again. The speed is so fast that it has reached the level that the naked eye can't see it. Physique. Here is the unique charm of physique. Relying on the strength, speed and skill of the body, it can also fight with the ninjutsu, which must be displayed by using chakrafang. In addition to the shortcomings in long-range attacks, its physical skills, when practiced to the extreme, can also exert powerful power. In this world, few people can practice physique and ninjutsu to the extreme at the same time, and Senjutsu is one of them. Of course, Kairabi is not bad either. Therefore, this battle between physical skills is exceptionally exciting. I saw that the speed of both of them was very sensitive, and the swords in their hands were so close that they could not see the situation at all. They could only vaguely see sparks sputtering in the air and the clanging of swords. The figures of the 2 of them are almost looming. Many times, the trees and stone pillars in the field of vision suddenly and neatly cut apart before people's eyes can see what is going on. These suddenly collapsed trees and stone pillars were obviously affected by the sharpness of their swords and suffered. The battle between the 2 people, physique and physique, between the sword and the sword, everything seemed to be evenly matched. But if you look at it slowly, you can find the tricky. Although Kairabi wielded 7 knives, his attack frequency was 100 times faster than that of dry hands, or even dry, but his face became more and more serious, and even a lot of cold sweat oozes on his cheeks. On the other hand, the Kaien Zuzuma seemed to be surrounded by the shadow of the sword, but in fact, he was holding a sword, but he dealt with it with ease, with a calm expression on his face from beginning to end. From the details of the 2 sides, it is enough to see that Senju Zuma seems to be suppressed, but in fact it has the upper hand. Let you have 7 swords in your hand, no matter how high your attack frequency is, Lao Tzu has 1 sword in your hand, responding to changes in the same way, playing slow and fast, and every move can offset your hundreds of fierce attacks. No matter how high your attack frequency and speed are, but you can't cause damage, it's just a waste of energy. In this way, in the end, no matter how strong you are, there will be a moment of defeat by my sword. However, Kairabi obviously doesn't understand the infinite truths such as changing with the unchanging and playing fast with slowness. In the consistent thinking of Naruto world, the faster the speed, the higher the attack frequency and the greater the strength of physical skills, the more powerful. However, what Senju Zuma wants to say is that this kind of thinking is usually correct. But in the master and master's tricks, 443 is wrong and outrageous. Kairabi obviously didn't realize this. Of course, this can't be blamed on the strange rabbi. After all, ninjutsu is the most important thing in this world. There are very few people who truly practice physical skills and truly understand the essence of physical skills. At this moment, the more Kairabi attacked, the more solemn his face became. How is this possible? The attack frequency of my 7 knives is obviously far more than the one in his hand. But why? I can't hurt him. Not even a single shot. Kairabi was shocked in his heart. The 7 knives on his body attacked thousands of times, and Kaien Suzumu often fought back 7 or 8 times. But even though the difference in attack frequency was so large, he didn't hurt a single shot. Dry hand post. Not to mention that it hurt the dry hand column, he didn't even touch his clothes or a piece of hair on his body. Why? He seems to know my offensive line, and every time, he only needs to use a sword to destroy me hundreds of attacks. Why? He seems to see through every attack of mine. This is too unscientific, right? Also, his movements obviously seem to be slow. Why? I can't avoid his attacks. Can't break through his offense. Chapter 218. Slow can be controlled fast. Kairabi's heart collapsed, and all this completely violated his common sense. Don't be too unscientific. Even the 8-tailed bull ghost sealed in Kairabi's body was surprised when he saw it. Slow can restrain fast. What is the reason? I have lived for thousands of years, but I have never seen it before. The 8-tailed bull ghost couldn't help but make a sound, said. Of course, it didn't show up, so only Kairabi could hear this voice. Kairabi did not expect that even the knowledgeable 8-tailed bull ghost did not understand the truth, and for a while, he was even more confused. He really deserves to be the legendary god of ninjas, and he can do things that ordinary people can't do in the Senjutsu. It's a pity that we are in a hostile relationship. Otherwise, if you can ask him for advice, you will definitely benefit a lot. In Kairabi's heart, such a ridiculous idea unexpectedly emerged. Kairabi, now is not the time to be distracted. When the 8-tailed bull ghost saw this, he quickly reminded the distracted Kairabi. It wasn't that it was willing to be troublesome, but that Kaien Suzumu was already armed with a sword and attacked, so it had to remind Kairabi. Hearing the words, Kairabi quickly reduced his mind and concentrated on dealing with the attack between the 1,000 hands. However, seeing Senjutsu's sword stabbed towards him slowly, Kairabi's heart collapsed again. And this kind of slow attack, but unfortunately, it seems that the slower is actually fast, and the most what made him helpless was that, apart from head-to-head, he couldn't think of any way to dodge or crack this slow attack. Moreover, Senjutsu's attack seemed to have moved true. No way, Kairabi could only bite the bullet, with the double swords in his hands, to block the sword between the dry hands. When the 2 swords in Kairabi's hand crossed, and where they overlapped, they accurately caught the sword between the 1,000 hands. However, after successfully taking over the sword from the Senjutsu, Zero did not show the slightest pride on his face. On the contrary, his hands were numb, and, vaguely, he seemed to feel something wrong. Broken. Senjutsu suddenly spoke. Sure enough, the next second, just hearing the sound of eye banging, the 2 knives in Kairabi's hand broke at the same time. Sure enough, Kaien Suzumu was really moving. With only 1 sword, Kairabi's sword was interrupted, and 2 of them were interrupted together. How is this possible? Kairabi couldn't believe it in his heart, but the 2 swords broke under his nose. No matter how he denied it, no matter how he didn't want to admit it, it was useless, because it was a fact. The 2 knives in my hand were all made by the top swordsmiths in the Kingdom of Thunder, and they were broken by a casually made sword. Kairabi's expression at the moment was as if he had seen a ghost. His mouth was so big that it was enough to stuff 3 or 4 salted duck eggs. Of course Kyrabi didn't understand why the shoddy and inferior 3-No products could break the proud work of the top swordsmiths in the Kingdom of Thunder. Senju Zumu understood this very well. It wasn't that he used natural energy to strengthen the sharp sword in his hand. If it was true, Kyrabi also used Thunderdun to strengthen the 7 swords in his hand. According to reason, it is still impossible to break the 2 knives in his hand. The reason for this is actually very simple. If you really want to go head to head, if you want to be tough, Kaienzu Zujin feels that the temporary sword in his hand doesn't need to be compared with the knife in Kyrabi's hand. It must be broken by the opponent. After all, where is the quality? A sword that has been tempered and tempered can be comparable to a sword you can create in just a few seconds. Therefore, Senju Zuma certainly wouldn't be so stupid that the sword in his hand would go against the sword in Kyrabi's hand. Every time he makes a move, whether to resist or attack, he actually uses ingenuity. That is, to avoid the sharpness of the opponent's knife, to resist or attack from the side, avoiding the sharpness of the knife, letting it be the famous knife of the Thunder Country that has been thoroughly tempered by the fire. In the eyes of Kaienzu Zujin, it is just a piece of iron of excellent quality. Moreover, the reason why Senju Jame was able to break Kyrabi's 2 knives with the sword in his hand did not rely on strength or the sharpness of the sword, but by using the weakness of Kyrabi's 2 knives. Yes, that's right. The double knives in Kyrabi's hands are indeed rare famous knives, but no matter how high quality famous knives, after thousands of battles, cracks will inevitably appear. Even a slight crack, even a crack thinner than a leg hair on a mosquito's leg, as long as it is used to accurately hit the crack can spread like a plague and achieve the purpose of breaking the famous knife. This is why Senju's use a shoddy sword in his hand broke the famous sword in Kyrabi's hand. Of course, the truth is such a truth. How did Senju Zuma see the cracks in the knife in Kyrabi's hand that were thinner than the hair of the mosquito's legs? No matter how good the eyesight is, it is impossible to find such tiny cracks without the aid of tools such as magnifying glasses and microscopes. Otherwise, if he could find a crack in the knife in his hand, how could Kyrabi not rebuild it, but give the enemy a chance? The only reason was that the cracks were too small. Even if Kyrabi took a knife and looked closely under the light, he couldn't find these cracks too subtle. But Kaienzu Zuma did it. He was able to see the slight cracks in the knife in Kyrabi's hand in the shadow of the sword, light and sword, in the fierce battle. How did he do it? Of course he couldn't do it with the vision of the 2 eyes between the 1,000 hands. But don't forget, the system once rewarded him with a reincarnation eye. Moreover, because it is the reincarnation eye rewarded by the system, the reincarnation eye in the Kaienzu Zujin is very overbearing. It will only appear when he needs to use it. In normal times, his eyes are not the same as those of normal people. Different. That's right, in this battle of physique and physique, sword and sword, Kaienzu Zuma opened his eyes of reincarnation. The reincarnation eye, but the most powerful pupil power in the world. With the aid of the reincarnation eye, it is still very easy for the 1,000 hands to find the slight crack in the knife in Kyrabi's hand. In this way, Kyrabi's question before was easily solved. Kyrabi has always had a doubt as to why Senju Jatsuma seemed to be able to see through every attack he made. The answer is obvious, of course, because he saw it with the eyes of reincarnation. Chapter 219. No matter how fast Kyrabi's offensive speed, no matter how high his frequency, in the eyes of Samsara, the speed is slower than that of a snail crawling. It is precisely because of this that Senju Jama can easily see through every attack of Kyrabi. However, at this moment, Kyrabi obviously hadn't noticed the change in the right eye between the Kaienzaozu. After all, the Kaienzaozu hadn't given him a chance to breathe. After cutting off the 2 knives in Kyrabi's hand with a single sword, Kaienzu Zujin burst into anger, and another sword stabbed. This time, Kyrabi was smarter and no longer used 2 at once to resist. He only used a knife in his mouth to resist. However, The doomed ending can't be lost. Break. As the sharp voice of the Senjutsu rang again, the knife that Kairabi was biting in his mouth did not escape the fate of the two knives in front, and was cut off by a sharp sword. Kairabi's face became worse and worse. Sure enough, seeing it is better than hearing it. Is this the true strength of the legendary ninja god Ganzuzuma? I finally saw it with my own eyes today. Only, this Nima is simply not too abnormal. Kairabi was complaining in his heart, but still did not dare to be careless in his heart. The attack between Senjutsu is still going on. Broken. With another stern shout, a black knife in Kairabi's right elbow also broke in two. Next, there is a short blade on his left elbow joint, and then, there is a big sword between the elbow joint of his right leg. As the clanging of jingle bells continued to sound, and as the words break were yelled from the mouth of the dry hand column, the 7 knives on Kairabi's body were broken one by one. In the end, there was only a black knife in his right arm. This black knife was the first knife Kairabi obtained, and it has been with him since he first learned ninjutsu. At that time, he only had 2 knives on his back, and he used a double sword flow. But now, when he grows up, the dual sword style has also become the 7 sword style. However, it is a pity that facing the legendary god of ninja, Kairabi has only one feeling at the moment. That is deep despair. Too strong. Senjutsu is too strong. However, it was in this despair that Kairabi finally noticed the change in Senjutsu's right eye. Reincarnation eye? Kairabi couldn't help screaming when he saw the rippled glasses. At the same time, he also understood why Senjutsu could see through all his offenses. The reincarnation eye is because of the reincarnation eye. He actually has reincarnation eyes! Exclamation mark. Kairabi felt his scalp numb. Although the intelligence department of Yanin village found out that it was Senjutsu who resurrected Uchiha Madara himself, it failed to find out what method it used. Thinking about it now, Senjutsu is Uchiha Madara who has resurrected with the ultimate pupil technique of the reincarnation eye, the outer path and the natural technique of reincarnation. Kainzu's strength is already terrifying enough. And now, he actually has the reincarnation eye assistance. Wow, what else is there to fight? What else is there to fight? Kairabi almost gave up on himself. Had it not been for the 8-tailed bull ghost in his body to remind him in time, he would have stood and let Senjutsu solve himself. It's impossible to beat it anyway, so it's better to suffer to death. What are you doing? You trash, you want to die. I don't want to. Hurry up and avoid his attack. Later, I will try my best to help you. Upon seeing this, the 8-tailed bull ghost quickly promised to do my best to help Kairabi. Kairabi only remembered when he heard the words, yes. He still had a sealed 8-tailed bull ghost in his body. He and the 8-tailed bull ghost may still not be the opponent of Kainzu's, but at least they can let him understand. They are amazing. After a glimmer of hope ignited in his heart, Kairabi no longer gave himself up, opened his arms and let the black knife fall from the air. When the black knife fell from his waist, his eyes were quick and he suddenly shot, grabbing the underworld, and pierced towards the Senjutsu. Kairabi fought back. However, there was no panic between the dry hands. He even felt a little familiar with this scene. Isn't this the way Quan Yaozhong, Ya killed the Night King? However, only the most trash and ultimate boss in history, the Night King, will be stunned by this technique. He is not the Night King. When Kairabi unexpectedly counterattacked, Kainzu's wrist reversed, and the sharp sword in his hand also greeted Kairabi's black sword. Tip to tip of sword. Ding. When, with the crisp sound of the collision of the swords, there was no accident. The last black knife in Kairabi's hand suffered the same fate as the other 6 knives, and the tip of the knife began to crack. Then, it began to shatter. In the end, in Kairabi's hands, only half of the black knives remained. The shoddy sharp sword in Kainzu's hand continued to stab at the black knife in Kairabi's hand according to the king's old intact. What Jianfeng refers to as invincible. The remaining half of the black knife in Kairabi's hand, under the sharp sword's edge, broke again every inch, turned into pieces of iron, and fell to the ground. In the end, Kyrabi's hands, there was only one handle left. "Don't you have 7 knives?" "Oh, 7 knives. But now, where's your knives?" Kaiane Zhaozu opened his mouth and mocked. In addition, Kaiane Zhaozu said so, but he didn't have the slightest plan to stop and show mercy. His sharp sword continued to be passed forward. It seemed that he didn't mind that the sword was so famous. Rabbi of the Eight-Tailed Man. At this moment, Kyrabi's face also showed a touch of bitterness. Of course, the bitterness on his face is not because of the sarcasm made by the hands. After all, it is not as good as humans to be ridiculed. Isn't it normal? The reason why he showed a bitter expression is because the strength of Senju Zuma is really too powerful, too strong. However, now, it is not the time to admire the opponent. Kyrabi is very clear that he will not make any resistance. At this moment, it is his death date. Thinking of this, Kyrabi suddenly released his hand and discarded the handle of the knife in his hand. The next moment, Kyrabi's body was suddenly covered with a purple-gray chakra coat. That's right. This layer of chakra coat is exactly the eight-tailed garment in the form of an eight-tailed bull ghost. Kyrabi turned into a beast in an instant. Moreover, there are 8 tails at first. For a while, Kaiane Zhaozu often fought against the human pillar of the tail beast. Whether it was the 7-tailed human pillar or the 6-tailed human pillar, or maybe it's the Kyuubi Manzuri Naruto and Ikkyumanzi Ligara who are now in Konoha village. Chapter 219, no matter how fast Kyrabi's offense is, no matter how high the frequency is, in the eyes of Samsara, that speed. They are slower than snails crawling. It is precisely because of this that Senjujuma can easily see through every attack of Kyrabi. However, at this moment, Kyrabi obviously hadn't noticed enough of his fatigue. After all, Kaiane Zhaozu didn't give him a chance to breathe. After cutting off the 2 knives in Kyrabi's hand with a single sword, Kaiane Zhaozu burst into air, and another. The sword stabbed. This time, Kyrabi is smarter and no longer uses 2 at a time to offset the gear, only used a knife on his mouth to resist. However, the doomed ending is no escape. Break. As the sharp voice of Senjutsu rang again, the knife that Kyrabi was biting in his mouth did not escape the fate of the 2 knives in front, and was broken by a sharp sword. Kyrabi's face became worse and worse. Sure enough, seeing it is better than hearing it. This is the true story of the legendary ninja god Senjujuma. Strength. I finally saw it with my own eyes today. Only ... This Nima is simply not too perverted. Kyrabi was complaining in his heart, but still did not dare to be careless in his heart. Senjuzuma's offensive continued. Break. 517 inches. With another stern shout, Kyrabi broke a black knife in his right elbow. 2 cuts. Next, is a short blade of his left elbow, and then, is his right elbow clamp. Holding a sword. With the sound of jingle jingle breaking, the sound from the mouth of Senju. One by one, the 7 knives on Kyrabi's body were broken. In the end, only a pitch black knife in his right hand was left. This black knife was the first knife Kyrabi obtained, from when he first learned ninjutsu. Has been with him. At that time, he only had 2 knives on his back. He used a double sword flow. But now, he has grown up, and the double sword style has also become the 7 sword style. However, it is a pity that, facing the legendary god of ninja, Kyrabi has only one feeling at the moment. That is deep despair. Too strong. Senjuzuma is too strong. However, in this despair, Kyrabi finally noticed Senjujuma's right eye. The change. Reincarnation eye? Kyrabi couldn't help screaming when he saw the rippled glasses. At the same time, he also understood why could Senjuzuma be able to drink through all his attacks. The reincarnation eye is because of the reincarnation eye. He actually has reincarnation eyes. Kyrabi felt his scalp numb. Although the intelligence department of Yunren village found it, is 1,000. Uchiha Madara was resurrected by Tamezuma himself. But what method was used, but did not find out. Thinking about it now, Senjuzuma uses the ultimate pupil technique of the reincarnation eye. Outside the path, reincarnation is born. Uchiha Madara, who was resurrected by the technique Kaienzu's Eugene's strength is already terrifying enough, and now, he actually has reincarnation aid. Help. Wow. What else is there to fight? What else is there to fight? Kyarabi almost gave up on himself, if it wasn't for the eight-tailed bull ghost in his body to remind him in time. If that is the case, he estimated that he would stand and let Senjutsu solve himself. It is impossible to beat it anyway. Might as well suffer to death. Are you in 1,000? You trash. You want to die. I don't want to. Hurry up and avoid his attack. Later. Face. I will do my best to help you. Seeing this, the eight-tailed bull ghost quickly promised to do my best to help Chi. Rabbi Kyarabi only remembered when he heard the words, yes. He still had a sealed eight-tailed bull ghost in his body. He and the eight-tailed ox ghost teamed up. Maybe they are still not the opponent of the Kaienju Zujian, but at least they can. Enough for him to learn. They are amazing. After a glimmer of hope ignited in his heart, Kyarabi no longer gave up on himself, opened his arms. The black sword fell from the air. When the black sword fell from his waist, his eyes and hands were quickened suddenly. Shot, grabbed the underworld. Ajak then. He pierced towards the Senju column. Kyarabi fought back. However, Senjutsu didn't panic at all. Seeing this scene, he even felt a little familiar. Isn't this how Eren killed the Night King in Quenu? However, only the most trash and ultimate boss in history, the Night King, will be attacked by this technique. Give it a second, he is not the Night King. When Kyarabi unexpectedly fought back, Senju's wrist reversed and there. The sharp sword also greeted the black knife in Kyarabi's hand. The tip of the sword is the tip of the sword. Ding. When, with the crisp sound of the collision of the swords, there is no accident. After a black knife, after suffering the same fate as the other 6 knives, cracks began to appear on the tip of the knife. Then, it began to shatter. In the end, in Kyarabi's hands, only half of the black knives remained. The shoddy sharp sword in the hands of Kaienzu Zujian, but still intact, continues to move towards the strange. The black knife in the rabbi's hand stabbed. The sword cage is invincible. The remaining half of the black knife in Kyarabi's hand, under the sharp edge of the sword, broke again every inch. Turned into pieces of iron, falling to the ground. In the end, Kyarabi left only a handle. Don't you have 7 knives? Diao. 7 knives flow. But now, where is your knife? 1,000. Between the hand posts, he opened his mouth and mocked. In addition, Senjutsu said that, but his heart didn't stop at all. With Kaien's intention to stay, his sword continued to pass forward. It looks like he doesn't mind. Just like this, one sword resulted in the famous eight-tailed Manzariki Rabbi. At this moment, Kyarabi's face also felt bitter. Of course, the bitterness on his face was not due to Senjutsu's sarcasm. After all, isn't it normal for people to be incapable of being ridiculed? Why is he bitter? The expression is because the strength of the Senjutsu is really amazing. Too strong. However, now, it is not the time to admire his opponent. Kyarabi is very clear that he will never make some resistance. At this moment, it is his death date. Thinking of this, Kyarabi suddenly released his hand and discarded the handle of the knife in his hand. At the next moment, Kyarabi's body suddenly disappeared from a purple-gray chakra coat. FF cover. That's right, this layer of chakra coat is exactly the eight-tailed garment in the form of an eight-tailed bull ghost. Kyarabi turned out in an instant. The tail is beasted. Moreover, there are 8 tails at first. For a while, Kaienzu Zujian often fought with the human Zulai of the tail beast. Whether it is Nanao, Renzilu who is still 6-tailed Renzilu tall, or maybe it's the Kyuubi who is now in Konoha village, Zili Naruto and one-tail man Zili Gaara. Chapter 220 The Eighth Sword. Each of them needs a process when the tail becomes animalized, even if the time is short, even only a second or 2. But at least there is a process of tail animalization. Moreover, the more tails become animalized, the longer it takes. However, when it came to Kyarabi, the situation was different. He turned out for an instant. Just finished. Become a beast with 7 tails. From this point, it is enough to see that Kairabi is indeed stronger than the other tail orcs. For different. Yes, the other orcs are basically teenagers. Naruto and I love. Luo's words are even younger. Even the oldest Yugao, he doesn't seem to be in his 20s. As for Kairabi, he is almost 40 years old, and he has spent less time as a tailed orc. Say there are 20 or 30 years. 20 to 30 years, but much older than Zulai's age. So Kira, how can you not have your own experience when it comes to controlling tail beasts and how to become tail beasts? After finishing the tail beastization in an instant, Kairabi also fought back. Oh, yeah? What a sharp sword. But I don't only have 7 swords. Kira even responded to the sarcasm made by Senjuzuma just now. The next second, his feet were on the ground. The face jerked one end, then lowered his head and increased head towards the Senju. The sharp sword that pierced at him pushed forward. Use your head against sharp swords. This is not a fool's behavior. However, Senjujuma doesn't think so. He knows that Kairabi looks grotesque. Haha likes to rap without being serious, but at critical moments, he will still be serious. As predicted, 8 swords. During the sprint, Kairabi suddenly roared, and the entire Turtle Island even won quite. Then, on top of Kairabi's head, the 2 horns formed by the energy of chakra are here. For a moment, there was a hint of sharpness. It even creates an illusion, making people feel that this is not a pair of chakras, the condensed horns, but a real knife. The so-called 8th knife in Kairabi's mouth is 8 at one end. When Kairabi's 7 swords were continuously destroyed in Senjujuma's hands, the invincible sword, I-9. It's about to pierce Kairabi's forehead, but a few centimeters from Kairabi's forehead, unexpectedly encountered resistance. Kairabi's whole person, together with the horns on top of his head, seemed to be the last one. The huge sword graciously withstood the offensive of the sharp sword. At this moment, the 2 sides seemed to be deadlocked. Of course, this fragile balance was quickly broken. Kairabi suddenly uttered a cow cry. Yes, it was a cow cry. Then, he gathered the power of his whole body and slammed forward fiercely. Click. This time, what was broken turned out to be the sharp sword in the hands of Kaienzuzujian. This shoddy sharp sword, which was made temporarily by the Senjuzuma, finally failed to resist. The 8th knife that lived in Kairabi shattered. However, looking at the expression on Senjuzuma's face, he still hasn't changed at all. It looks like he had expected this result a long time ago. That's right. Senjuzuma had indeed expected that this time, the one in his hand would be broken. A sharp sword. After all, Kira has experienced countless fights more or less than the previous 7 knives. There were some thin and proud cracks on the knife. And the first 8 swords are only the power of chakra and 8-tailed bull ghosts of Rabbi Gweki. This knife does not have those fatal cracks. Therefore, what broke this time was naturally the sharp sword in his hand. In short, Senjuzuma had expected all this long ago. After Kairabi smashed the sharp sword in Senjujuma's hand with the first 8 knives, he was also happy in his heart. Although, he knew very well that he still didn't even hurt a single cold hair on the other side. However, he knew at least one thing, that is, even though Senjuzuma is strong to the point of invincibility, but there is no real invincibility, this so-called legendary ninja god, it is still possible to be defeated. Of course, Kairabi knew that although the one who defeated Senjujuma could not be himself, but he is willing to try his best. Therefore, Kairabi did not immediately stop after he succeeded. The horns on the top of the head, according to the old man, headed aggressively towards the Senjujuma. And, perhaps because there is a glimmer of hope, Kairabi's arrogance is not show. The horns on the top of his head suddenly grew violently. Seeking flowers. The horns are extremely sharp. If you let it hit your body, it will be a physique between 1,000 hands. Hard. still unavoidable the fate of being pierced through the whole body by the horns. Moreover, this is not a simple pair of horns. Kyarabi and horns have merged into one, turned into a huge knife. Seeing Kyarabi's knife is about to pierce the whole person between Senjujuan with a single knife. At that time, Senjuzazu made another move. Thousands of hands lost the broken sword in his hand that had completed its mission, and then, unexpectedly, grabbed the horns on Koki's head. That's right. Kaienzuzujian went to grab Kyarabi's horns empty-handed. 200. This behavior is simply not too bold. You know, at this moment, Kyarabi and the horns on his head have merged into one, a huge money knife. How sharp is this knife? From the surrounding stone pillars, as soon as it touches, sword chi is cut off altogether. It is enough to see. However, the next second, something surprising happened. Kaienzuzumu actually passed through the layers of sword energy, and grasped the sharpness that came towards him. Horns. And, this process is simply not too easy. After grabbing the horns, Kaienzuzu used the monster force and threw it forcefully, turning the tail into a beast. Kyarabi threw it up into the sky. The strange force between the Kaienzuzu now, and how powerful it is simply unimaginable. And so, under this throw, Kyarabi looked like a meteor. Yiliu, the star-like speed was thrown into the sky and even penetrated the clouds. What a great strength! It's no wonder that with one hand, Senjuzuma is enough to hold the entire giant turtle. Moreover, when Senjuzuma forcefully threw Kyarabi into the sky, he naturally used his feet strength, otherwise, it is difficult to exert all the power of the strange power. However, it was precisely because of this that the entire Turtle Island was sunk by him. Although the body of Turtle Island is a giant tortoise, but how can I say it is a whole? A small island. As soon as the Kaienzuzu force is applied, the whole island will sink and sink. It can be seen that the force T has been strong to a terrible point. Chapter 221. Let's try the power of darkness first. After Kyarabi was thrown into the sky, it didn't feel good either. He feels that the whole body is completely under his own control. He keeps flying high, and he doesn't have any relay in the air. I want to stop myself. It is also difficult to do. What's more, he is flying extremely fast. The excessive speed and the strong wind pressure crush him. Difficulty breathing, chest tightness and pain. Very uncomfortable. Moreover, this is because he is protected by a coat of 8 tails. If he doesn't, with this layer of 8-tailed clothes, he can't imagine what would happen to him now. Is it because the speed is too fast, and the whole person is torn apart by the tyrannical force in the air? Finally, after flying for a full kilometer, the strength between the 1,000-hand pillars finally dissipated almost. After that, Kyarabi took control of his body and stopped himself. Month 20. Looking at the Kyarabi's eyes which had shrunk to the size of an ant, Kyarabi's eyes narrowed. Then, he didn't hesitate, and with the force of falling from the air, he performed again. Out of his famed stunt, done middle Xian hot knife. Kyarabi roared. His body was covered with a layer of lightning. And then again, fly back to Turtle Island at the speed of a meteor. Even in terms of speed, it was faster than when he was thrown high in the air by the 1,000-hand pillars. Fast. However, this time Kyarabi controlled the speed himself, so he did not feel uncomfortable. On the contrary, he even felt very exciting. For the first time in history, he was from such a high air. Show off your fame. Skill King Hot Knife. Coupled with the force generated when sprinting down from a height of thousands of meters, the Thunder Hot Knife can burst out. How powerful is this? Even Kyarabi is very much waiting to see. He is now like a sky thunder falling from the sky. On Turtle Island, Kyarabi, who had fallen from the sky in the form of a sky thunder, was between the 1,000 hands. There is also action on the top. On the hands between Kaienzuzu, 2 completely different natural energy restrained each other appeared. Energy. These 2 natural energies are completely different from the basic natural energy of the 5 elements. They are a very special natural energy. These 2 natural energies, one black and one white. Moreover, Although the two are mutually exclusive, they emerge. After that, it did not dissipate, but formed a balance. A balance between yin and yang, softness and rigidity, black and white. Yes, they are the power of yin and yang. Yin escape represents the power of the spirit, and the yin escape art can create a form invisible. Yang done represents the power of yang done can inject life into the body. It can be said, the art of yin and yang, also known as yin and yang escape, has both destruction and the ability to create. It is different from the basic 5 elements of ninjutsu and taijutsu. It even combines the two perfectly. Get together. Kaienzu's Eugene has completely mastered the power of the 5 elements yin and yang. He now wants to try. Look at how powerful yin and yang escape is. But Senjutsu activated the reincarnation eye of his right eye again. After checking Kairabi intently, he felt that the current Kairabi was not enough for him to use his full power to escape from yin and yang. In this case, let's try the power of yin done first. Senjutsu thought this way, and temporarily carried the right hand with the white natural energy. He only used one left hand to deal with Kairabi, who fell from the sky. Kairabi became tunnel and landed on Turtle Island again at a very fast speed. When he saw when Xiao's Eugene carried her right hand behind her back and planned to use one left hand to deal with him, a trace of anger finally appeared on his face. Damn it, Senjutsu. Even if you are really the god of ninjas, don't be too arrogant. You should really think that with one hand, is it enough to block my full blow? Kairabi roared madly invoking the power of the 8-tailed bull ghost in his body to increase the lightning. Valent. For a time, Kairabi's whole person seemed to explode, and the thunder and lightning raged on him. A thaw is coming. The terrifying aura and the ferocity of the aura make the world feel in awe. However, such a terrifying aura does not threaten Senjutsu at all. He only, just a scornful smile. Then, he just said, "Really? But, I'm so glad, I want to give it a try." Kaienzuzu said angrily, seriously, with one left hand, clenched into a fist, facing Kairabi, who was covered in thunder and lightning. Blasted over. And at this moment, Kairabi also displayed his most powerful thunder in history. Hot knife. He made perfect use of the strength of falling from a height of 1,000 meters. Together with the 8-tailed bull ghost in the body, the most powerful, the power of the King Hot Knife completely improved to a whole new level. Its power, I'm afraid, is better than the power of Lee's hot knife that he and Ying Ai jointly displayed. Can be stronger. No way. Once a person is forced to a desperate situation, he can always burst out with unimaginable power, and come of Kairabi is no exception. Moreover, he is not an ordinary person. However, Senjutsu doesn't care about all of this at all. He just wants to try the shameful, destructive power. Finally, the fist and thunder and lightning met heads. In just an instant, thunder and lightning entangled in the palm of the hand. After a temporary delay, it exploded in an instant. There was a dazzling white light and a violent explosion sound. Of course, the lightning that exploded is only a small part of it. More lightning. It's like a thunder snake, following the palms and arms between the 1,000 hands pillars, all the way up. Look, son, is going to sweep the whole person between Senjutsu. Moreover, this is only the beginning. These thunders and lightnings are just private classes. The outermost part of Kira's body 5.0. Only after the thunder and lightning is Kairabi himself, and his big tricks one by one. Hot knife. Senjutsu Eugene looked at his fist, even his stomach, under the bombardment of thunder and lightning. Unfinished skin, and quickly reborn under his own powerful concentrated healing ability. He didn't care about this in the least. He is still waiting for a moment, waiting for the thunder. After the arrival of Kairabi, finally, Kairabi appeared, and his whole person turned into a thunder and lightning blade, towards Kaienzuzu. Sprinted from time to time. Kairabi's speed is as fast as thunder and lightning. It's almost a blink of an eye and you will. The point where he can no longer be captured. With lightning-like sprint speed and huge lightning power, Kyrubi's move is not inferior. Big. Chapter 222 Fengelshan Hot Knife. In just a moment, the space around the Kaienzu's Eugene was filled with lightning. Under the bombardment of thunder and lightning, the ground began to fragment. Under the bombardment of thunder and lightning, the stone pillars suddenly collapsed, and Kyrubi, who was covered with thunder and lightning, left a huge scorch. Under the influence of thunder and lightning, the entire sea is turbulent and tumbling. This scene is like the end of the day. Far away, Turtle Island Tails trip. The two pumped the wooden door panting. She has a layer of silver chakra condensed by thick ISS chakra coat, but if you are careful, you can see that she is. There have been cracks in his chakra coat. Even the tail beastization. The two wooden doors are not at the legendary level of Uchiha Madara, the opponent of the character. At this moment, she was panting and didn't know what to do. Perhaps, now, complete tail animalization is her only choice. But at the same time, the two of them knew very well that she was not 13 Kyrubi after all. Leash is not enough to completely control the two tails. With complete tail animalization, she must be. It will get out of control. However, if you don't do this, is there any way? The two pumping the wooden door fell into deep distress. However, at this moment, the sky. Suddenly, 9 days of thunder sounded. Immediately afterwards, a series of silver thunder and lightning erupted from the center of Turtle Island, and then, quickly, the speed must be extended to the entire Turtle Island. Kyrubi's thunder plow hot knife. The two smoked the wooden door and saw it. I couldn't help but stunned. This discharge, and it was definitely Kyrubi's thunder plow knives. She and Kyrubi are both teachers and friends, and they usually get together. I haven't seen it rarely. Kyrubi showed off his unique trick, but it was the first time she had seen it. Why then? Such a huge thunder plow hot knife. Thunderbolt and even caged the entire Turtle Island. It seems that Kyrubi was also driven into a desperate situation by the Thousand Hands pillars. The two pulled the wooden door and analyzed the current situation of Kyrubi, only to be forced to the extreme circumstances. Kyrubi would really get serious, and his true strength would burst out. But now, she doesn't seem to be worried about this. On the side, Uchiha Madara saw the thunder and lightning swept over him. Although it was also a bit surprised, he was strong. As tough as him, he obviously doesn't take this seriously. However, it was just such a little time for a flash of God, but it was already caught by the wooden door of the two sleeves. Opportunity. The thunder and lightning that ravaged Turtle Island is a trouble for Uchiha Madara, but it is for the two of them to pull the wooden door. It was a good thing. At the moment, the two of them did not hesitate to pull the wooden door anymore and showed her most proficient wind escape. But this time, she combined the wind and the thunder and lightning that swept through together. Fengel plow hot knife. The two slammed the wooden door, and they were surrounded by a layer of fierce friends. It attracts countless thunder and lightning. The wind and thunder are entangled together, forming a series of winds. Thunder and lightning. Kyrubi can be regarded as two masters of the sleeve wooden door. How could he have not taught them? Sleeve wooden door. His exhaustion stunt. Thundering hot knife. Although the two pumping wooden doors are mainly studying Feng Dun, but they are also quite familiar with Thunder Dun. There are achievements. No, she even created her own Fengel Middle Dottle 2 hot knife. In addition, it's worth mentioning that these thunder and lightning are all made by Kyrubi, too. It is undoubtedly easy to borrow the sleeve wooden door. Now, with the help of Kyrubi's thunder and lightning, the two of them did not hesitate to pull the wooden door and turned into a storm. The goddess, surrounded by the power of lightning and wind climbing, bombed towards Uchiha Madara. Caught death. However, Madara Uchiha was not at all shocked by the beautiful scenery in front of him, let alone pity you. After the two attacked by pulling the wooden door, the reincarnation eye in his right eye also began to rush. Turned. It seems that he is going to make a killer move. The Turtle Island is in the middle. The power of thunder and lightning is particularly rampant and raging. In the midst of the billowing thunder and lightning, Kairabi turned into a huge thunder knife, with extremely fast speed. At the same time, the senjutsu collided. Behind him, there is even the phantom of the eight-tailed bull ghost. If now, this kind of momentum is simply scary. However, facing this situation, Senjutsu didn't panic at all. In contrast, suddenly, there was a faint glow in his eyes. At the same time, Kairabi, carrying thunder and lightning all over his body, has rushed to the front of Senjutsu. Seeing it, was about to hit him. On top of his head, a pair of huge horns formed by the energy of the thief carrot and the eight-tailed bull ghost. It has exploded with fierce edge and might. At this moment, Senjutsu finally made a move. Senjutsu stretched out his left hand, without using any ninjutsu or skills, even on it. The condensed black yin Dunnena did not call. He patted Kairabi's head directly. Go down. Kairabi's king hot knife, also at this moment, rushed. The two have not touched. There has been a huge noise. Boom. A loud noise exploded, and the ground between Senjutsu and Kairabi even cracked. There are cracks. Moreover, the cracks keep extending outward, even to the entire Turtle Island. After 040, a shocking scene appeared. Kairabi's trick, the most powerful Thunder V fever he has ever displayed. The sword was actually resisted by Senjutsu empty-handed. How is this possible? Kairabi's expression was as ugly as if he had seen a ghost. Although the lightning on his body was not dissipated, but his thunderplow hot knife has been blocked. It's like the king hot knife is actually misfired, which makes Kairabi suddenly accept. However, Senjutsu did not succeed. His left hand has not really been photographed yet. Kairabi's head was blocked by a mysterious force. This mysterious force comes from the eight-tailed bull ghost. And in this shot, the looming giant bull ghost finally appeared. The bull ghost roared to the sky, and slammed toward the top of the Senjutsu. The strength of the bull ghost is so great. Even the eldest 9 Lama among the 9 big-tailed beasts, in terms of strength, he is also ashamed. After all, people are cows, and cows are weak. However, this time, the bull ghost met his opponent. Is it better than strength? Then I will not easily recognize pleasure, Senjutsu said coldly, and then used his strange power to its extreme. Chapter 223 In Escape, Destructive Power. For a while, Ganzuzuma and Kairabi or the bull ghost were deadlocked. The strength of the two is even comparable. Ganzuzuma was also a little surprised. Since his rebirth, his talent is strange, but he has never encountered an opponent. This time, he even drew a tie with the eight-tailed bull ghost. I have to say that the bull ghost is worthy of the eight-tailed second among the 9 big-tailed beasts, and the strength is really not comparable to the 7-tailed Shigeki and the 6-tailed rhino. The shock of the 8-tailed bull ghost was obviously greater than that of Senjutsu. As a tailed beast that has lived for thousands of years, it has never seen it before. There will be humans. With its own strength, it is enough to fight it. This is incredible. Kairabi, don't froze, he hasn't really moved yet. Hurry up. Call all the thunder and lightning. Bomb him. The eight-tailed bull ghost quickly reminded Kairabi that when it was deadlocked with Senju, he quickly called the thunder and lightning to attack Gain. Between hand posts. Kairabi is not stupid either. He has long seen that the black energy condensed from the right hand between the dry hand posts is useless. Obviously, there is still a killer move hidden. At the moment, he didn't dare to hesitate a little bit. With a thought, he mobilized the thunder and lightning that covered the entire Tortoise Island, and Chi-Chi launched a bombardment on the Senju Island. However, Senjutsu had already been prepared for this. Yin escape middle. Dark song Dimmy. With a low anger from Kaien Zaozu, the black energy that had been brewing in his left hand finally exploded. When the black energy burst out, vaguely, there seemed to be a tune that had existed since the birth of heaven and earth. It was a sound from ancient times, which was very shocking. However, there was no way for people to listen carefully to this ancient song. and the huge sound of destruction completely covered it up. Rumble. The first to explode was a series of thunder and lightning. Perhaps Kyarabi realized that something was wrong, and quickly jumped back, and at the same time exploded the power of thunder and lightning in advance. However, after the black energy burst, a huge black hole was formed in an instant. No matter how powerful the thunder and lightning were, he was still just a younger brother in front of the black hole that light could not escape. Amidst the roar of thunder and lightning, the thunder and lightning were swallowed by black holes. Of course, this is not over yet. In the next second, the black hole spit out the swallowed lightning, turning it into black lightning, and instead bombarded the silver lightning. Boom! Rumble! For a time, the two most violent energies in the world kept colliding and exploding in the air, and the Black Thunder had undergone an inferior transformation, and its destructive power was obviously stronger. In a short moment, the thunder and lightning were suppressed by the Black Thunder. In the bombing of the Black Thunder, the thunder and lightning did not have the power to fight back. They kept retreating and dissipating. At this moment, the destructive power of Yin Dan was fully revealed. Everything that was struck by black lightning, whether it was lightning, or rocks, stone pillars, or soil, was crushed and absorbed by black holes, and then crushed into complete nothingness. Under the mighty power of annihilation, the law of energy conservation doesn't even take effect anymore. Everything, from existence to nothing, is only a moment. Moreover, these destroyed things are truly and completely turned into nothingness, and disappear forever between heaven and earth. Faced with such a violent black thunder, Kyarabi was panicked for a while. He knew that if he didn't make any reaction now, then his fate would be like those thunder and lightning. Under the bombardment of the Black Thunder, it would turn into nothingness. At the moment, Kyarabi didn't dare to hesitate anymore, and quickly sealed his hands, and then displayed his strongest defensive ninjutsu. Great Thunder Aegis R. With Kyarabi's violent shout, countless thunder and lightning began to gather in front of him, and in an instant, they condensed into a huge thunder shield. The height of this huge thunder shield was even far higher than the height of Rashomon, who had been summoned by the Kaienzu's Eugene before. Its height is more than 200 meters tall. A huge shield made up of thunder and lightning that continued to circulate and exploded from time to time, was erected in the center of the tortoise like a huge heavenly gate. The entire Turtle Island is not small, but the huge thunder shield traverses the entire island. This shows that Kyarabi's strongest defensive ninjutsu, of course, is not covered, and the defensive power must be extremely strong. Indeed, Kyarabi's giant thunder shield was originally tailor-made to deal with the release of Tail Beast Jade when other people turned into a beast. It can be said that as long as it is not the Tail Beast Jade in the case of complete Tail Beastization, the giant Thunder Regis can surely block it. However, even if it was a huge Thunder Regis with such a strong defensive power, he was still a little brother in front of the Dark Song Dimmy that was full of destruction power points. A series of black thunders bombarded the giant thunder shield at a speed that could not cover the ears. Rumble! Suddenly, the frontal giant Thunder Aegis trembled violently. It seems that it may collapse or be exploded at any time. However, it is worthy of being a giant thunder shield that can even block the Tail Beast Jade, and it actually persisted in the bombardment of the Black Thunder. However, this is just a start. When Kaienzu saw this, a sneer smile appeared on his face. Then, with a big wave of his hand, the thousands of black thunder condensed beside him, and instantly, they bombed towards Kyarabi. Kyarabi naturally didn't dare to resist the destructive power of the Black Thunder. He hid behind the giant thunder shield. Thousands of black thunders bombarded the giant thunder shield at the same time. For a time, the sound of the explosion resounded thousands of miles, and even the huge sound of the huge vortex on the sea before was completely covered by it. Rumble! How about money? Mao. This time, the giant Thunder Aegis did not hold on for long. In about half a second, at most 1 second, The giant thunder Regis with a height of 200 meters exploded. The huge explosion blew up even Kairabi, who was hiding behind it. Kairabi didn't expect that the Black Thunder's destructive power was so powerful. He originally wanted to hide behind the giant thunder shield. With the protection of the giant thunder shield, he was thinking of countermeasures. He did not expect the situation to develop this point. For a while, the number could not be beaten by him, and was even shocked by the shockwave generated when the giant thunder shield exploded. Wow! Kairabi spouted while being blown up, dyeing the clothes on his chest red, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Impossible. My huge thunder shield was just ruined like this. This destructive power is too powerful. Chapter 224. Chapter 224. Thunder Dungeon's profound Kylin killing. Does he not only master the power of the 5 elements, but also the power of yin and yang? As soon as he thought that even the power of the 5 elements of yin and yang had been fully mastered between the 1,000-hand pillars, Kairabi felt his scalp numb, and he didn't even take care of his serious injuries. You know, in the absence of talent, the difficulty of each chakra mastering an attribute increases exponentially. This is why, just the dusty road that combines the 3 attribute changes, it has become a bloody trap-like existence. Because in the real world, there are not many people who have the 3 attributes of fire, soil and wind to reach the point of perfection. Aside from the words of Senjujuma and Uchiha Madara, who were resurrected by the reincarnation technique of the foul soil, what can be done in this world is only a few people, such as the 3rd generation of Mukijo no Ki. This is why, most of the ninjas and shadow-level ninjas only focus on a certain type of ninjutsu. For example, his Kairabi, although other ninjutsu skills are more or less good, but he really has studied, but it is only Thunderess. After all, for ordinary ninjas, learning too much is not as good as learning little. As long as you are proficient in one of the attributes of ninjutsu, you can also reach the 873 shadow level. But, from the current situation, Kairabi has not only mastered the changes in the form and nature of the basic attributes of the 5 elements, but even the changes in the form and nature of the power of yin and yang. The thought of someone being able to master all the yin and yang powers of the 5 elements, how could Kairabi calm down? In the entire ninja world, for thousands of years, no one has done it, right? Even in the legend, the 6 immortals who created the world of ninja. However, Black Thunder would not stop pursuing because Kairabi was caught in panic. Like black snakes, they swiftly pursued Kairabi, who was blown up. Although the explosion of the giant thunder Regis wounded Kairabi, it actually saved Kairabi's life on the other hand. Otherwise, if the Kairabi thing is hit by a black thunder full of destructive power, it will not be as simple as a serious injury. I am afraid that it has already turned into nothingness under the power of destruction. Seeing Hyle chasing him extremely quickly, although only 3 or 4 were left, Kairabi's pale complexion still changed drastically when he saw it. At the moment, regardless of the serious injury on his body, he endured the severe pain and mobilized the few remaining latent chakra in his body to perform Layton's ultimate ninjutsu. Done. Kairin kills. For a time, 3 thunder and lightning unicorns were formed out of thin air in Kairabi's body. After all, Kylin killing is one of Thunder Dun's ultimate ninjutsu, but it is far higher than the Thunder Tiger killing that was performed by Shangren of Nuin village before. Therefore, when the Thunder and Lightning Unicorn appeared, the whole world even changed color. Immediately afterwards, the Thunder Kairin didn't need Kairabi's control, and after a roar, they rushed towards the Black Thunder. All of a sudden, 3 huge explosions sounded again, and the 3 thunder and lightning Kiteng actually extinguished the 3 black thunders full of destructive power. However, the price was that the Thunder Kairin also disappeared. However, there were only 3 thunder and lightning unicorns, and there were 4 more black thunders chasing them. Therefore, one of the black thunders became a fish that slipped through the net. This is also no way. Whoever lets the Kairin kill this trick will cost a lot of chakras. In the case of serious injuries, Kairabi can summon 3, which is already very good, who made him fail to control the amount of chakra when he used Li's hot knife just now. It caused a lot of lightning, which was wasted. However, what Kairabi might never have imagined is that the large amount of lightning he created actually helped the two teak doors a big favor. Seeing that the last black thunder that slipped through the net chased him, Kairabi's face was extremely pale. At this point, the eight-tailed bull ghost finally couldn't stand it anymore. Kairabi, give me control of your body. The eight-tailed ox ghost and other tailed beasts arrogantly occupy Ren's body, which is different from achieving complete tail beastization. He made a request to Kairabi. After all, if Kairabi is unwilling, even if he is truly beastly, the control of the body is still in Kairabi's hands, who made Kairabi already completely able to control its eight-tailed power. Okay. But at this moment, Kairabi still had time to think about so much. Hearing this, he nodded and agreed. The moment Kairabi nodded, his body began to change. First, it was Chakra's coat that began to break, and then, a wave of tyrannical energy came out of Kairabi's body slope. That forceful energy naturally comes from the eight-tailed bull ghost. Immediately afterwards, Kairabi's body quickly swelled. He began to grow and swell. In a short time, Kairabi's original appearance was no longer visible. He has completely transformed into a huge one. There are monsters hundreds of meters tall. This monster has a cow's head, cow's sharp horns, and a cow's body. However, behind it, there are 8 huge octopus tails covered with suckers. That's right, this is the original form of the eight-tailed bull ghost. At this point, Kairabi was completely finished, and his body was completely controlled by the eight-tailed bull ghost. As soon as the eight-tailed bull ghost appeared, he roared up to the sky. The loudness of the sound was so earth-shattering that even the people of Thunder Country, 10,000 meters away, could hear the bull ghost's roar. Immediately afterwards, the bull ghost flicked its tail with mighty domineering, and pated the last black thunder that came after it. The last black thunder looked so small in front of the huge octopus tail. With a pop, Heil was slapped away by the ghost with his tail. Of course, the bull ghost looked mighty and domineering, but the black thunder did not return without success, and directly burned the tail into a large black hole, constantly bleeding black pus and blood. However, the eight-tailed bull ghost obviously didn't care about the wound on the tail. It waved the 8 huge tails behind it, and walked step by step towards the Senjujuan. Suddenly, one of the tails behind the eight-tailed bull ghost swept out and swept toward the chest of the Senjuzazu. The thickness of the tail is far beyond the height of Senjuzazuma. If it is swept by such a thick tail, the consequences can be imagined. Chapter 225 Yang Yun, the Power of Creation. The tail swept all the way, and the stone pillars on Turtle Island, which looked very huge at first, were swept off by the tails, and the tails were about to fall on the dry hand pillars. But at this moment, the dry hand post suddenly disappeared. Of course, the dry hand post did not disappear, he just cast the instantaneous spell in an instant, and came to the front of the bull ghost. Facing the eight-tailed bull ghost that is as big as a hill, there is no fear between the dry hands. His left hand slapped the eight-tailed bull ghost on the belly. Boom! A loud noise exploded. The palm that contained strange power was extremely powerful. Even a bull ghost the size of a hill, unsuspectingly, was knocked back by a palm. If time can be slowed down at this moment, you can see that a palm between the dry hand pillars slaps the belly of the eight-tailed bull ghost, and its belly instantly sinks, and then, the shockwave begins to move toward the rest of its body. Parts spread. Circles and circles, like ripples, are very scary. Of course, at a normal speed, the palm of the Senzazu was just slapped on the belly of the eight-tailed bull ghost and then bounced back. However, this terrifying force forced the eight-tailed bull ghost to retreat 3 or 4 steps in a row before stopping. Moreover, this was done by the eight-tailed bull ghost trying to control itself, otherwise, it is very likely to be slapped into the sea by the palm of the dry hand. After stopping, the eight-tailed bull ghost couldn't help but glanced at its stomach, and saw a large part of its stomach sunken in it, and a huge palm print was vaguely visible on it. It's okay not to look at it. When I saw it, the face of the eight-tailed bull ghost could not help showing pain. It couldn't help but curled up and vomited. Could it be said that the palm strength contained in the dry hand post is too strong, and it has been seriously injured? Of course, there is no such thing as a fool. Sure enough, the eight-tailed cow ghost looked like it was vomiting because of its stomach and hands. In fact, it was not vomiting, because what came out of its mouth was not vomit. But one by one, tail beast Jade. 1, 2, 3. After vomiting a full 14 tail beast Jade, the eight-tailed bull ghost stopped vomiting. In the face of this scene, even if it's a dry hand, it feels a bit incredible. Beast Jade. 14 tail beast Jade. The eight-tailed bull ghost unexpectedly spit out a total of 14 tails at a time. Besides, these 14 tail beast Jade, except that the size is smaller than the normal tail beast Jade, and the power is slightly weaker than the normal tail beast Jade. In terms of, there is no difference from the tail beast Jade. After the tail beast Jade was formed, it galloped towards the dry hand post immediately. The speed is as fast as that of a meteor. In an instant, the 14 tail beast Jade had already arrived first. At this moment, Cayenne Zuzuma couldn't help but feel fortunate. Fortunately, he had seen through the conspiracy of the bull and ghost long ago, and he was already prepared. Otherwise, in the face of the sudden 14-tail beast Jade, he may be sure to be able to withstand it, but it is inevitable that he will be in a hurry. Even, it may take some injuries to completely destroy the 14-tail beast Jade. Did your hands try the power of Lao Tzu's continuous tail beast Jade? Keep your hands on the pillars. Don't think that if you suppress the 9 Lama, I will be afraid of you. The eight-tailed bull ghost did not come forward to attack when he saw the dry hand post pretending to be vomiting. He knew that he had seen through his conspiracy. Immediately, it didn't have the scruples that the conspiracy was broken through, and he said directly, it wants to use words to shake the heart between the dry hands, so that it can cooperate with the continuous tail beast Jade to launch the next attack on the dry hands. However, the eight-tailed bull ghost obviously underestimated the calmness of the dry hand pillars, and based on these 2 ridiculous words, it was impossible to shake his heart at all. It's just a bullet. There was a sneer between the dry hands. Obviously, he didn't put the 14-tail beast Jade in his eyes at all. All right, let you see how powerful I am. Talking between the dry hands, he stretched out the right hand that had been stuck behind him, and there was a layer of white energy lingering on it. This white energy is different from the extremely violent black energy, full of destructive power. It is extremely gentle and flows slowly in the hands. At this moment, the 14-tail beast Jade issued by the eight-tailed bull ghost had already bombed one after another. The tail beast Jade is coming fiercely, and it looks like it will not stop without crushing everything around it. Beg flowers. Before the arrival of the tail beast Jade, it has already caused an extreme sense of oppression to people. It is declaring to mankind that it is powerful and unparalleled. In response to this, the face between the dry hands did not change at all. He just opened his right hand. Then, the group of white energy that had been brewing for a long time, under his control, began to flow slowly in a fixed direction. This flow may seem slow, but in fact, it is extremely fast. Chengda tree. It's like a seed germinating. It seems to be busy, but it will grow inadvertently very soon. This is the power of vitality. Yang Dun Yang Song is born. As the dry hand post slowly uttered 6 words from his mouth, in an instant, the entire Turtle Island changed astonishingly. Immediately afterwards, an incredible scene appeared. There was nothing in front of Ganzu Zujian, but after the white energy flowed, huge iron gates, metal Rashomon gates, appeared out of thin air here. The biggest difference between these Rashomons and the 7-fold Rashomon that have been used between the handrail pillars is that the materials used to construct Rashomon are no longer wood and earth, but metal. Nor did he see any signs of congealing on the hands between the dry hands. The rashomons made of metal appeared out of thin air. Dao 2! 3 metal rashomon gates, neatly and orderly arranged in front of Kaienzu's Yujian, formed the strongest barrier and protected him. Kyarabi couldn't help his scalp tingling when he saw this scene. Although he gave the control of the body to the eight-tailed bull ghost, he was different from other people's Zili. His strength was much stronger than other people's Zili. Therefore, he still retains his own consciousness. At this moment, he was surprised to see the 3 roads summoned by the dry hand pillars that were 100 meters high, and even the metal rashomon that had sunk the entire turtle island for several tens of meters. How is this possible? Where does so much metal come from here? Kairabi is very clear that the so-called creation-type ninjutsu seems to be miraculous, but in fact it creates another substance of the same attribute by extracting the surrounding substances. Mouth. Chapter 226. Are you just trying to pick me up? Magino asked angrily. Of course not. Laphite smiled, danced with a cane, gently took off his hat, bent down slightly, and said to Blackbeard, now we have 2 choices, depending on which one you choose. After learning about the situation in the outside world, I couldn't help feeling it between the hands. Dry hand pillars also knew about Magellan's arrival, but worried about Magellan, dry hand pillars only mocked or ridiculed. There are 9 in total. There was no idea of saving the trump card from beginning to end, but Magellan thought so. Oh, Ganshu Zijian just felt that he had been hit, and the man in front of him fell to the ground. When she spoke, she continued to convey the power of healing with a serious face. The entire alliance was shrouded in huge green 143 lights, and the injuries of all soldiers around the dry hand post could be recovered almost instantly. Is there a problem with the Navy? No. The Navy and pirate thief are opposites. The apprentice in the hand-to-hand post chooses to become the pirate thief. Then it must be the enemy of the Navy. Is there any problem for the Navy to catch the thief? One of them is the rise of Gina. Why? I'm fine in the windmill, Mark asked. This is a big project. The creation of Dan is a very special kind of pill. It does not require a combination of extreme numbers, but it takes 111 days. The so-called chi is just one kind. The creation of chemical pill is Chizong seeks to create. His name is the famous goalkeeper Silbaz Riley. Even the world can be chopped into a ball. The force of terror is straightforward. Ganzu's Eugene has asked herself many times in the first city for such a long time, when did the big event come? When the trump card came to advance the city, when the most fierce war began, when Ganzuza walked out of the prison door, and see the sun again. Falcon pirates. Surprisingly, students are keen to fight, and the top 10 students are constantly challenged. Almost all the students who originally occupied the top 10 have been challenged, but even so, more and more bystanders. After tasting for a while, I closed my eyes and put down the tea. Black tea is good for Mojin, but it is a bit mentally problematic for the dry hands who often drink Ling tea. The dazzling milky white sword light is reflected from the knife in the village. The firelight even illuminates the sky that is not bright, and the terrible sword suddenly solidified the surrounding air and sea breeze. Finally, calmed down, shook the body between the dry hands, and slowly suppressed the restless gas in the body. However, before waiting for the second word to leave, the dry hand post suddenly appeared behind the 2 jailers, and then saw the jailers open their mouths in horror, preventing the Buddha from being like a dehydrated fish kind of breathing, but in the end, Follow Me set foot on Larak Island, and the mood between the dry hand posts was also very comfortable. The medicine park with Oro is really unusual. Compared with 10 days ago, Larak Island is now not even foggy. That seemingly weak wave of swordsmanship has produced a lot of power on the poison shield. Even his poison soldiers stumbled back. However, Jubu and Uriha's treatment capabilities are limited. For example, they are a bit deviant in exploring the concealment of traditional Chinese medicine. Jobu is better and can develop Rambo pills, but the sequelae are also very huge. All the people engulfed by the dead country have become fragile stones, and the originally prosperous Bangad Island has become a dead island. The huge explosion was accompanied by a violent shockwave floating from the junction of the swords. The violent impact even immediately destroyed the 100-meter round earth centered on Calder and Senjajuan. Countless cracks spread. This is the harmonious thought spread among the dry hands. After drying, Dan medicine has integrated various materials into irregular circles. The last step of the pill medicine is to burn the pill into a round shape. The rounder the pill, the higher the level of the pill, and there will be 1 to 9 elements of pill. The higher the level of the pill, the greater the effect, and vice versa. On the other side, the battle between Karp and the 4 disciples of the dry hand pillar has reached the point of fever. Only seeing this in the hands of the hands can shake his head. Recently, he has been a little indifferent to her because he is busy going to college, but in the impression that Gina is a very strong girl, it shouldn't matter. In addition to buying a large amount of elixir, the hand-raying post also exchanged some cheaper skills, such as Navy Vi, Faucet Flash and other basic skills for students to communicate and use. Also have a dazzling new star as your partner. In the end, the dry hand post stopped the crowd by himself and escorted the fleet between the dry hand post. This surprised many navies with the reputation of the dry hand post, but he did not expect the heinous crimes committed by the Dragon Man. Rewarding 220 million Bri, one of the important figures, determines the development of the times and the future. Of course, Sid is not enough to filter. Her power is equivalent to a second-year university in an era. Sadie's true strength lies in the 4 prison animals she domesticated, or succumbed to her charm. After the culture medium is completely cooled in the jade bottle, carefully open the cap of the jade bottle between the dry hands and use a jade spoon to divide the culture medium into glass test tubes one after another. When you enter Time Academy, you are separated from the outside world. You will hone yourself in the gap of the times and strive to become the next era. In any case, their progress was too slow. All the tutors of Time Academy came to the principal's room for a meeting immediately. Drifting in the sea is much more boring than most people think, because this is a sea route, so it does not need a pilot to reach the place where it wants to be safe between the hand posts. After listening to the past, some people are disappointed to find that these little guys are not discussing courses, but discussing moral issues in the world. Some people think that the Revolutionary Army is a villain and villain who undermine the world order and want to be eliminated. When the white light dissipated completely, everything in front of us stunned everyone by it. Henry seriously agreed, only to ask who had forced Dominic back. He smiled mysteriously and said nothing, but asked him to ask the volcano himself. Moreover, the prison animal patrol team is only on the 2nd floor, and they often linger near the entrance of the prison with dry hands, maintaining a high level of alert. Therefore, the question is, if this oil is placed in a pharmacy, is there any special benefit to the cultivation of psychiatry? Regardless of the ranking, you cannot stay in the sword space for more than 2 hours a day. Otherwise your life will be in jeopardy. Of course, the panic passed quickly, and people soon thought that Usopp had lied again and suddenly yelled at him. Chapter 227. There is no smile at all. We will soon be able to solve all the warship issues, but don't think that after repelling the first batch of warships of the Danlong people, we have encountered countless troops of unknown origin. With the diving between the dry hand posts, the infinite sword between the dry hand posts turned into a huge white sword. An invincible trend suddenly drops. This is a very remote island, but there are still some thatched houses in the center of the island, which are obviously still inhabited. Time Academy, world's #1 Dr. Kuroka's, Daddy with Children, Rain Sword Tesero, Swallow's Return Carl Deng, Steel Body Mountbatten Divine Will Onyxara, Mr. Qifeng. In the West Sea. No, I don't know, but I just saw white light. I was going to deal with Mountbatten, but now I want to deal with you. It's my honor. There is no doubt that Karp is such an existence. Under the supervision of Gan Zhao's Yujian, The students of previous universities swallowed their saliva with heart and soul and ushered in their first real battle. In this country where most countries still practice a monarchy, it can be said that the concept of the earth between the hands of the hand has completely transcended the times. Democracy will make the people happier, but the republic will be stronger. The president of Time Academy will become a hero who will destroy the entire dragon clan. This hero will eventually be imprisoned by the world government. He will also retain the authority of the world government to the maximum, and let the world know that the world government is still irreversible. Me? Ha! I'm the fourth emperor. What do you think will happen if I approach the shampoo island? The red-haired man's tears came out. But I still care about Luffy's master. The strength between the dry hands is limited. Even if he can compare with the four emperors now, there is still a lot of pressure to leave the city. Hearing this sound between Ganzazu, his eyebrows frowned. After spending so long in the pedestrian street, all the prisoners and jailers knew that this was the residence of Senju's Yuma. Of course, this was an absolutely special area of Proposition City. Who dares to come in? Here, it will be the battlefield of the future Whitebeard Sea Thieves and Naval Command. Leave a heavy ink in history. Of course, before that, there will be a special battle here. Do you want me to go out by myself? The dry hand post looked at the dead prison, sighed, and decided to wait a while. In fact, Brook's power is also extremely strong. But because he hasn't been exposed to outside life for too long, and he didn't deliberately improve his strength, Brook's power seems to be a bit unable to keep up with the rhythm. The weak Phoenix, the top 10 were selected, but this is not the end of the ranking dispute. The dry hand post again announced a rule, absolutely fair, to measure the true strength of all students. The dormitory prepared for the students is not a family of 4. In Shenzhou, each student's residence does not exceed 80 square meters, and each student has his own bedroom, including living room, kitchen, bedroom and bathroom. Although wisdom gives humans the power to control instinct, it is stupid under the current circumstances. Although Ganzu's Eugene intends to make his teaching mode tend to be westernized, being too harsh can easily cause backlash. In other words, this is not a celestial dynasty after all. If the teacher is more severe. Under the pressure of inner joy, the second master key was used again between the dry hands. We must also consider this issue for governments around the world. 1 month is our limit. The 5 old stars shook their heads and said, Gina also knew that her power was invincible among her classmates, but she didn't want to release water at all. This is a swordsman's respect for another swordsman, which is tantamount to insulting the release of water. Unfortunately, the color of this photo was completely stripped, leaving only black and white, giving a sense of desolation in the thin air. But I don't know why. Now he can't even mention a trace of achievement. Situation. Now, you and your husband are fighting for faith. You don't need to be tolerant. I don't need your fight. I don't know if the master duel is like this, or if God alone prepared such a duel scene for Ganzu's Yuma and Hawkeye. Then he reached out between the dry hands and patted Buck on the shoulder. Bucky the clown, I didn't expect we would meet here one day. This is a rare fate. Even if Alabaster can avoid a disaster, the connection between Rufy and Robin will be broken, which is so great that it is almost impossible to control it between the hands. Let the name of Time Academy spread under the name Huoquan. Of course, Senjujuma must see Esther again before then. Although he left Esther and Rufy with advanced fighting skills, he did not teach them any powerful skills. This technique is similar to the protagonist's Halo, which can only break out in despair, and cannot be counted as a regular combat power. In detail, you can go to find out if there is any problem in the dungeon. His hands were as rainy as rain, and even the general could not get better in front of Dominic. Although the price is as high as 100,000 cents, it is also the favorite target of the dry hands. Oh, then I really don't understand. Why does he want me to die? Senjujuma asked with a smile. I can't do anything. 127 right? After all, they have been at the top of the world's power for many years. and strength is definitely an advantage and initiative. It is really a ghost to play with them in the dry hand column. This is a real world, not a complete feeling of sex, and a home where IQ can soar. Even without him, the Time Academy is still growing up one step at a time, and in just 2 years, it is where it is now. As long as you can overcome the mistakes and open the treasure box, you will get everything. This is an extreme test space where both strength and opportunity are tested. It is far more generous than the opening space before Kaiane Zuzujian. There are big flaws, such as Naili. The practice of kendo is already very advanced, but the application of fencing is still very weak. It is impossible to give full play to the power of advanced fencing. Then there is the increase in bonuses. 50 million Baileys, 80 million Bays, 1.5 billion Bays, 230 million, 400 million. Facing the comfort of Ganzu Zujian, Carp seemed ungrateful, shouting, "I haven't talked to you about teaching my grandson to be a pirate stealer?" Thinking Ganzu Zujian was making fun of him. Power is higher than the oldest lieutenant general, but its 80 hours 0 minutes speed is destined to make this big man just a clumsy battery. But it is enough to defend the Times Academy and help manage naughty students between the hands. The name of the owner of the Chamber of Commerce is Mojin. Chapter 226. But my lord can seal it, which means my lord must be stronger. And now he should be injured. With my power, with the help of the 9 iron dragons and these 2 giants, he should be able to kill it. Completely solve the trouble of my master. The third and most important thing. Lao Sun's position in the hearts of the people has now entered the boy Xin. So Xin should be smart, open, and private. So Xin should be the highest power controller of the people. He saw the tree of the world. The body of this god was torn by the pupils. And there was only one head in this place. Looks panicked, with the largest pupils. The pupils sat down again, their legs crossed, eyes gleaming, and said sadly, "Did you find your other body faster, or did God absorb the dark energy faster?" He put a glass of wine in his mouth. Cheng Chaos' voice calmed down, and the whole room fell into the dead Xin. The light of origin blooms from the gate of origin, and the light carries the breath of origin power. Realizing the change in Xin's breathing, the student's heart will stop beating, and his breathing will disappear completely. Today is a great era for our people. You will be suppressed by the will of the universe, and you will definitely be suppressed by the will of the universe. It was clear what the fallen beasts said. However, compared with the real Buddha beast, during these 10,000 years, it is obvious that the power of the real Buddha beast should increase faster. But such a big god, coupled with the chaotic Tyrannosaurus Rex's understanding of chaos and reincarnation power, is obviously not enough to imprison the skull beast forcibly. 1,000 years ago, he was chosen as the pioneer, true supreme leader, true totem, and true totem of mankind in ancient and modern human history. The other side is likely to devour his soul and use his body as his body. Once we restore the student to full strength first, we have no ability to stop him. This is because Cheng Zhao has too much influence on Xin. It can be said that if Cheng Zhao becomes a woman, perhaps an stupid first woman will be Cheng Zhao. Yes, it's too romantic. Master Adu is perfect, enough to describe it. Ben was called an ancient man. God knows you have a lot of questions to ask him, but God doesn't have so much time now, so you just need to listen to everything, okay? Fierce, the digital beast roared in pain, as if emerging from nothingness, biting the body of the revealed beast. Even a glance can give people the illusion that they are suppressed in Kai's universe. One by one, his face changed dramatically. But when the light travels to the end of the darkness, there is any darkness there. Even the revelation of the beast itself, where this extreme light originates from the roaring mouth. The real Cheng Zhao was very good to Xin at the beginning. He didn't look like an ordinary friend or even an ordinary brother. His voice stabilized, but Pupil's eyes looked straight at Anxiu. He looked at the data screen, immediately squinted his eyes slightly, and then slowly opened them. The boy Cheng Zhao, Isn't he dead yet? As soon as the ancients looked at his head, his face turned black. In front of him was a 9-headed dragon with black metal wrapped in his head. The size of the universe is equivalent to 300 billion galaxies. Is it right? Just like the decree, the voice of the world tree is indisputable. 1,000 light years. I think so. The boy is very talented and I feel terrible. Add some practice methods that I may not understand. It is a miracle. In this case, Frank Sin. He no longer needs to worry about life. He has eternal life, no matter how long it is just a wave of fingers. What? Don't you agree? This moment, if the Emperor proves that there is no quantity, then all sentient beings are like this. In other words, living in the real universe does not need to worry about death. On the contrary, when you become powerless, there is a possibility of death, because this character has skipped the protection of the real universe. Of course, this permission also depends on luck. As for whether the 11 women, Sun Xiaofang, are actually pregnant, it also depends on their creation and transformation. Do as he said. Do it quickly. Sun Baofan gave the order. The ancestor shrieking in his heart didn't believe it, but still more shocked eyes. This must tell the supreme adult who suppresses this nebula that the virtual universe should be seen in the real universe. It will never be simple. Xin couldn't help but smile. Do you think anyone would disagree? If there are these methods, once we have a great presence in our real world without a superior, I am afraid we can kill this student directly now. They can only see the layers of time and space fall apart. Now I tell you yes, because the person who is worthy of this lady has not been born before, and now he is standing in front of me. This is what everyone cares about most, in a circular pattern. Dear. Next to Xin, facing the forced questions and questions of humans and ancestor trees, the steel skull beast raised its head coldly. So the younger generation wants to ask the seniors, what are the other 3 highest powers? What kind of method is needed to understand? Space is violently distorted, obviously tens of millions of miles away. Get rid of the darkness, get rid of the chaotic light. More importantly, Lord Xin may be on the sidelines now. At this moment, the 2 giants who closed their eyes opened their eyes again. It's useless. Xin's eyes sparkled. Angela and Huang Shengyi, I actually have no plans to get married. It feels that its life has become desperate and gloomy, and it can no longer see the future. Oh, indeed, this is my god. In the virtual universe, the eyebrows of the pupil split in the middle. 13 women are wives. Take care of them all their lives, spoil them. Dian Dai Wang is good, unwavering. To be honest, Xin doesn't really believe in ancient times. Xin nodded. The most important point is that humans have become the most powerful race of life in the universe, dominating more than 380,000 systems. What's the difference? It wasn't until Xin was saved that her almost certain idea was shaken by foolishness. He was shaking, unable to move. Shaking violently, he knelt on the ground with a bang and shouted, begging for mercy. It was a sad roar. Simultaneously, don't say it's the same as me. Unless I don't resist at all, and then many people do it together, it will be hard to hurt me. Well, the voice of the head came out of the mouth of the head, struggling completely out of the black coffin. Unfortunately, I don't have time now, otherwise, it will be difficult for you to see me. I will have a drink with you. The apocalyptic beast found that he could move. Chapter 227. Docked the boat happily on the side of the island, slightly at the foot of the dry hand column, jumped over the wet beach, and quickly ran to the island. Indeed, the power of the seawall is rare in the world, but in the past 2 years, it is not that the hand-raying pillars have not moved to the shackles of the body. While absorbing the sword, the dry hand post also destroyed the internal structure of the seawall. It took another month for Bucky to arrive at the disaster preparedness city. No one can break the ironclad rules of Time Academy when they take over as the principal, mentor and school staff. After the dry hand post disappeared, the students panicked for a while, but soon the leaders of each class quickly stood up and stabilized the youth's mood. Each test tube can be multiplied by 10 milliliters of culture medium, making a 70 milliliters test tube for the first time. Everyone, should we comfort the captain in the future? After listening to the discussions of many crew members, Doom Phoenix wiped away his cold sweat and weakness. As soon as I entered the Devil's Triangle, a large amount of fog rose on the sea, covering the sun, making the entire Devil's Triangle look gloomy and terrifying. But it was in such a place that Moria's zombie army survived. Broader development space. Mojin was stunned, and suddenly there was an expression of excitement on his face. You mean? The dry hand post smiled, quietly left C-403 Nu, and came to Alabas in the center of Stingle Island. Worrying about the advanced city can be built in an instant. Even Magellan's defense will not help. The Times Expansion College is one of the largest colleges in the world. Huge and luxurious buildings, and incredible uses, plus the rise of falcon thieves and the ears of Chamberlain Islands. Said coldly, this should be what you should learn at the end of the year, right? What? Have you learned to breathe now? What a genius. How many people are on the list? Yes. Ganzu's Eugene is such a person who likes to keep everything in his hands. Although various accidents always put Senjujuma in a passive position after coming to the world of Sea Thief. Not only the Falcon Thief, Magino, the mentor of the Time Academy, and even Hawkeye, they all appeared in front of the dry hand post. However, the initiator of all this is still exporting his power madly. The stronger the white sword and the dark green sword, the infinite energy of the collision between the two seems likely to destroy the sky and the earth, and destroy everything around them frantically. This kind of pill is simpler than the culture medium. Just mash various herbs into a puree, and then knead them into a small group. Gina, Nina, Ace, and Sabo gathered together to discuss how to break the city and save the handicap. Then, the high walls and majestic buildings were all reduced to ashes under the pressure of the sword. Do you sign the contract when you punch your fist? With a smile on the dry hand post, he stretched out his right hand. If he couldn't find a way to avenge himself, how could he be struck by lightning, trapped in New Jiang, and push the city? Poseidon Mountbatten, as a captain, is responsible for assisting Gina. However, these 5 old stars are worthy of the power for so many years. Except for these 4 words, there is no more words, no shouts, no extra words. The 5 old people sit on the sofa in front of the hand-raying column. Slightly looked at the dry hand column. When he was ready to settle in the pharmacy, he picked up the map between his hands and started searching. Therefore, he found a small island named Lirak in the second half of the road. This small island also belongs to Spring Island, but it is not inhabited. Before gaining new merits, the dry hand post must be closed and practiced in the city. Unfortunately, who can resist things like fate? Even if it is better than Magellan, it is often missed in various accidents, and even died due to serious casualties, causing him to be dismissed. In the end, there can only be kindness entrusted to the hands of the hand. Only Brooke can be saved. Don't kill Malia. BGCJ. Unfortunately, the cost of this medicinal bath is too staggering. Merit points are not always in short supply, and every point is not easy to get. But as far as the current score is concerned, even if you keep your own practice between the hands far from enough, not everything depends on the system. Some things treasured by pirates in the world are also of great value, such as sea mounts, stones, and evil fruits, although they are all very rare things. For a while, the whole body took a breath between the dry hands. The violent pressure that can be seen by the naked eye is released. Under the prompt of the system, the attribute of the dry hand column now reaches 650 horror points. Scared. Ancestral characteristics. Bloodline suppression. Absolute pressure on people with weapon experts. Reproduction. The use of sperm can give blood to other weapon experts. According to this system, Ganzau's understanding of Jikan is only intermediate, which means that he still has a long way to go from health. But even so, using Jikan for radio practice is still a rare miracle in the world. According to plan, it has become one of the 7 martial arts and oceans. With the development of Go Li, Blackbeard was even more surprised that with the development of goalie, he discovered that Blackbeard had a special effect. Although it takes a long time for the initial trump card to enter the advance city, because Ace is locked in the advance city, the top war is inevitable. According to the rules of the system, for each highly qualified direct disciple, not only will be rewarded, but also an extra tie will be given. Although Nina is a compulsive apprentice between the hands. However, even so, the aftermath of the collision between the dry hand post and the eagle eyes oi was still bombarded by waves on their shields. It shocked them so much that they wanted to vomit blood. You are all the best employees in the world, the best students in the world. I am proud of you. The dry hands smiled, but it is difficult to hide in the smile. Remember, at all times, makes this shallow waste official even more incompetent. Although the eldest of them is only 16 years old, what does it matter? The most primitive code in human genes is violence. When violence is sublimated to battle, violence will resonate. Only the sword between the dry hands was still in Kaldor's fist. They don't even have the power to fear. Now, when they see that others have help of resurrection, they are naturally full of vicious curses. Chapter 228. What a satire of corrupt governments in the world. But they can't or dare not. Remember what I said that day? Seeing Ikaran's worry between the dry hands, he didn't care, but asked with a smile. It can even shine for 10 miles on the earth like the daytime. He wants to adjust the submission store so that students can see the opening of the submission store as soon as they step out of the experience space. Riley's swordsmanship is absolutely not bad. Western swordsmanship, enough to compete with Hawkeye, was learned from Riley when Roger Pirates was an intern in the Sea Thieves. This is worth it. Very good. After all, the Shampoo Islands are territories that governments around the world attach great importance to. If these islands are destroyed at will, he will also encounter trouble. How about going to the naval headquarters? There is no better battlefield than naval headquarters up. On the contrary, the current problems can shake the will of many teachers and students of Times Academy and stabilize the beliefs of Times Academy graduates within the Navy. This is a topic worth spending time and energy. At this time, the law enforcement officers of the world government arrived in time, and 6 people surrounded the dry hand pillar, preparing to kill the dry hand pillar. When Magellan and Hannibal first met Carp and dry hand pillar, they immediately paid tribute to the heroic Major General who still respected them very much. Physique, 550, burst, 600. With infinite regeneration, the head energy core is extremely fragile and will be knocked down by more than 350 attacking forces. Death will release the power of nature and purify the land around 100 meters. Price, 250. Advantages. People from all over the world, great roots, and even new worlds are pouring in one by one. Some are navy, some are pirates, some are even nobles. Of course, many prisoners who entered the city knew Magellan's horror. Although he was shocked by the attack between the dry hands, he also knew that Magellan was definitely not a simple character who could be easily defeated. Although it is very interesting, there is an indescribable gravity in the heart between the dry hands. Pedigree assessment, 13,500 points. Excellent. So Shijian didn't care about any tricks Magellan did. He just looked at Magellan and asked, "I'm surprised. I'm fine. Why are you killing me?" The purpose of this return is to purchase new features for the college. Now that this goal has been achieved, the dry hand post will not stay for too long. But today is obviously different, because they found that there is no dry hand post in the lecture hall. In fact, the world of thieves has always reflected this, whether it is magical technology, Luffy's yearning for music, or the fall of female movie stars. It shows that this world is not just barbaric violence. Don't be nervous, Mr. Shizujian. I'm here because I've been famous for a long time. Dorago may have also seen the shock at the Shizujian. In order to avoid more misbehavior, Dorage hurriedly expressed his attitude. Unfortunately, in the hands of certain rights, the theory becomes a weapon, a more sinister, more direct war than direct murder. I'll go first. However, the speed of the ship is too slow after all. because of the random shooting between the dry hands. Although the story of the pirate world has maintained the general trend, its details have been tampered with completely differently. It wasn't until the first floor that the jailers who couldn't wait finally thought that dry hand post didn't want to go to the 6th floor, but didn't know where to save a large number of prisoners, and Shema escaped outside the prison. Even if these 4 emperors are very close, I am afraid there will be no chance of escape. Even the Golden Lion alongside Whitebeard and Roger can only sneak away under the power of pushing the city. But the attention between the dry hands is not here. Whether Drexrosa is alive or dead, it has nothing to do with it. It has nothing to do with the stone heart between the dry hand posts, but the law of nature. Just like a lion does not eat meat when it dies. It just so happens that I can go back to Times College in advance. I haven't seen Maginot in a year, and I miss it a little bit. Seeing the hand-raying pole entering the bar, the guests in the bar looked at him and then shouting again, boasting about what they had seen on the sea or on the mountain, and paid little attention to the hand-raying pole. Maybe they are only paying attention to the famous audience. And this is the first task that the dry hand pillar should pay attention to. Otherwise, even if the dry hand pillar sees this day again, I am afraid he will stay where he is. This is unimaginable. The terrifying Magellan, who is difficult to fight with, will be defeated. The dry hand post can still appear in front of them intact. This gave all those who escaped from prison a lot of confidence. 95.1%. 14 to 591. But Yuxing and him have secretly reached an agreement. Even if the development of Time Academy exceeds their expectations, it will not happen so early. He never obeyed the arrangements of the Navy, and he did not even come to the naval headquarters frequently. In order to get the promise of such an uncle, take advantage of this critical moment, because the Navy is definitely a heavyweight. But no one dared to breathe loudly. Hawkeye's capricious character echoes all over the world, just like the title of the world's largest swordsman. To get rid of boredom, you can even hunt down a group of thieves for months. But this is a place where mosquitoes can't fly into it. It can be said that it is very difficult to get psychotropic drugs between the dry hand posts. The dark green sword energy of anger slowly wrapped around the eagle's eyes, as if it were flowing water. The terrible sword prevented the eruption of the Buddha volcano, and it usually rose to the sky. Just like in the original book, Hawkeye even swung more than a dozen knives without hitting Luffy, and the pestle sword was not separated from the victory or defeat after dozens of moves. This shows that the power of Hawkeye is also comparable to pace. Is the power of the tower the same? Just as the world cheered and prayed in the Chambery Islands, Times College was also the center of this event. I got it. When he saw the dry hand column, the Sphinx immediately gathered together with a green eye. Maybe he thought that the dry hand column was the breakfast given to him by the jailer who advanced the city. I am afraid that even the 4 emperors will have such a big headache, don't they? But it will be used to deal with Little Moria. After reading the list of people on the trip, Kaylee smoked in the corner of his mouth. Bang! The whole Marichoa broke in half instantly. Deep cracks unfolded around the center of the giant sword, and even the deep sea was shaking. Today, one person finally stood up. No matter what his original intention is, no matter what his purpose is, people only know that there was a hero who killed almost all the dragon people. Not 1, 2, 10, 20. They are all so well known, both as members of the Falcon Thieves group. This is the longest step, accounting for 999% of the entire Dan training process. Facing Riley's cover, the students became more curious. Versus Chapter 229. Just like the formation of the sword forest between the dry hands pillars, even people who are much stronger than the dry hands pillars are not necessarily the opponents of the dry hands pillars. Other big formations, such as the 12 God formation, Zushan star formation, etc. Remember, this is just a rumor. However, it is right or wrong, but there is no way to investigate it, because during the World Conference Summit, the kings of many countries brought his children or heirs to Mauricio, and the boat between the dry hands passed through the red soil, because the shortage of manpower failed to reverse the relationship in time. Diamond Joz resisted Kaido's third war general. As a diamond man, Joz is a diamond with hard teeth and infinite power, but the speed is too slow. No one can do anything. The balance of victory gradually shifted to the students of Time Academy. Ganzuzuma never let him down. Whether it is dealing with foreign relations or internal governance policies, this is far beyond this era. Even though he did not have the courage to do as Ganzuzuma said. "What's the matter?" Frowning between the hand posts. The phone bug released the expression on the hand posts. "Well, I saw his right arm reached to his left shoulder." The muscles of the entire right arm burst out instantly, almost doubled. Although the Roger Thieves group has been disbanded for more than 10 years, and even Rogers, the king of pirates, was executed, all members of the Roger Thieves group are named after the same name, namely, the legendary thief. He didn't even look at Sadie, who fell to the ground, jumped directly over the 3rd floor of the advancing city, and entered the 4th floor. Buffalo, Shampoo Island Times University. Who is it? Until this time, Dominic and his family cadres have also been reflected. A large number of famous Dominigo family cadres have poured out under Dominigo's leadership. Behind it, there are more than 8,000 Dominigo legions. Is this again? A sword would entangle the green and cut it childishly. Hawkeye looked at the huge white light source above the sky. The power seems to be stronger than before. Dry your hands and let me see you now. How powerful is it? Fortunately, the system surprised him when the hand-raying column ordered a lottery. The hand-raying column was lucky enough to draw the most useful parking lot for the hand-raying column. Senjuzuma knew in his previous life that almost all soldiers would learn how to hit the enemy's throat, and there is almost no precedent for the survival of the enemy who has been hit. He knew that in the Falcon Thieves group, it was Gina who was really in charge of the house. So he looked directly at Gina and asked, "Where are you?" Female sword Hyogana. "Do you want to go to war with our Dominic family?" As for using merit points to exchange strange things or exchange skills, I don't know when there will be hope. Time Academy? The one with Riley? During the Warring States period, he was surprised and hurriedly asked, after becoming the captain of the Whitebeard Thieves group, the reputation of Ace will be even higher. This newcomer, who has just gone to sea for less than a year, is leading his fleet to subvert the entire New World, with the help of Iz. Although Dominic remembers that Lorak Island is a headache, Senjujuma is not too worried about it. With the power of today's academy, it is impossible to shake it with the power of the king. Then, the title appeared in the eyes of Dry Hands. Of course not. Senjuzuma smiled and said, "Did you see these neatly arranged grasses?" Zahi, the knife is pulled out. The blade was rubbed on the sheath. The meaning of the fierce sword spirit and the sword softened each other, and the spirit between the dry hand posts was swept away, and there was no strong sword light. The huge milky white sword light and Buddha's protection. Of course, this command does not include formations. At this time, Cayenne Zaozu couldn't help thinking of the bricks wandering on the earth. This blood was also a solace for the scientific lie that they were so difficult to fabricate. Shampoo Islands, Mangrove number 39. Along the way, countless naval and island thieves continued to try to prevent this road from flying forward, but all attacks were intercepted by the cadres of the Whitebeard Thieves group and the powerful teachers and students of the Times Academy. That is, the negotiation failed. Dominic smiled. "Gina, it is not my will to attack Lorak Island. If you insist on preventing it, I will not let my family die in vain." "What are you saying?" "You can take firecrackers, Ace." Blackbeard patted the table and asked in disbelief with his big eyes. "I saw the impenetrable wall on the 1st floor of the advancing city blown out by a big hole under the sword between the hand-raying pillars. Through this big hole, they can even see this vibrant city, which belongs to the blue of the sea. After all, it is impossible to perform such a delicate operation without skilled swordsmanship." Saka, one of the proud younger brothers of Lang, ventured with Roroya Solon in his original book. In order to save Soren's whereabouts, Soren thought that Saka was dead, but who knew that Sokka was drifting to Asker Island. Don't rush in right away. Although the Gate of Justice is a mountain that others cannot pass, it is still very easy for the flying hand-handed post, as long as he goes to the control room to open the Gate of Justice. After pulling his teeth, he swallowed the second difficult pill between the dry hands. Everyone knows who the Ganzhou Zhujian is, and they are willing to pay high tuition fees. Among them, an important reason they walked thousands of miles to join Time Academy is the powerful president of Time Academy. The whole body is full of jewels, like a nouveau riche, inviting a dirty and ugly appearance, exposed teeth and a unique thick black beard. Even Vivian's father, the current King Cobra of Alabastan, was shocked by the advanced insights of the dry hand pillar. No matter what major domestic decisions are made, he will talk to the dry hand pillar for a long time. 3.5 Mysterious, powerful, the only group of thieves who conquered a great voyage. What kind of power ordinary people can't imagine. The so-called unknown is the most terrifying. Just relying on the names of Roger Pirates is enough to shock any stubborn big and small theft. Don't sell officials, just say it. During the Warring States period, I was a little annoyed. But the strong is the strong. It does not mean that if you restrain the opponent, you will win. The gap in experience and the gap in mind and sex led Whitebeard to discover the defects of Blackbeard in several short attacks. Even the most common ancestor of human beings, as long as they work hard to develop, it is possible to exceed the limit, but to spend more time and energy to harvest smaller results. Mood? What is that? Someone asked. What then? When I heard something, I couldn't help asking. Chapter 230. Yes, what are you arrogant? This is just another year of studying. You wait. We will defeat you sooner or later. 5 older stars can't. This is also meaningless. Although the former is afraid of the expansion trend of the Academy of the Times, they have the understanding of the 5-star between Ganzhou Zhujian, and they will not take any drastic actions until Ganzhou Zhujian destroys the world. Their name is 5 old stars. There is no doubt that Dry Hand is the absolute main force in this breakthrough, but it is Magellan that he must deal with. Even if he has a second-generation village, he just spent 1,000 points from the system store. But Nina tried to refute something, but for a while he couldn't find the right word and tears flowed from the haste. After all, it is a precedent that Ganzhou Zhujian attacked Marie Joa for his own disciple Gina. This terrible disciple is in control. Who knows what terrible things he will do when he hears that his disciple will go to jail. All the audience are silent. Riley must find someone to kill the chicken and monkey and build prestige. Gina seems to be stronger. After all, she is no longer young today. Strictly according to the age of 20. Gina is almost 14 years old at this time, and she is already a responsible girl. Indeed, the Whitebeard Thieves group is united, and the popularity of the ace is surprisingly good. If the ace asks, the captain of the Whitebeard Thieves group will not be surprised by their survival. Kapu, who called you? When the Warring States period saw that the phone bug was turned off, he asked immediately. The black pressure is pressing on a large number of students. It took 100 advantages in exchange for lotus seedlings, a good medicine, and only the rest 2-3 damage. The scars left by the Hawkeye battle were almost healed with the help of pills, but the whole body was still a bit sore. Fortunately, after the Navy had a meal, I immediately took a shower and there was no embarrassment on the surface. This is worthy of the former naval marshal, now the chief marshal of the world government. The power can be so powerful. The choice of the heroic spirit between the hands of the hand is the highest existence in the world. This kind of power is still hard to resist. Looking at Mountbatten between the hands' free posts, he explained lightly. No. Ganzhou Zhujian looked at his hand with a bitter smile. It was already a broken sword, but it was swallowed by the dark green sword energy. What's the matter? Riley looked at the crowded ship in Hongta Harbor in surprise, and asked another ship in confusion. Touch the strong metal collision sound is dense. Countless sword winds are raging on the island, and the fierce sword means that even the baboons of bystanders tremble. But this does not conceal the cheers of people all over the world. Even the Navy heard that the Dragon Man was almost killed by hand handling, and couldn't help but burst into laughter all over the world. Almost all countries and all people are full of hatred towards the people of Danlong. It's been a long time since I saw humans. The Ganzhouser guessed the meaning of this sentence, but on the surface it was silent and cold. Show your figure before speaking. This time it is also a kind of medicated bath. Compared with pills, medicated bath is the most suitable for human body to absorb. Although the production is troublesome, the absorption effect is better. Therefore, when the Ganzhou's Eugen gave the first order, Ivankov directly took over the command of the Ganzhou's Eugen, led many prisoners, and drove the city jailers to Magellan's jailer army. However, if the dry hand pillars do not bear the burden of robbery, the disciples of the dry hand pillars will bear their disaster. Just like Ace, the end is a dead end. Obtaining the exam qualification does not mean that students have the opportunity to enroll, because teachers are limited, and even college students don't have much time to educate students in the education system, and they cannot teach so many students at the same time. It's a bit wrong. Thinking of this, he felt a little bit painful between the hands, because he felt that it seemed impossible to sit and wait to rush into the city. The last key. That's the horror between the dry hands. What is certain is that he is indeed very different from Hawkeye in physical strength. But in the understanding and use of kendo, he left a great swordsman who fumbled alone and fell far behind him. This is based on the estimation of the fencing master. If we give full play to the special abilities mastered by weapon experts, swordsmanship can reach the level of swordsmanship, and even the hand-handed post cannot imagine how powerful he will be. What? Very unhappy? Asked the only disciple who looked at her between the hands. Whether it is the first floor of the Red Lotus Hell or the fifth floor of the extremely cold hell, every level of hell has unimaginable pain. Even the most benevolent Red Lotus Hell is cruel, although the appearance is just a large forest. Really? The person in charge of the road will not feel at ease for a day. Magellan didn't know the idea of handreeing, but continued to tell this cruel fact, trying to shake the mind of handreeing. So, I chose to do this to you, after you die. Martial arts, even the talents and bloodlines of other people. As long as you read it again, you can copy it and make it your own. And has the physique of non-lethal damage can be cured immediately, and non-lethal poison can be immune. Of course, it is impossible to send 70,000 people to university at once. In this way, not only 493 universities could not absorb it, but also did not have enough capacity to supply a whole 70,000 people for consumption. Under the gaze of a group of people in the kingdom of Alabasn, a civilian boat slowly sailed away from Street Tinker's Island between the dry hand posts. His next stop is Windmill Village, and the most important thing is Magino, except to watch Luffy. Volcano and the students nodded. Yes, the ranking controversy is not held within the college. The most important reason is that the people of the entire Chambord Islands have seen how amazing and powerful the students taught by Time College. When it comes to Loveling Grove, come to Dominic as soon as you step on the ground between the hands-free posts. You are looking at the person in front of him. A vague memory flashed in his mind between the dry hands, but because he didn't see the other person's face, he didn't remember it for a while. With the consent of the two women, they straddled Taikai with both hands between the dry hand columns, forming a soft force to push the crowd in front of them into a passage. Because Ernie Lou can only hear his inner voice, if the other party does not want anything, it is impossible to predict the other party's movements. Do you think Menkid Carp really has the heart to kill his grandson? This is obviously impossible. So Monkey D. Carp will never do his best in this battle. Chapter 231. Knock on the door. With a loud noise, the whole world was overshadowed. Only two colors, white and green, are entangled together. The white and green sword auras occupy the sky and the earth respectively, colliding with each other to attack. Excuse me, What's the use of contribution points? The principal said before that contribution points can have many functions, but some people still don't understand. The little girl asked, entangled. The host, Slimy Bomb. As for why the hand-handed post attacked Marichoa, why attacked the Dragon Clan? According to the current news, this seems to be a matter of his disciple, Jihaogina, holding the fortified stone handcuffs made by the world government for the dry hand post, waved to Magino and boarded the warship that escorted him to the advanced city. Of course, there is nothing to notice between the dry hands. He just walked around in the prison, pushing the city with an energy sword, like in the back garden of a pedestrian house. Those who lose the shadow can also survive. Therefore, he must receive enough training to break the forces that push the city. Of course, these forces are locked in the pushing city. They have been eager to see the prisoners of this city again. In line with the plot, Bucky the Clown did not kill Luffy in Rock but was struck by lightning in Monte de Dorago, unconscious and shrouded in smoke. He was a guard in Rock and sent it to Advance City. When he was ready, he used his sword to fly all the way to the Shampoo Island. The average physical properties of the dry hands are now as high as 290 points. The sword has reached 72% of the initial level. It can be said to be a monster with infinite physical strength. He just wanted to correct Gina's mistake, but unexpectedly, Gina lost control of her emotions. The latter, although there are no scruples, can do whatever he wants, but it is too high profile, equivalent to all disasters on oneself. Even if success can get a lot of merit. Master, you never thought about how I feel. At the end of the story, Gina opened the door of the principal's room, turned her head and ran out. Without the support of the panacea, the power between the pillars of the hand is almost impossible. He is not a genius. He can accomplish basic things like lift training adds some attributes. His fix is that almost all of this depends on the panacea. Surprisingly fast, I also changed a sword from the contribution shop of the Time Academy. Although the practice is not familiar, it also caused a lot of controversy. There are new shadows and bodies. Hey! The students in both classes stood up. To be honest, the contrast between 62 and 4 is amazing. The 4 students in the combat class were obviously nervous. Summarizing the reasons for his slow progress, the dry hands found that unless he gets a higher level of blood, it is difficult for him to become a top player, because he knows that when he reaches the bottleneck, he cannot use the elixir to break it. If you don't deserve it, you shouldn't use Ace as a bait. Let me tell you some secrets no one knows. The mouth between the dry hands is high, and anyone can see the smile between the dry hands. First of all, 2 choices? Blackbeard asked. After speaking, Kyo-Zashan quickly hung up the phone's bug, dragged his tired eyes, looked at the center of the island, and confronted the 2 groups of each other. After returning to Time Academy as soon as possible, the collection bell of Time Academy rang between the dry hands. No, I believe in Time Academy even more. Dorago looked directly into the eyes between the dry hands. Who does Mr. Shizuma think will win between the Revolutionary Army and the governments of the world? A group of new prisoners were escorted in. How is the progress? Are you willing to bet? After the exchange of fire between Time Academy and the world government, both failures were injured. What did the ambitious people in the world do? I think you are looking forward to it. In addition to the necessary trees and the wonderful grass besides, there is a more important substance, that is Washashan Jade. Why are you telling me this? There was nothing to say between the dry hands. Exposing your abilities to strangers is dangerous. Moria had a great time today. At the same time, the students also found something wrong on the ground. They found that the ground under their feet had cracked unexpectedly, and then another larger, 30-meter large super cockroach came out of the ground. Unfortunately, they are not fully awakened after all, and speed is their flaw. According to the last physical examination at school, Senju Junma was surprised. He should have discovered that even the worst student in Time Academy, the average property has reached an astonishing 12 o'clock. The pinnacle of elementary fencing. The first Gina, 50, No student dared to challenge Gina in a fierce challenge. Only once challenged Mountbatten. He doesn't even know how long it is to dry his hands, but by looking at the lottery system, he knows that he has been asleep for at least 2 months. And this time he is asleep. They are members of a group of Baroque institutions such as Gardino, Vonclay, Darth Bonies and Paula. In addition to the shackles on his hands and feet, he finally felt a sense of relief between the dry hand posts that he hadn't seen in a long time. Protector Franco, are you scared? Because you offended Time Academy. Time leaders like me will challenge you one by one. He raised his eyelids and continued, you are smart, but you are wrong. A little. But there is also a way to dry hands. When he saw that he couldn't deal with these 5 old foxes, he was not circumstance, but bluntly said, Time's Nono's Academy cannot be limited to the Chamberlain Islands. Trouble? Kaha. This prince tells you that you crashed into King Wally's ship. We have to pay 500 million bell. Fortunately, this is the land of red soil. If it is in the kingdom of Wally, you can do it alone. Executed in 1 stroke. How can you do such a thing? Demanti didn't want to believe this fact. Ivankov was taken aback by Magellan's resurrection. He couldn't say goodbye to the hand-raying post and even rolled to the outside world. For example, sweet fruits and yinxancow. The former is used to treat diseases and the latter is used to disinfect. I believe that the cultivation effect of the herbal garden will be stronger. But all the pirates in the East China Sea were completely wiped out by the East China Sea loop. I escaped the hunt, but I did not expect to be killed by your disciple Straw Hat Boy. What this generation cannot do is to place hope on the next generation. Right? Chapter 232. Who is Dorago? The leader of the Revolutionary Army opposes the world government. A physical star. It is unpredictable, and the lowest force is also the 4 emperors at that level. It's the Force T and its swings are countless. What is this? The thief asked curiously. This is a plug-in ability that disrupts the balance of the world. Although he did not understand why Magellan had such an attitude towards him, Senjajuma did not. It ended with the fate of being pushed into the city. Although Riley didn't understand, he also knew that the situation was urgent, and he couldn't remember it here. Just waited for a while, smiled. 2 people rushed to Larak on a special battleship island. But despite his best efforts to dodge and resist, the style of swordsmanship, it's still a mess for Dominique and his subordinates, especially Demanti. He is also a swordsman, or a senior cadre of the Revolutionary Army who is wanted and blacklisted by the world government and the Navy. The 5th is the physical talent of steel, physique plus 180, endurance plus 150, strength and plus 150. There is no second person in this world with such a background and special experience. Either it's too far away, or it's too strange to be used as a pharmacy. With the order of the Warring States period, the entire 617 Marine One Duo fort began to release fire frantically. Medicine. Great explosions continued to sound in the Marlene Fanduo Square, blowing up the coalition forces. Come on, now that you have a goal, I won't ask for it anymore. After a moment of silence, Carp smiled boldly. But if the Navy wants to come to you to study, you will not refuse. Absolutely, right? My father, as a father, lacks love for Y too much. Y at the bottom. Cobra feels a little sad. Of course, physical properties do not mean everything. Senjazuma's physical fitness is very low. With excellent fencing, he can still defeat opponents who are much more tired than his own body. But no matter how limited the challenge, there was an icy voice staring at the pink fountain between Senjazazu. Yes, Rafit, a member of the Blackbeard Thieves group, reluctantly threw the cane in his hand. QIY said, the world government cannot bear the consequences of detaining trump cards. You know, behind the Beard Seaskin group. But as long as she salutes Senjajuma 3 times, bows 9 Kaj times, and calls out a master, Nina will naturally become a disciple recognized by the system. He went to have an eagle eye and had dinner at the Navy headquarters, but Gina was in the principal's room. Wait until she can't resist sleeping. Senju's Azuma is back. But he just thinks she sleeps. Very fragrant. It's just itchy and restless. Although Kaido was overworked by his tenacious resistance to the gods flying in the sky, the muscles fell into an explosive breakdown. Even if Calder bit his teeth. In this secret, you more or less have your own chance. But what I want to tell you is, don't be complacent, because the sky is so big as the strong, and you're just newborn ants compared to the whole world. She is my own disciple, and I will naturally treat her as a daughter. Senju's Yuma straight. See, Cobra, there is no doubt in his mock-up words. To be honest, I really don't want to take on this task. Carp looked at the angry crowd around him, and the constant insults in the crowd. The feelings in his heart were speechless for a period of time. Come, if you don't have the pill you just took, one more thing is that the pill just now is not free. Yes, each pill is worth 500 points, and the contribution points you get in the future will be used to pay back slowly. By Q-An, he is not a true practitioner. Not so strong a mentality, too. It's not easy to maintain for 50 days, but the reason why Senjutsu can persist is still. Since Time Academy, Maginot, Luffy, Ace, Gina, etc. To a certain extent for a strong person, any weakness is not their weakness. E.G. The possibility of falling into the sea is almost zero. Even if there are more than 10 or 20 shots in the middle and upper floors, the stones on the seabed, they still have combat effectiveness. Magellan heard his face become more embarrassed, but he is not an idiot. Because he knew that he could stop the soldier who was relying on the super sexy and infectious body medicine that Kaienzu's Eugene relied on. If he abandoned that mother soldier, Senjutsu doesn't know what freedom is and what her dream is, but Senjutsu only knows. The thing is, the people he loves are by no means bad guys. He never wants everything he cherishes to be threat. Senjutsu affirmed by Ka, he immediately began to make a series of plans, but they had to wait until the college was full of staff. For now, there is no time to look after Senju. This pharmacy, there are no extra people to watch it. Just as Senjutsu was about to leave, the volcano stopped Senjutsu and told him some unpleasant things. Then, in this situation, it can only cut out 2 knives at the same time. Cut all roads, and kill it with the 3rd knife. There is nothing to hide. Senjutsu thought more than once, is this a propelling city built by fishermen? Don't you know, you son of a bitch? Point 9 to the innocent face between Senju. He became angry immediately. You are this guy's apprentice. What kind of university have you been to? Now there are. How terrible. Do you know how terrible it is now? So set off, a round of huge retired naval warships sailed smoothly along the special waterway, reached the territory of Moonlight Moria in 6 days, spreading the Devil's Triangle horror all over the world. But this is not what Meng wants. You don't ask about your background or status in university, as long as you don't violate your own morality. Time Academy is willing to open its doors to anyone. The role of the culture medium is very complicated. The most important thing is to restore physical strength and repair dark injuries. Then it slightly stimulates the human potential, supplements the loss of the human body, and maintains the vitality of cells. The vibrato sounded V continuously. A few seconds later, hundreds of people besieged the Senjutsu. The jailer was immediately pierced by a sword in the sky. I can also appreciate the philosophy of being a human being. Kento is born in all things and naturally belongs to all things. Kaienzazu said softly. Senjutsu has never used forgery in front of anyone, unless it is for eagle eyes, so it's safe. Don't worry about being recognized. Chapter 233. Is that right? There is also a new year in the world. If there is nothing wrong, Senjutsu is in this world. It's been nearly 4 years since it was on, and it's the High Yuan calendar around 1517, which is 3 years ago. The beginning of the plot. Just when the students were happy to kill a huge 10-meter-long beetle suddenly moved from, drilled out of the ground, wave. The white earthquake waved on the previous enclosing wall, and the whole wall made a terrible roar. Shaky, standing on the torture platform during the Warring States period, holding both hands together. This is the Admiral of the Navy, even more terrifying. The thing is, his physical fitness almost reaches the top B. Even the white beard is a bit tricky to deal with. Warring States period. As confirmed by Senjujuma, the master key on Senjujuma's left hand became a small piece of gold in Senjujuma's body, and then Senjujuma felt something happened in her body. Some magical changes. However, the place where Dan's stove is installed is a problem. One is rich in aura. The second is secret. Dan training cannot be disturbed. The third is absolute safety. The students of Time College also have different feelings. They have been practicing martial arts for a while. They felt the surge of breath and blood. They stand before them. Although these fatal injuries will kill him, it will not affect his combat effectiveness. The money is by no means a small sum. Cherish any power you gain here. Cherish your stomach, spring and life. And then discuss who you should be loyal to when you finish your first course. Headmaster Senjuyama. Dominic has done it on Larak Island. We will lose. The Lieutenant General of Burning Mountain is still working hard to resist it, but it won't be long. But if a person is lucky, they can still get some unlimited potential. Special power. Larak Island will be completed by Dominic Ho. Beside the Senjujuan, there is a headline that is the world government holds a world conference to discuss how, against the Dragon of Revolution. But now it is such a person who is afraid of the world government that he already appeared in front of him. Dominic has a blue forehead, but he will not be laughed at by Nina and lose his mind. You can't fall down yet. There are 7 dragons. Senju was forced to drag a hole full of holes. The body slowly stood up again. Of course, this is only relative. If compared with the other disciples of Senjujuma. Of course it will be slower, but Y's main talent is not martial arts, but command. Through this secret world, you can be above others. Of course, you must be qualified to enter into the secret world. As I said earlier, everyone must pay 300 college contribution points, although mostly out of reluctance to expensive tuition fees. They also know that they cannot help, because they are still too weak. As soon as the eagle saw it, he hurriedly raised his knife to resist. He didn't expect that he just blocked the first knife. Yes, the second knife arrived at the same time. Promote the city. Yes, the 2 ladies nodded. And they were tired of arguing about ranking. Now, they have the opportunity to save it with their own eyes, and naturally they will not miss it. Facing the effect of a pharmacy, planting elixir in this place will definitely make those living people who are almost demanding grow up perfectly. But even if he was rewarded by Gina, Sauron just thought the 2 men looked alike. His name and gender happen to be the same. He also wants to go to Gina to fight, but his temple class road idiot attributes. Yes, on behalf of Time Academy, I sincerely invite your daughter to study at Time Academy. Although she has become a doctor, but Kuroka's, a medical teacher at our Time Academy, is the best doctor in the world. Captain, this is the 20th time you have asked me. Can you embarrass Gilly? Unfortunately. Phoenix grabbed the back of his head silently and rolled his eyes. There are so many people on the boat, speed becomes the limit. Yes, even though it is very weak, although the Times Academy was built for the first time, it's more famous, but its power is firmly limited to the Chamberlain Islands, and it rarely communicates with the outside world. Touch. Her voice is still as gentle as it used to be. More accustomed than any woman that Senjuzazu has ever seen. Used to be soft. His face flushed proudly, and the smoke and Tina weren't inherently bad. When they see them, the behavior brings all this to the students around them. They can only be lucky to put them out. Cigarettes. 20 seeking flowers. Here you are. In the huge and empty Marinfanda Square. Hawkeye looked at Cayenne Zaozu. During that time, Senjuzazuma walked over slowly. On his back is the world's first black knife. A weak road. Day after day, Year after year, unknowingly, spring and autumn are coming again, half a year pointed for a while, before I waited for the delicate taste of Senjuzuma. The new year will be in Senjuzuma. Come quietly in the busyness. Kaiane Zuzuma talked about Baiku's vitality on the podium, and the students listened carefully under the podium. Listen. In only 5 seconds, all those who challenged her fell to the ground, and Gina snorted contemptuously. In your case, you haven't achieved much in 100 years of practice. Let's drop out as soon as possible. 0. Behind Becky the clown is a group of poisonous spiders coming. All poisonous spiders will bite. Behind Bucky, even Bucky closed his eyes in despair, preparing to meet the poisonous spider's kiss. It can be said that he has surpassed each other's entire era in fighting skills. Taoism students, who were highly dependent on the king, entered the officialdom slowly, gradually facing the Kaiane Zaozu. There is a different understanding of the words between. For example, Kaiane Zuzugin once said, everything climbing. From their origin, they should be equal. General Lushi, give it to me. Of course, anger is angry, and the root cause is still there. Here, Abu Salam is the strongest thing is invisible. Without invisible, he dare not be big. The amount of Senjutsu was fighting with others. Would he think that Senjujima felt that he could not resist? So he went this way, wearing it on Senjutsu. Leader 100 kilograms. Leader 100 kilograms. Wear stone handcuffs. And handcuffs. Trust each other. Not to mention Senjuzuma is now Proposition City. The official kendo teacher is Gengsaru, the king of thieves. Godi Roger, the man who rules. The ocean is the worst. I can't believe it. There is still blood in this world. And, the only blood is the disciple of Senjutsu. With the practice between Kaiane Zaozu, the water in the mental fluid will gradually dissipate. For the pill, water will disperse energy, so all holes should be drilled. 9. Chapter 234. What I didn't expect from the dry hand post was that the defenses advancing the city were surprisingly weak. Such a terrible attribute promotion. It can be said that even if the hand is not angry, it can definitely end the abuse of the butcher's command. Lieutenant General. If you add the sword spirit and domineering spirit, all kinds of states will be added. Ganzuzugin quickly left the matter of Yoshua behind. For Ganzuzugin, the thief was just a passerby. He knew how to help him because the other party would not believe that the media belonged to each other. But it's not important to the dry hands. People can be fooled, but they can also peek into the truth, not just through power. I owe the Navy a favor. If you need me for a day, come find me. Hawkeye only agreed. The seeds of sword grass are only worth 1 point, and the mature 093 rapier grass has sold as many as 60 points in prizes in meritorious stores. Perhaps the Lombard Sea Thieves group is definitely not very strong, but its mentality and singing are definitely the highest existence in the world. Even the stars shining in the spotlight are out of reach. In other words, their free and relaxed personality created their amazing musical talents, especially Brooker's the most. The most important reason is that due to the large number of people participating in the trial, the system defaults to generous rewards. Of course, because it is the least difficult trial space, it generally does not produce any particularly powerful wealth. He healed almost all his dark injuries and restored his vitality 10 years ago. He knows what a baby is. Time is precious. I want to race against time to improve his strength. Even if it is just a trace, it is better than nothing. At the same time, both sides stopped at the same time, just watching the arrival of this powerful reinforcement enemy. However, according to this system, dominance is also divided into several levels, namely introduction, beginning, small, big, perfect and great perfection, but fortunately, dominance is based on the attributes of the body. Naturally a smile slowly nodded. The more I understand Time Academy, the more I feel my shortcomings, even if it is better than Smile and Riley. This can be clearly felt. The dry hand opened his mouth to say something else, but the people of the world government were unwilling to give him longer to say goodbye to Magino. When the time came, the other party rushed over. When he heard the prince's order, the guards on the valley ship hesitated. They raised their guns and prepared to shoot. When the lamp was turned on between the dry hand posts, he found two little girls lying on the sofa in his principal's room. One was Gina and the other was Nina. Watching them sleep soundly, he smiled and took the quilt from the side to cover them. But it is not easy. From Gansu Zhujian's point of view, his qualifications are thousands of miles away, but his potential is limited and he has no strong talents. But his qualifications mean that he will learn anything soon. However, with the improvement of hands, the average attribute of 200 points will exert less and less ability. You have to consume 500 points of merit, which can be said to be a model of lifetime money. When all the 4 pills were absorbed, the dry hand pillars had been in the city without knowing it for more than a year and a half. Because the potential of the physical body has reached its limit. The reason why he can no longer ascend, and Jianxing is worthy of his title, speechless, is to abandon the and practice unrestricted soul. Although she suffered internal injuries, she was empty for the sake of letting the heroic spirit of the hand-raying post fall down in the solid block. You know, although Ganzuzuma has resigned as the president of Times Academy, the remaining forces of Ganzuzuma in the outside world have reached an agreement with the world government, so that the other party is so unfaithful to his promise, only to see the infinite crimson poison flowing out of Magellan's body, and then pile up layer by layer, and finally into a height of nearly 20 meters, huge poison. Even with such harsh conditions, after the screening, more than 30,000 students stayed, and the bottom line between Cayenne Zhaozu was 1,200. But at the same time, the existence of Western medicine has seriously neglected the use of various spiritual objects. In this world, the only person who knows about Chinese medicine is the owner of Joba, Doctor, who is in the Kingdom of Drums, and hit the head between the dry hands with a huge mace. In this case, what the hand-raying post has to do is to try to destroy the power that he cannot control, so that the causality of the world will be as small as possible, preferably within the control of the hand-raying post. It must be said that the accusations of the guards and the beasts are very powerful, and I fear that if they are not so cute, they will be stronger. He came here, immersed in the illusion of the balance of the sea thief world, thinking that history must have its necessity. Just want to be the defender of the balanced world, through the way to complete the task given to him by the system, thus creating a new one future. Jiraga's voice, Ivankov and Ming, two revolutionary army cadres, were immediately shocked. Doragao never told them that his son was a disciple between the Hansen columns. Cultivate the topsoil of Honguling. Even if it is very thin, it is enough to grow a sword, which is no different from the weeds in floods and famines. The voice between the dry hand posts slowly came out. It didn't seem to be too loud, but its voice was strange. There were Marlene Fender Square everywhere, reaching everyone's ears. The naming was successful, and the new genealogical weapon expert activated it. A total of 135 people. Next scene. It's Klaus in the first grade special class. Oh my goodness, it's another special class. Let's look forward to his performance. The commentator yelled. His opponent is the second grade kendo class. Second place, Carl Deng. After coming to the park, many people looked at the students of Time College in surprise, not understanding what so many students were doing here. 4.9 on the next morning. The materials are ready. The next step is to turn on the stove and practice Dan. On the last day, Magino said goodbye to the dry hand pillars in tears, and the dry hand pillars did not know how to comfort him. Most importantly, he can only comfort him. Don't worry, I just did a divination. This time I will go bad. Send you a wine that Binks has brewed for a long time. Medicine effect absorption. The effect of using Lingzi increases by 30%. Touch. With a loud noise, facing the attack of the eagle eye, even the fake hand-reading pillars can't avoid it. It can only be difficult again and again. East China Xidong Road, Xihai Road, Nanhainan Road, BI Road. Fight. If Mandy continues to exert her special abilities, it can be said that Ganzu's Eugene will win this battle. 234 ISC 44A. Rolling his eyes, Smoke and Tina were obviously reluctant. Chapter 235. Third. Under the obstacles of the 5 stars, the dry hand pillars can kill all the dragons one by one. The biggest contribution is the must-kill field between the dry hands pillars. Because of the extreme characteristics of this field, if the target is dry hands, the person who wants to kill between the pillars, its blood is essentially different from the blood of ordinary people. This is a goal that mortals cannot surpass anyway. At this time tomorrow, I hope not to let me see your bad performance. If the world government sends a part of its power, even the 5-star itself, plus the beasts on the islands, it must be another hard fight. The power system of the whole world is bound to take a big step forward. 2 halves. The terrifying pressure even crushed the fine rocks on the ground into dust. Ganzhou's Eugene and a group of teachers lined up a long line in front of the students' square, without saying a word, watching the angry and silent faces of the freshmen, until all the freshmen arranged themselves neatly before slowly opening their mouths. Nina stood behind J22, raising her head from time to time to look at the face between the dry hands, but every time he looked down, he hurriedly lowered his head, like a thief. Only insignificant power can be reversed. The heroic strike. He is about to run away. Without his own strength and team, Dominic would not be afraid of him. Only in order to increase the strength of chopping stones, will there be the power of mountain chopping stones. After fighting for 7 days, he found the key and put it in the box of the last Worm King. He looked out the window of Times College, which was still under construction. He didn't know how to feel. Obviously, everything is on the right track. And then just take some time to get him to complete everything. But there is no time to worry about these boring things right away. These people are the only bond in the world between the dry hands, and he can't let them get hurt. As long as you promise, the entire Mangrove 39 will be included in the territory of the Times Academy. The Navy will also pay all your expenses and give you the rank of Lieutenant General. This is an unprecedented improvement. For example, Mountbatten won a share the gift of thick skin. Once Mountbatten enters a state of combat, his skin immediately becomes as hard and indestructible as a rock. Falcon Sea Thieves, Heavy Hammer Kermog, Doom Phoenix, Shadow Rothschild, Yellow Guy Golden Pocket and Red Lion Commandy? Therefore, when Ganzhou's Eugene and a group of criminals came to the first floor from the second floor, the melancholy Magellan with a group of jailers suddenly stood in front of them. Various auras are added to the body. To put it bluntly, Hawkeye is one of the strongest people in the world. Even the 4 emperors who came to the New World are just like him. The second place is Smog, the third is Karl Deng, the fourth is Rob Lusai, the fifth is Hogan, and the 6th is Aisha. We were delayed due to the blockage of the waterway and we could not get there until the evening. Fortunately, before that, the Falcon Thief had helped us evacuate Dominica. Lorak Island did not suffer any major losses. Therefore, in the face-to-face examination, under the evaluation system between the hands of the hand, the minimum admission qualification should reach the level of 100 miles. The potential is flat, and it is directly eliminated. Riley was stunned with a smile, and the boat was blocked at an untimely time. A human being is just a toy that can be dismantled at any time. Is there any problem? Riley's attitude became unusually gentle. What other reason does he have to live in this world? No one wants to try whether the name of the world's largest swordsman is really as famous as it, nor whether the world's first black knife is as sharp as a rumor. When the principal of Time Academy got off his horse, he introduced himself between the hands and took off a ring with the emblem of Time Academy from his hand. Please give this to me. If you see this ring, she will come to see me. When he spoke, Dominic violently separated a large piece of silk thread, and then gradually became another brother under the gaze of the hand-reading post. The ability to inherit the scroll is to raise the level of skills by one level, but it can only be used below the master's degree. You can practice alchemy skills without hesitation between the dry hands and upgrade to master's level. The sword turned completely black in his hand, wrapped in a deep blue knife, and swam out like the ocean. Although the prisoners who advance the city are in the hands of Magellan, they can easily defeat some trash fish, but on the battlefield, more than 5 million rewards or even hundreds of millions of rewards for criminals, their performance cannot be underestimated. Of course, this is not all pleasant. Ganzhao Zhujian didn't think it was such a simple blockage of the channel. Who is behind Dominic, who suddenly attacked Larak Island? He made up his mind, took out the phone bug, and connected Carp. Although Carp is very unreliable, who would let the dry hand post only know him in the Navy? Enter 500 meters long enough now. The supergiant is more than 220 meters wide. What do you think? He was a little curious. He defeated Becky only once in the East China Sea, but did not target him later. How can the other party say such things? It's better to get it at 287. Nodded between the dry hands, but he didn't care much about the warship, because not long ago he just picked up a huge warship with a displacement of up to 10,000 tons. If Ivankov doesn't get it to it, it doesn't matter. But at today's speed, I am afraid that the defense line built by the Navy will be destroyed in less than half an hour. At that time, let alone a net hit, I am afraid that the Navy's failure will be welcomed soon. The next morning, if there is nothing to do, please go back. Then, between the dry hand posts, he ordered to expel the guests, asked the decent king of Alabas. That night, only more than 20 students could not bear the arduous training of Times Academy and offered to withdraw. The remaining 1,180 freshmen endured silently. In order to torture the prisoners, the fiery hell built a huge pot into the terrain. In order to maintain a normal dry temperature within a few minutes, it will continue to add huge trees to maintain a strong flame. The sling made of black cloth seemed to be thrown on the ground, but a layer of dust accidentally splashed on the ground. A student learning to fight is ready to pick them up. He even found that these trouser legs are very heavy and very abnormal, even though they weigh up to 30 kilograms. Chapter 236. No matter what God means, plot and history, Ganzuzuma only knew that he could not violate his original heart and let him watch his disciples suffer. I cannot do it. At most 3 years. Senjuzuma also felt guilty. He said he wanted to take good care of her, but he left Magino for 3 years. Of course, the dry hand post is so calm. The main reason is that in the plot, it is only a little breathless. Even without his help, he can still live well. If he died like a war, get out of the way. Just when he couldn't groan during the warring states period, the tall men standing on the execution platform suddenly appeared. They are all artificial demon fruit abilities, which can hardly offset the power of the 7-armed seas on the side of the dry hand column. Remember, this is a university, not a teaching building. But even so, impulse is the evaluation of oneself between the hands. The sword wrapped the dry hand column in the air, reaching thousands of points, almost opening the distance from Magellan in the blink of an eye. The speed was only 2 points. Magellan could only expect this point. The difference between the two was 5 times. Yes, Master once said that his divination is only amateur, and Hawkins may be better than his master in divination. He returned to Otex, but in just 18 days, he heated the 5th floor of the advancing city by more than 10 degrees. This time he practiced for 111 days. As he spoke, Dominic's fingers moved lightly, and the students of the Time Academy under his control took an uncontrolled step in their bodies. The principle of dry hands? Just when I imagined taking a bath and a medicated bath between the dry hand columns, the sound of the volcano sounded, interrupting the thoughts between the dry hand columns. Yes, the dry hand post will bring Brook back before school starts. Brook can't do anything else, but his music is definitely the highest in the world. and his music covers all kinds of music. Ace thought their combined strength was enough to break through the city's defenses, but this stupid plan was immediately ridiculed by Nina. As a student, as the three generals at the same time, the disciples of Zephyr, Wu Haze, and Tinu are indeed not enough to see the strength of the former. The strength of the former is slightly better, although it only lifted the rank of colonel. There is a little apprentice between the Ganzhaozuan, although the other party worships the Ganzhaozuan as a teacher, but due to the end of the World Conference, the princess of the Kingdom of Alabasan had to cooperate with his father. King Nefertiti of Alabasan Cobra returned to his country together. Between the two sentences, Dorago's breathing around was very frustrated, and he looked at him in surprise. This Doro is probably the strongest person I have ever seen between the hand-reeing posts. Mountbatten immediately pulled the knife back, ready to get rid of the inferiority complex of fighting with Gina. The first Tengu to take the lead laughed. I saw a smile and a horse. First, a gravity sword split. For a while, he also attracted a considerable influx of talents, but Bucky didn't know the details because he only knew these things by accidentally reading the newspaper, the rest of the time. Do you want to know the latest news from Time Academy? 1? Bucky asked, deliberately in a tone he wanted to be taught. As for Magino's windmill, Ganzaozu is not good at expressing his feelings, but when he thinks of getting along with Magino bit by bit, all kinds of good memories can't help but occupy the Ganzaozu's mind. Just as Ace looked at the empty town and was very worried, a breeze blew over, and a slightly dilapidated bounty was delivered to the Ace. Except for some scattered fish, the advanced combat power to advance the city is not a single one. Although the blood of the city has been washed away when the hand-reeing post came, there are still several jailers who are advancing the city reserve. In short, this is just a good look. But it was shocked between the dry hands. In short, it hurt the heart of the big boy deeply, like a sword, lost to a 10-year-old girl. Mainly because Gina's mouth was too poisonous. It may be the legacy of Geelong. Very good. When all the students were silent, Kaylee nodded, and then solemnly said, remember, the first rule of Time Academy is like brothers and feet. You can resolve your grievances by fighting. Who is it? Maybe only Dominic knows. It seems that we will still contact this Kiwusi. Considering this, Senjazuzumo raised his head and looked at the surrounding environment. Not coming out yet? He took off his eyebrows, took a deep breath, and slowly raised the sword in his hand. Is this big event really coming? What I didn't expect is that I am one of the protagonists of this big event. Watching the jailers getting closer and closer, he stood up slowly and told. As she spoke, Gina continued in a tone, but if you wait a few years, it won't be all. What? Do you want to give up? Magellan looked at the dry hand column. He escaped from his attack range, with a bad premonition in his heart, but he was indifferent to this and could only say sarcasm. But the problem now is that the Ganzu's Eugene was trapped in Imberton prison, and he didn't get merit points from the Wang Mazao law. The Whitebeard Pirates, Phoenix Marco, Diamond Jaws. Compared with power, Whitebeard's power is not weaker than Roger, but for many years, he occupied the second half of the road closest to the sea from the big secret treasure, and could not find the big secret treasure. There is no such simple way to manage the world. The world is not like the 21st century Earth. The creatures here have the possibility of an enemy, not as good as they thought. Yes, Miss Ivan. Without saying a word, his hand was directly covered by the scissors. Riley looked at the phone bug in his hand, but the corners of his mouth were perfunctory. Oh, the Navy has a big appetite this time. They won't end the battle so soon before we leave. What's the matter? Of course not. Chapter 237. What is a strong name? It is the existence of the elite template, which is different from the ordinary 10 million reward in terms of power gap. But some people miraculously agreed. Office of the President of Times College. He was defeated by Luffy in the original book. But when the news of Luoluki's defeat reached the Navy headquarters, everyone's first thought was that they couldn't believe it. They couldn't imagine that Luoluki would be defeated. The first goal to leave Larak Island is to stand on the forefront of the great route Alibus. Compared with the struggle to rule the world, expanding education is the true virtue. As long as knowledge spreads in the world, people's beliefs will never disappear. Confucius, Laozi, Mencius and other ancient people have been influencing the land of China for several years. This is not good. The longer the time, the greater the impact on me. Senju frowned, and was besieged by the Don Quixote family again. Over time, the entire prison became unexpectedly calm, without screaming, without crying, even on the verge of death. The prisoner was a death expression, full of a strange sacred atmosphere. A piece of white to extreme milky white sword energy passed by. In a pounce, everyone in Don Quixote's family was razed to the ground. The powerful and mighty 447's sword of terror waves, even the cutting of the ground was torn apart. All the advancing city jailers became very nervous, and the care of the prisoners was strengthened, especially for Senju Jutsuma. Of course, it is not surprising that they are guarded by the burning mountains of Larak Island and the students stationed on Zalorak Island, and there is a form of confrontation when they meet. After that, Senjujuma used various means to make all his favorite candidates sent to the 55th floor. Ivankov was afraid to stop Senjujuma's movements because the sword of Senjujuma had already told him Senjujuma is definitely not something he can provoke. This kind of fence must be expensive, and of course it is worth it. Sanjiu true fire is a kind of sacred fire. As long as it is placed under the pill furnace, it will burn forever. The wind will not blow down. The water will not be extinguished, but the burning will consume aura, and even less aura will be extinguished. Don't be kidding. Now that the whole Maregoa has moved to the flat ground, the world government will not let him go. If we intervene, Times College will be implicated in it. We are not opponents of the world government. 3. How shall we go? Some prisoners swallowed their mouths and couldn't help asking. You only brought 2 animals in the jail? Senzuzuma asked seriously, looking at the dairy monster and koala standing behind Sadie. But no one can say that it must be safe. If you can come to Times College, I can also protect you near you. Boom. But the secret of the other party's continuous attack on Florak Island is to let Huo-Zashan know that the famous Chi-Yu-Hai has become curious about this island, which is not a good thing. Unlike Chi-Yu-Hai, Dominico is gloomy and hot. Although the risk of using the biochemical pill is high, through divination, Kaienzu's Eugene feels that he is an absolutely special existence between the world and the earth. Carrying the grandfather's system, transportation and blessings have been very deep. But the attack between Senjujutsu is also very tricky. Although Senju has the upper hand, Magellan's poison is really too entangled. Not only does it have strong protection, but it also has toxic characteristics throughout the body, so Senju don't dare to touch it with skin. It's really rough inside, said the monkey looking at the torn cloud on the stall. This has nothing to do with him. This road is very dangerous. You can't bring your daughter here alone. Senjuzuma kept smiling, looking up at the sky, and continued, soon, I will take time to return to Times Academy. We'll personally go to Silob village to meet her. Naturally Riley nodded, and then stared at Senjuzuma. But is there such a magical thing in this world? Can you automatically generate the student's CF name on the stone tablet? The opening leg is the huge force generated by the fairy flying in the sky and hard into the ground. Run away 700 people at a time. What does that mean? I don't know anything, but Magellan knows that this will undoubtedly destroy the reputation of Advanced City, and other prisoners will no longer stay in prison. So it can be said to be connected with death. What? Kongjing wanted to turn around, but it was still too slow. He only looked with the rest of his eyes vertical bar a glance at the cold and moving eyes between the 1,000-hand pillars, and then the cold sword light. Karp's reputation is very strong, and the white beard is not weak. This era belongs only to the era of white beard. He has a white beard. There is no doubt that it is the benchmark of the times. Because of your united roads, there are now 4 united road alliances in the 4 seas. The West China Sea, The North Sea and the South China Sea are better, and the sea thieves have great strength to compete with the Lupa lions in their respective waters. The Cardas of the Don Quixote family have been seriously injured continuously, which is a big mistake. As he spoke, he stiffly bent down towards the Senzuzuma, with an evil face on his face. The second version is full of malicious speculation. What Senju said is actually no different from mustard. Grass mustard can die, and people can die naturally, so human life is worthless. In the dark world, he also has close ties with countless big people. Only when the various forces unite, Frank could dare to slaughter civilians in the face of the Admiral. Do evil wantonly. How many years will it take? Everyone present was taken aback. After identifying the candidates, Kaienzu's Eugene found the paradise for the newlyweds on the 55th floor of Proposition City, located between the 5th and 6th floors, through the perception of sword intent. In their view, if Senzu's Eugene wanted to control the world structure, he would definitely rely on the power of Time Academy. It is undeniable that Time Academy has amazing growth potential, and it can indeed have a great influence in the future. In the end, Senju Zazu spent 300 merits to exchange and control the aperture of that valuable store, and then he took the golden lamp back. But if he looked closely, he could still see behind the Kaienzu's Eugene a circle of golden rings. I can say that I am a master of divination. Senzuzuma smiled when he heard this. In fact, his nature actually has a sense of reference. When he sees anything good, he feels that he has something to do with him. In the 32nd game, Kando Benjina faced Barnshed Marburton on the road of Battle Sword. This was the last battle. After this battle, the top 32 of the academy was born. Abu Salam is transparent and is one of the 3 weirdos under the command of Morias. After recollecting for a while, Senju Zazu thought of this person's identity, very good talent, but the master was completely unable to play. The Power of Transparent Fruit. Chapter 238. But Senzu's Eugene found that Drufingluo didn't give him any strength from start to finish. He immediately realized that this man was lazy. He looked down during the battle, only to find that Dravengul was asleep during the battle. Up. Now, the well-known character on the side of Senjujuan has the fighting power of 3 empires. Especially for health equipment, it can be said that it is almost impossible for every 1% increase since the initial success. But it is just such a medicated bath that the sword intent between the dry hand posts has increased by 2%. But Fank village is too far away from the Chambry Islands. In this indescribable tenderness, he couldn't help himself. A sword space simply cannot meet the needs of all the students in the school, not to mention that the sword space is only useful for students who learn kendo, and not useful for students who learn to fight. It is more important. It is said that these 4 jailers have lost control of the devil fruit of the animal system, and each one is terrifying, especially its amazing resilience and fighting ability in the original book. Good at strategy, let alone a brave person. Jianj. The strong friction between the blade and the scabbard made the sword in Senjujuma's hand sing happily. Then in everyone's eyes, the figure between the 1,000-hand pillars prevented the Buddha from going through space, dragging up a long wreckage. Senjujuma, your era school tore up its agreement with the world government. You escaped from the city prison yourself. Do you want Time Academy to be the enemy of the world? However, during the Warring States period, she was not in the mood to catch up with Senju. Although the strength of Kaienzu's Eugene is different at this time, if the goal is to single out the 4 strongest emperors, he can still pay a certain price to stop it. The last is to recruit teachers. Among the new prisoners, Senju Zazu saw some familiar faces. Fine, Ikam kind of said a safe to the blonde Uncle Hornaki, and then looked at Senjujuma with curious eyes. Sorry, who are you? Why do you know me? But he overlooked one point. That is, no matter how strong she is a girl after all, longing to be taken care of, longing to be loved. Bang! The wind of the sword stirred the sea violently. At the same time, the huge sword light, like tofu, easily pierced the bodies of 7 battleships. In fact, a handful of soil of interest is very small, scattered over 10 miles of land. An average of 50 square meters can be divided into 2 or 3 grains, but the effect is very amazing, because it was found in Senjuzazu before the sword had time. That terrible sword became a hurricane. There is a crack in the secret cloth on Marinfanda Square. It's been a while. The suffocating sword shook the entire island. It can absorb all magic elements such as feng shui, fire, thunder, ice, etc., and absorb the absorbed magic into the user's power. This sword is considered to be the retribution of all natural forces in the ocean thief world. Do morning exercises at 7 every morning. Don't get up too late. And Senjujuma did not have time to take care of the warring states period, because 1 year later, Senjujuma could be said to be clouds all over the world. East, south, west, and north. Don't know how many countries have been blessed by the Senjuzujian. For an unliked battle, 20 minutes is enough to distinguish the winner from the loser, but in the entire battlefield, there is nothing at all in just 20 minutes. Let alone the presence of a powerful nurse, which delays the rhythm endlessly. Beigweng swept away Magellan's body, but still washed away without letting up. All the jailers in front of Beigweng were swept out in an instant. Even the fierce prison guards and beasts in the aftermath of this white light were blown out of a distance of more than 10 meters. When I came to Mary Jaioa this time, I visited 5 people at such a late hour. One of them wanted to be one of the absolutely neutral figures in Time Academy. The second one is that I hope you can give Time Academy absolute trust. After meeting Riley, he introduced his 2 daughters to Riley. At that time, he secretly returned to Time Academy with Magino and Kia. His greatest energy is still in the pharmacy. After all, the success of the pharmacy is related to his future training plan. If any psychoactive drugs are exchanged by the merit store. Senjujuma just watched Bucky the Clown entertain himself, quietly waiting for him to calm down. He never thought that Gina had such a deep prejudice against him, or took him for granted. He always used Gina to measure Gina, because her appearance and heart are strong enough. Sit down, Mr. Carl. Riley smiled and told him to sit down, and then watched in the classroom for a week. All the places that Riley had swept by were quiet, and they didn't even know why they stopped laughing. Of course, Senjujutsuma didn't come to Marigoa to steal things in the middle of the night, so when he reached the destination, Senjujuma stopped his breathing, which he believed the other person would feel. The blood between the 1,000 hands is no exception to the weapon expert. Senjujuma, why are you fighting against governments around the world? Don't you know the consequences of doing so? The whole university will be implicated because of you. Asked blankly. Finally patted the shoulder of the volcano, Kaienzuzuma took a deep breath. The huge sword was lifting him out of gravity, and immediately flew to the sky. This sword named Yanhu is used to cut the swallow in the middle. The swallow can withstand the wind, and neither the fast knife nor the slow knife can produce wind, so a knife cannot cut the swallow anyway. But the subsequent development made Blackbeard very angry. At that time, Gina offered a reward of up to 6.5 billion miles. The total return of the Falcon Sea Thieves group is as high as 3 billion terra. After the principal's door was closed, the atmosphere in the room was immediately suppressed. Gina lowered her head and hung up the delicate knife Senjuzuma made for her. In this way, under the protection of Senju, Mark and Koya quickly stood at the forefront of observing the war with Senju. Let's go. Are you kidding me? So don't the 5 old stars worry that Carp will let him go because he is very familiar with Senju. When Yan and Dina heard these words, they looked around and saw other students frowning and dissatisfied. The youngest Liei and Darsky even coughed in a low voice, but they did not interrupt them out of politeness. Representation. On the other side of Marinfanda Square, today's Time Academy, but Senjujuma is no longer a business of his own. Riley has put in his efforts. If he is carelessly depressed, how can he face Riley's broken dream? Billion. Chapter 239. After the two said, they looked at each other and laughed. In fact, they knew in their hearts that it didn't matter what they had done, or it didn't matter what they wanted to do. For them, the essence of life is just to feel happy, and the happiness at the beginning of life is often doomed to all endings and initial mistakes. These things will bring them a lot in the beginning or in the later process. Burden. And this kind of burden will more or less become a trouble for them at the beginning, and they may understand, but behind the understanding, there are many things that can be achieved overnight, and they will often achieve many things that they are unwilling to face. That kind of thing will more or less become their previous good, and it will also make them bad. For Ganzuzuma, it doesn't matter whether it is good or bad. Yuki also left in the dead of night. Sitting there alone in the dry hand column, he spread the water escape he got from the second generation and put it on the table, looked at it carefully, and noted some important things from it. I have already planned to do it. In the last few days, even if the time is limited, I have to improve my 447 strength by a stage. Only in this way can I be worthy of my hard work. Open the window and do it. Squeezed out through the window. He followed that avenue all the way to the training ground, where there happened to be a large group of crows supervising. This situation is just right for him to do water escape. One by one, the seals continued to form and became one after another. The hands stretched out between the dry hand pillars to constantly control its direction, and even started to run the chakra, and both hands quickly went up to the left and right, each throwing a water ball, and then called out from his mouth, water that is as strong as the ocean waves, and even surprising. He wants to control, but such a big movement actually requires a certain amount of concentration and distance. The dry hand column finally stopped in the process of continuous rotation, and then the water wall over there was like a painting, constantly rotating, controlling his own direction, and constantly surrounding all of himself. He felt this trick the shock to him. As the hand-raying posts continued to accept one move after another, the water on the ground continued to spread for 4 weeks, bringing unspeakable shock. It seems that on the basis of the most basic defense, this trick can eliminate all the inaccessible blind spots at the last moment. It is really incredible. And with control of their own, it can be to increase efforts to control the chakra of transport. This kind of thing will make its own changes in nature. It has a structure will only make yourself feel stronger, but its usefulness is very powerful, especially strong. At least for some ninjutsu, it has reached the top, and using this defense is simply good. I have never thought about it before, and now I think about it, I feel that this kind of thing is much less harmful than its advantage. After analyzing this trick carefully, Ganzuzuma quickly turned to the next scroll and looked at it again. There was a ninjutsu trick, but it was Mizuyuki's ninjutsu. This trick Ganzuzuma, I have been thinking about it for a long time, and I am coveted, because I am too coveted so I can exchange a lot of things in an instant. He allowed himself to rise as quickly as a tornado. After continuous rotation, the water column was like a big waterfall. The moment it spread out, it quickly spread out again, and finally formed a river full of sky and earth. It seems that the world can be submerged into a vast ocean, and even the world can be completely destroyed, especially in the sound of louder waves after another. The experience of this trick is simply a rare model of pretense in the world. Textbook. The level is awesome. This kind of thing is the rarest. Even if it is not used to pretend, it is only used in the process of actual combat experience. Seif is also considered a very important thing, and the most important thing is not this, but this volume has many things. Most of the water escape can be make a perfect connection with this trick. In the process of using it, you can make yourself feel full of emotions. Okay, you can officially start. Dry hands continue to cheer yourself up, rise quickly, and at the same time fortune. Let the chakra in his body continue to move in the direction. In the action of opening and closing the hands between the dry hand posts, various rushing waves appeared, and only a pounding sound. Many water jets flew out from the feet of the dry hand posts, like a water dragon. Immediately afterwards, there was just a gap for breathing. The water column turned into a waterfall and flowed down 3,000 feet, so fast that people couldn't blink. It is very likely that a big hole was smashed in the ground in front. And at the moment when the big pit appeared, it turned into an extremely spacious river. The sparkling water on the river rushed towards the forest on the opposite side, completely submerging the forest. Watching that, I could create a big river in an instant. Then, the hand-raying post smiled very proudly, rubbed his nose, touched his hair, and scratched his scalp. This kind of tricks makes oneself admire. In other words, special worship of this kind of tricks can be pretended to be coercive. Who can let yourself have such a powerful ability? First use this, to pretend to be coerced, wait for another, give it a try again. At this moment, there was a system prompt, and after the sound of ding dong, it said congratulations to the host. He actually learned the 3-star ninjutsu, rewarded the house of 10,000 good luck, a comprehensive quality point, and countless gift packages, and 6 decent. After the system has played all the rewards and awards process, the dry hands just stared at his negative value and glanced at it. There is nothing on it. It has been reduced to 0. The distance from the Samsung Elite may only be increased by a few more comprehensive points. It has been reached. These integration points are not easy to complete, but the more difficult it is to complete, the more difficult it is to bring myself an inexplicable challenge. Once you have completed it, you will have a sense of accomplishment. This sense of accomplishment will make you feel very proud. Life probably needs a sense of accomplishment to complete your life, and this process is really not easy. Sure enough, learning advanced ninjutsu is the fastest and most helpless way to improve oneself, but it is also the highest level way. Suddenly I felt that I was really great, and I had already led to the avenue of stars. This dazzling road can make me a king. And this process is also a process of self-improvement, but this feeling is really cool. I haven't experienced this kind of feeling. This experience will make me feel like a spring breeze, and I will do it next time. Chapter 240. The hand-raying post here has just finished boasting, and there is already a systemic face-slapped sound. Host, don't be proud. Do you think that the shadow level is a process by which you can improve your strength by bragging? If you think this way, you are so wrong. The shadow level not only needs to learn advanced ninjutsu, but also needs continuous hard work, and continuous learning can improve a level. So you are a teenager who does not understand hard work. You must work hard. You nonsense system, fuck off. Cayenne Zhao's Eugene cursed the opponent indiscriminately, and then remembered other things to defend and create the environment. It stands to reason that to a certain extent, he will have a complete set of what is needed next. Only in this way will it not be the whole paragraph. The process of pretending to be completely humiliated by the uselessness in an instant. The current Senju's Yuma has gone farther and farther on the road in the future, even on the road of pretending to lay a solid foundation and foundation for pretending to be. And when he appears on the road, he will be stunned and even blown up. Noob is flying all over the sky, and I still don't let myself fall. Seeing the water flow for an instant, the bright and round eyes with closed eyes were all Venus. Hearing this name made him feel very high-end and atmospheric. Look at the various energies used in the water environment of the notebook I just left in the woods, including the instantaneous technique, which can appear in various original positions in an instant, and even surf and slide on the water. Senju Sazuma completely ignored the dynamics of his previous performance in various directions. He was not concerned with this, but only the description process later. The speed and smoothness of sliding on the water surface should not be too long. Of course, surfing is okay, and buffering is okay. This is simply a magic weapon for you to pretend to be farther and more stable in the future. It seems that the second generation is also a very boring and helpless old man, but he especially likes to pretend to be forced. If the second generation knows that Senju Jame will have such an evaluation of him, it is estimated that he will never forget it, and even leave it to him. A tough lesson that will never be remembered. Let him remember that he is responsible for what he said. Oh my god, this pretending technique is simply too smart, and even the level of chakra is not enough in the original energy. If this is the reason, it may really collapse in the process of pretending, but it really doesn't matter now. This is clearly something tailored specifically for me. I am so happy. Ha 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 ha. Senjutsu repeatedly tried what she had just cultivated. Judging from the performance of Chakru in all aspects of the test scheduling, it was definitely a proper level of ninjutsu. In a short while, Ganz's Eugene has completely mastered most of the essence. Even his essence has been absorbed, and he began to quickly achieve his goal on the turbulent river that he created, and began to rush waves. He roared happily and flew up, thinking about the look of the guardian sea knight in the mainland, waiting so lonely and embarrassingly. He immediately wanted to go there and see how beautiful the world is over there. In fact, these are only the secondary and most important reasons. I want to go there and watch the sea surfing. If I had learned this trick long ago, maybe I would have subdued the 2 demon kings long ago, and let them ride. It's really cool to have hatred. After the test of the ninjutsu that I just practiced, Ganz's Eugene thought in his heart, if you can practice a very lethal water escape, you can kill people while surfing while playing, it would be really a pleasant thing. Watching Shui Juanbo constantly introduce itself to its functions and the results of the second generation's meticulous cultivation, and shook his head constantly between the dry hands. This really makes me feel helpless, and it is indeed a damaging stupid thing. So a jet of water jetted into the sky from his mouth. Although the lethality is indeed very strong, the hand-raying pillars vaguely remember that in the animation, they used this trick to completely cut the roots of the beasts in two. It belongs to the infinite ninjutsu. However, just spraying water continuously from the mouth, the hand-raying post always feels that this is really hurtful, and it is not suitable for romantic use when surfing. Surfing is used to reflect the romantic process. If you make it so unbearable, you really hurt your eyes and ears. Still staring at other places to see if there is anything else, Sanjuzuma thought so in his heart. So he did. Beg flowers. The moment he saw the water was suitable, he instantly remembered this trick. It was absolutely incomparable to just spit out water with his mouth. It automatically filtered out that process, and it was helpless to disgust him. Even if you learn to break the waves, you don't have to deliberately learn all of these tricks. This way, it seems cumbersome. What you should do or do, you'll learn all of them. I don't have to pick and choose here. Anyway, if you don't learn this kind of thing, you will learn it like me if you don't learn it today. It's not as good as I learned it all. Let others copy, no matter how they are pirated. It is not the same as mine. It's a more obvious feature of dry hands humor, but after an hour of busy work, Senzuzuma is already lying on the ground, panting and spitting in his heart. Without the help of the system, this kind of thing is really not something ordinary people can learn, and it can even be copied successfully. Whoops is really miserable. Let's forget it. Even if you learn a few ninjutsu, you can satisfy yourself. No need so greedy. At least the strength has been upgraded to the level of the 3-star elite. No matter what it is a level, and there is no need to continue to spend so much energy on this point to make yourself uncomfortable. Senzu's Eugene thought so in his heart, and after ridiculing himself in his heart, only then did he remember that he had achieved his goal just now, and there was still a reward that he didn't receive. So he jumped up from the ground in excitement. Hurry up and give me the reward. Congratulations to the host with a ding-dong. This time I successfully completed 3 advanced ninjutsu learning tasks, rewarded 15,000 points, comprehensive quality package plus 300 good luck, 6 ninjutsu gift packages. The moment I heard the reward reminder, Kaienzu but the brow between the pillars frowned. No, this bastard seems to be missing. I just used a lucky draw compass just now. Why did I give you a key rewards so much, but mine didn't? You don't have to be so partial. People are all equal. On this basis, equality should be achieved. It's not right for you to do this. Let me tell you, if you do this, then I will rebel. I really expressed dissatisfaction. Billion. Chapter 241. If you use the lucky compass to others, all rewards will be cancelled, and the previous rewards will be in a state of overlap. Please keep in mind that the host must keep in mind that you can only get rewards if you increase the number of rewards used by others in turn. For example, if you use Zizi once, This is the first use and is not counted in the reward. The subsequent use times are only used to reward the compass. This means you be sure to remember. The dry hand post nodded helplessly. Anyway, this guy has already become a habit. If he is not used to it, he will be so fucking mad. Even if he tells himself that there is no reward at all, there is no way to go. Resistance. Gansu Zhujian's heart will not have any influence on this matter. There will not even be any superficial fluctuations. And I want to shout loudly at this system, but really, 967, I fucking convinced you up. Don't tell me any more nonsense. You're fucking cheating. Do you know that it's easy for Dad to raise you, isn't it? Dad has to fight against you in order to support you. Will only cheat and fuck off. I patted the water stains on his body between the dry hand posts and patted it clean. Then he turned and walked towards another place, but the system reminded him from time to time to ask him not to conduct strong personal attacks on the system, which would get revenge. Gansu Zhujian laughed in her heart. But she thought, damn you, you have a life? What life is there? Where is your body? Let me see. Gansu Zhujian thought of this, so he asked him that he hadn't seen his personal page for a long time, and he called it out and wanted to take a look at his own growth record and process. Silently thinking about the future road, the above reminded it turns out that he now belongs to the appointment of the 3-star elite, belonging to the Azure Dragon class of the Fairy Fire Tree, 0 of the Art of Fireball, class of Balsam Red, age of Exterminating Birds. After reading his specific state, he gave a helpless smile. Except for seeing that he felt very personal in the brothel, the others were not bad, indicating that he was making rapid progress. He returned home alone, sitting quietly on the bed without saying a word. Last month, because of some special reasons, he did not dare to go to Hunyuan continent. Now November is coming soon. When did he choose to go? One trip is more appropriate. This time, you must buy a property of your own there anyway. By the way, use this property to make some money and spend a lot of money. If you want to talk about what comes the fastest, you can only say that you are a killer. Gansu Zuma has long thought about it. After going there, the first thing to find a job is to be a killer for others, register a personal identity with the killer organization, and then kill and make some money by the way. The main reason is that you can't kill. It's just to collect the yuan shai. As long as someone kills, in fact, I am not afraid of not earning what I want. As for the good fortune, I don't have to worry too much. I think this way, the sky has already turned out to be white, and there is nothing for a night. But the dry hand known as the primary fairy body, the intercolumn, is no longer part of the process at that time. He needs sleep now, because I know very well in my heart that it may be on the 12th in a few days. After the dry hand post went to school normally, he returned home quickly, and did not stay too much on the road. If you change to the previous body, you can take it later. Going out with Dekong's snacks. But it doesn't seem to work now. But after a period of rest, he seems to be better, so he carries a large basket of snacks and goes out to find the old Red. The Gansu Zhujian and the former Hong were sitting next to a very low table. On the table were snacks brought from the Gansu Zhujian to let them pass the time. Coke and Sprite will naturally be there. There will be no shortage of things. There are a lot of things like beer on the table. One of the most important snacks is beef and potato chips. These things they all love to eat. Old Hong casually tore open a pack of beef jerky and stared at the way between the dried hands. After watching for a long time, he said after eating a few mouthfuls of beef jerky, "Why did you come to me with so many snacks? Wouldn't it be to chat with me, or to take bribes?" Without losing the opportunity, the dry hand post grabbed the opponent's hand and touched it twice before letting go. In the past, Hong looked at the dry hand post and touched his hand and put it back. I don't know what this guy wants to do, but after all, he didn't say anything. Xiaom, who was eating potato chips on the side, was suddenly stunned because of her age. When I was young, I was constantly sticking my tongue out by potato chips. When I saw the dry hand column doing this, I just shouted, saying that the dry hand column was playing a gangster. Why are you pulling sister's hand? Why are you two in love? If I'm not mistaken, are you in a relationship? When I saw you pulling sister's hand, my sister's face turned red. You are not ashamed. I'm a kid now, sitting upstairs in front of me. Isn't it too much if you want to get in touch with you? Go out. I'll take care of the snacks here. But you didn't take care of the children in doing so. Thoughts? Have you put children in your eyes? The red face suddenly turned red like an apple, and she knocked Xiaomai on the head fiercely, feeling a little helpless. You little guy eats your food well. What nonsense. Let's talk about it. Dry your hand. Why did you touch my hand just now? You see what the little girl said? People have misunderstood you. Do you think of me wrongly? If you are really like this, I will knock you to death. Understand? Don't want to destroy me, let alone touch my hand. After teaching Xiaomai, the former Hong did not intend to let go of the behavior of the hand-raying column to her. Although she and other people are childhood sweethearts, but for their current feelings, it is still not a relationship. Stage 4.8. So she has a good impression of the hand-raying column, and this feeling will never be hidden. Since she likes it in her heart, she will definitely take the initiative to attack, and she opens a can of beer and takes a sip. Put beer bottles on the table. You must remember not to go out without going out recently, and remember that if something really happens or changes outside on the 12th, you must believe what I said and follow the crowd, and don't leave it alone. Leave everything outside to me. Don't worry, nothing can hurt you. If it really hurts, it can only be because you didn't hide it well. Understand? And I will come forward to deal with this matter. No matter what happens, remember that it is most important to save my life. Chapter 242. The Omen Before the Disaster. It's inexplicable for the former Hong and Xiaomai to dry the hand post. Number 12. What will happen on the 12th? And there are still a few days away. This guy will discuss future things in advance. Her face is even redder. Although the redness is inexplicable, she knows why she blushes suddenly. What do you mean? What are you going to do on the 12th? Do you have something to hide from us? Do your hands. It is clear in my heart that once you pass the 12th, you probably can no longer use this body. No matter how far away you are, the development of the matter is the same as the previous plot. There will be no change. Ganz's Eugene knows very well that 3 generations of old men may be on the verge of taking office. And then they will use this time to observe all the conditions in the village with the technique of telescopes all day long. Such things will happen soon, and they really can't use them anymore. The various postures that followed were really bad for me. You two listened to me. I just said that if this happens, you will never see me again for a long time afterwards. But you must not be sad. I just want to know that you are in my absence. Will you miss me during the 14th period? It was inexplicable to hear what the Ganzaozu said, but I don't know why there was an inexplicable bad premonition in the old red heart. She had been entangled in her heart, not knowing what to do. Although I think about it now, if I really won't see him for a long time in the near future, then I will undoubtedly miss him especially, but I thought so in my heart, but didn't say so. Fart. What is the relationship between us? It's worth me to think about you. Why should I think about you? I don't want to be true at all. Just go, so you don't come back. Just like before, it disappeared for a few months as soon as I left. For me, we are all used to it. If you continue to do this, we will treat you as if you never came into this world, or we will treat you as a friend without you. Do you remember? Don't play and disappear. If it does disappear, some of us will be very enthusiastic about forgetting you. This sentence has fully revealed the old Redder psychology, and the hand-raid post smiled indifferently, took out a black technology that he copied from the bag. It was a camera, and now you can take pictures. Take it as a souvenir. Although it looks really simple, it's easy to use. Let's take a picture. If I really disappear, you don't have to think too much about me. You can see me by looking at this picture, okay? But what I just said must be kept in mind. No matter what happens, you must hide well and protect your life. I will come to you soon and you will be able to see me. You may be very sad during this time, but the sad process is very fast. It will pass, you must believe me. For me, everything will change after this period of time. The 12th is the deadline. Everything will change. I don't know what it will become. Don't think that I'm coming over to scare you when I'm full. I definitely don't mean to scare you, understand? After all, Xiaom was just a child. She raised her little hand high and shouted, saying okay, okay. She was happy in her heart, but she nodded shyly and said nothing. A shadow avatar was separated between the dry hand posts, and the shadow avatar helped him hold the camera, and quickly prepared for the next action. The three people came to the sofa and made their own positions, and Xiaom sat in the middle. The old red hugged Xiaomai in his arms, and the dry hand columns were very close, and the dry hand columns smiled softly, close to the old red. The three people smiled brightly. It was a very beautiful moment. Click. The photo came out, and the three of them smiled as they looked at the shadow that smiled so brilliantly in the photo. And Ganzhao Zhujian is also very happy. This is a commemoration for myself, and for life. This is a straight line, a watershed. After the 12th, the day I am waiting for may really come. During the waiting period, there was no real idleness between the dry hands. He studied the things left over from the second generation many times. Ganzhao Zhujian earnestly studied the spare time left by the second generation, and no other doubts arose. He found that there was nothing at all except drawing and turning around. The Ganzhao Zhujian simply liked the second generation. It's not an exaggeration to call it a great scientist. The two techniques of Water Dragon and Water Blade did not really understand the essence of the two techniques from the beginning, but they can indeed learn a lot. Okay, overall it's fine. If you really live up to your hard work, thinking of this, I sigh in my heart again. Fuck, this kind of thing is really uncomfortable. If it really changes, so it's me who is unlucky first, not other people. But it doesn't matter to me. I'm used to this kind of process, but it's an iterative process. One of them is the process of psychic instigating revenge. That's an act of burning money, even if I'm really rich. Can't help such consumption. Besides, I still owe a lot of money. I owe the system tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands. So on this day after school, he and Yuki 310 played the domain of the family. What you have learned before may require repeated practice, but you can become proficient only a few times in the final time, but this requires a process of repeated practice. Little Lolita from the family territory was very happy to see the dry hand column, greeted the dry hand column, and naturally hugged the child on the bed to the dry hand column next to her. The child who laughed constantly in there was full of emotion. I just hope that I can really stop the genocide that is about to happen, otherwise I don't know why I came to this world, and what is the meaning of coming to this world. If I can't find the meaning of coming here, I might as well go back. Senjijima, why did you come with Yuki today? You didn't want to come over no matter how I told you before. You little guy finally thought about coming over today. I am very happy in my heart. You will stay here later. How about eating here? Don't go anymore, or stay here overnight tonight. I always feel a little uneasy in my heart. I don't know what will happen. You say my feeling is really strange. But they all say that a woman has a very sixth sense. I would rather not have a sixth sense, but let myself be in a state of panic, always feeling that something will happen. Chapter 243. Little Lori was busy making a cup of afternoon tea for the two of them, while greeting them with smiles on their faces, and while they talked about their own feelings. It can be seen that the dry hands suddenly came here. Little Lori really is very happy, or very happy. Auntie, I missed you a long time ago, so I came to see you. I didn't come here because I was too busy. You know that I can't separate myself. Sometimes I'm really busy. I don't know, what should I do? Zizzy seemed very happy. He made the child laugh while responding to little Lolita's words. Little Lolita absolutely didn't believe her. She couldn't come over because of the nonsense that she said between her hands. She has made herself very angry, but now she is looking for it again. Excuses. But in any case, he has already come, and it is a good thing for him. In short, At least for him, it is a reconciliation to some extent, so that's good. In any case, his mother is also here. Just after eating, I was thinking about it. In any case, only Sinai is about to be born at this moment. His birth is a breakthrough for himself. He has always wanted to protect the person. In any case, it should be the 4th generation personal guard. There should be another person. That person is Kakashi, but there is more doubt for myself. That is the space ninjutsu with soil. If you really practice it, will find it very troublesome. After thinking about it for so long, I couldn't think of a better way and effective countermeasures to fight against each other. The only thing that came to my mind was that Kakashi and Shaolin Yan should be tested in rounds. Only in this way can it be better. The end. So when this plan reappeared, it was directly rejected by Chizuzuma, and the rest of the process was to look for the soil alone to fight against each other to see who could beat the other. But it may not work now. If you really go to take the soil and choose to single out, then who will protect them? Who will protect those Xiaomai? It really made myself a headache. This kind of thing was particularly difficult. I thought of putting down the bowls and chopsticks helplessly between the hands, and sighed heavily. What's the matter? I don't think you seem to be very happy today. Is there something on your mind? Your kid won't tell us if he has something on his mind. Let's talk to us today. What's wrong? Little Alita didn't speak either. Since she had been observing the hand-raising post in secret when she came in, she always felt that there was something wrong with the hand-raising post. But she didn't know what was wrong with her. But little Lori knows very well in her heart that if she doesn't ask about the hand-raising post, she will say it. But the child who is afraid is not willing to say these things to herself. Sometimes she feels that her mind is very heavy on the hand-raising post. But I don't know where it is heavy. Therefore, I am very worried about the psychological process of this child. I think he is like a little adult or like a villain. He knows many things in his heart, but he refuses to say such things, which makes me feel very troubled. What is good about my aunt? Deliberately avoided, but he was like that. Seeing the worried look in the little auntie's questioning, she knew what she wanted to say, but she couldn't say it. But it was also clear that she was just worried about the right to go for her own sake. It would be bad if no one was worried about herself. You can't live like an orphan. Man is not an animal who likes to live alone, but also likes warmth and dependence. And where is the warmth and dependence of oneself at this moment? But where is my own warmth? I couldn't help feeling sad when I thought of the dry hands here. Just when he stood up and was about to speak, suddenly a man came over. His speed quickly appeared very anxious, and he knelt on one knee. Team leader, Kyuubi is swiftly destroying Konoha village. With the 4th generation chasing the enemy, the 3 generations are now organizing counter-attack tactics. What should we do? The current situation cannot be neglected. We should make a clear decision now, otherwise it will suffer. The team leader stood up quickly and quickly told little Lalai that he should mobilize the Konoha police force to cooperate with the 3 generations to prevent the enemy's attack. He even ordered little Lalai to take the children to evacuate as soon as possible. Don't stay there. Here, it is very unsafe here. After speaking, the team leader's figure disappeared quickly, and he left the house with the man to chase the enemy. And then, Xiao Lolita was a resolute woman. She saw her eyebrows frown tightly, picked up the child and called Yuki, and Ganzuzuma quickly ran outside. When he reached the crowd concentration point and planned to evacuate collectively, Yuki looked at the Ganzuzuma and was a little worried. But the Ganzuzuma just held Ziza's hand tightly, so he should not worry. After the little aunt handed the child to Yuzi, she told Ganzuzuma, "Take the child away and go and flee. Don't leave here. Did you hear? It's very dangerous, but the more dangerous the place, the safer. I can't let my husband face such a terrible situation alone. So here, please leave it to you." The little auntie turned around and left here quickly. Seeing the back of the little auntie leaving, the hand-to-hand postman just shifted her gaze to Yuki. Zizi soon he smiled again, as if he was helpless. The fear just now flashed past. The hand-to-hand Zuma knew that Yuki was mature. When he encountered this situation, he was not in a rush. but looked at it sensibly. This makes me feel at ease and appreciate it. Brother, don't worry about this matter. You told me if you plan to go or not, you have to protect them and help them. Don't worry, leave it to me here. I'll protect them. I will guarantee them your safety, and what you have to do is to protect us. So protect our place of residence and don't let him be harmed. Brother, I believe in you. I believe you are good. I believe you are a hero who can save the world. So I leave it to you. Don't worry about my affairs. I have grown up. My brother also said that I am long, it must be mature. I still remember when my brother praised me last time. I haven't forgotten it, saying that you think I have grown into an adult, and you won't worry too much about me. For this, I think my brother has a vision. This Yuki spoke quite sensational, almost moved to tears between the dry hand posts, cursed a bastard, and finally smiled and turned away, and quickly flew back to his home. Yuki watched the big guys leave, raised his head and stared at Kyubi in the distance. Fuck, that kind of resolute and imposing manner, how many people need to die to end it? Thinking of this, my heart hurts inexplicably. Lead. Chapter 244. Yuki held the child tightly, and finally turned and left. After the hand-raying pillars quickly came to the house, he changed to his adult appearance. He grabbed the useless Kanmoto Sura hanging on the wall, and then flew back to the residence next to Green Onion one after another. Seeing the appearance of the dry hand column suddenly, the Green Onion was shocked first, and then immediately hugged it. The tears that had been endured for a long time between the dry hand column finally fell. Seeing his appearance is really life for me, the greatest honor in this world. Xiaom looked at the countless people who came in. All of them were wounded. He really couldn't stand it anymore. Although he was a child, he already had an impression of this kind of thing in his mind and he would never forget it. Feeling her sadness between the dry hands, he hugged the Green Onions. Stop crying, okay? You know that I can really show up when you need it most, and I will protect you. Don't worry about that. Now that I see you are safe, I'm relieved. But I'm going to protect me home now. That is our future home. I can't allow them to be violated. Don't worry, you are here waiting for me. I will come back to find you. I will definitely come back. Hearing the words between the hand-raying pillars, he let go of the hand-raying pillars and suddenly leaned over, kissed gently, and dried the hand pillars. I believe you will come back. Do you have to remember that someone here is waiting for you to hear? 287. In any case, if you don't come back, I will go with you. You are my relatives in this world and you will never change this fact. You are not allowed to leave me at any time, and you are not allowed to leave. Have I heard that? I won't forgive you last time. If you disappear again this time, I won't forgive you. I will hate you all my life. You know who I am. If I hate you forever, I hope you can believe this. I also hope that you can make this clear. You will not get what you want from here, but you will definitely get the affection you want. You know. Stupid girl. I will remember all these things. You must remember where I am. You will be safe. You must protect your lives. Let the eldest brother be able to fight with peace of mind on the front line. I will definitely protect us. Home, come back with you. After speaking, he gently bit his thumb between the dry hand posts, and a knot mark appeared. He immediately pressed it firmly on the ground, and shouted the psychic technique, and a huge white mist suddenly appeared and took everyone. His sight was obscured. I can't believe what got psyched up quickly when I looked at the psychedelic things that I saw with my own eyes. I've never seen such a powerful ninjutsu before. In the textbooks of the ninja school, I just read it. It was only once, and I have never understood it in reality. This is something that the princesses of the Dry Hand clan can be psychic. She knows how terrible this kind of thing is. He has very powerful medical capabilities, but the chakra consumed is equally huge and unbearable. But I never knew that this man was really from the Hand clan, not theirs. Seeing the big guy's envious and admiring expressions, but feel at ease, I told Scallion with satisfaction that after I came back, I would give her an answer to let her know the result of this matter. She will lead everyone to fight the disaster together. It is also up to him to lead everyone to end this war. and they must protect themselves well. Don't leave here. Wait for him to return safely and bring them good news. Ganzhao Zhujian quickly rushed to the battlefield. For him, the battlefield was a place of immortality, and the benefits of immortality were unspeakable. A hidden clone was quickly separated from the dry hand column, and a large amount of chakras he needed was injected into the body of the clone. His clone was placed on the opponent's body with one hand, which was transformed by himself to give everyone bring comfort and safety. All this depends on him, and I want to go out. My sister is here with you. I want to go to the battlefield to save them. For me, this is a war that I must face, and I have to do this. I hope you can understand me. Don't worry, brother. Leave everything to me here. I am your transformed clone. I will naturally do my best for you. People here are your relatives, and they are my relatives. I just hope you will pay attention. Security. Since I can be transformed, I must be transformed back. Once the time is up, I am afraid I will not be able to hold it. The dry hand post nodded and stopped talking nonsense. Finally, he stared at Scallion and the others, and quickly mobilized thought to come to Yuki. Seeing Yuki with the child, everything was safe. Then he let go of his mind, turned and left and rushed to the battlefield. Yuki felt that he had just seen a particularly familiar person passing by here, but he didn't see clearly, and smiled to himself. In the end, you still came back and took a look at us. Maybe you are not at ease, so I will protect them. Will not let you, rest assured. After Yuki gave the child to Xiamen and Xiaoyu to take care of them, he left here under the pretext that he was going to help his brother win the war. This war is not the responsibility of his brother alone. There are others, and all of this depends on oneself to protect. If you don't protect yourself, all the responsibilities will be on your brother, and your brother will be very tired. In fact, both of them know where Yuki has gone now. It is nothing more than going to the battlefield. Although Yuzi didn't say it, they knew very well in their hearts that they hadn't come here anyway, so they knew that Yuzi would definitely help him, and it was right to help him from the side in time. Although the help is not great, it can be regarded as a meager help. It can also play a role as a big river at a critical time. In the forest outside the village, they have already confronted the wave and the soil. For them, war is about to start. Either you die or I die. Sooner or later, this battle has to be fought, and it is better to solve it as soon as possible. They continue to launch non-temporary water gates, and even take the lead with all kinds of turbulent waves. The spiral pill that stirred the sound of the wind caused the soil to continuously launch attacks. To avoid the damage caused by this, the water gate looked at the writing wheel I that the soil was constantly stirring and used. Although I feel very puzzled in my heart, I don't know who this person is. Why is there such a thing as the writing round eyes of the Yuki clan? Since I left here, Yuzi's betrayal has long been put to death by himself. This kind of betrayal gene shouldn't stay here, so it's impossible to have this kind of thing out there. The ninja should have died long ago. Here, he is going to help his brother win this war. This war is not the responsibility of his brother alone. There are others, and all of this depends on oneself to protect. If you don't protect yourself, all the responsibilities will be on your brother, and your brother will be very tired. In fact, both of them know where Yuki has gone now. It is nothing more than going to the battlefield. Although Yuzi didn't say it, they knew very well in their hearts that they hadn't come here anyway, so they knew that Yuzi would definitely help him, and it was right to help him from the side in time. Although the help is not great, it can be regarded as a meager help. It can also play a role as a big river at a critical time. In the forest outside the village, they have already confronted the wave and the soil. For them, war is about to start. Either you die or I die. Sooner or later, this battle has to be fought, and it is better to solve it as soon as possible. They continue to launch non-temporary water gates, and even take the lead with all kinds of turbulent waves. The spiral pill that stirred the sound of the wind caused the soil to continuously launch attacks. To avoid the damage caused by this, the water gate looked at the writing wheel I that the soil was constantly stirring and used. Although I feel very puzzled in my heart, I don't know who this person is. Why is there such a thing as the writing round eyes of the Ueki clan? Since I left here, Uzi's betrayal has long been put to death by himself. This kind of betrayal gene shouldn't stay here, so it's impossible to have this kind of thing out there. The ninja should have died long ago. Chapter 245. While thinking about the other party's policies, Mizuno constantly makes tentative attacks to evade the things brought out with soil. Things like Helix Maru need to be carefully considered by themselves. But can it be solved in 5 minutes? Not necessarily. Watergate sneered while thinking, looking at the soil, and finally had with himself that he could use this kind of thing. And he finally figured out how long it would take to bring the scholar to Blur. It seems that the quicker the better this time, the quicker the battle. The only way to take advantage of the present, cannot continue later, otherwise things will happen. Thinking of the wave of Feng Shuiman's eyes, suddenly fierce like the knife and the flywheel were starting, turning more quickly and frequently between his own thoughts. There are constant attacks on Jai-Edu everywhere, but as the younger brother of Watergate, Jai-Edu naturally knows the origins and terrible places of these things. So when I saw that kind of things were constantly shooting towards my side, and the soil was carrying fireballs or other ninjutsu, I rushed them out directly, and even went around to other illusory places to attack and continue fighting. Just when the water gate was hit with soil and there was nowhere to run, it made a headache even more. At this time, a person stared into the battlefield, and he made his debut. I searched for a long time between the dry hands, and finally found them here after looking for countless marking points. Both Feng Shuiman and the leader stopped at the same time. They looked at the person who appeared suddenly. They didn't know whether this person was an enemy or friend to them. Shuiman felt a particularly familiar wave. It is a kind of spatial fluctuation. He was surprised that this kind of spatial fluctuation turned out to be God of Thunder, and when the leader heard what Watergate said, he was immediately surprised. Ganshu Zujin just smiled, as if he didn't care, turned around to face the dirt. Senior, leave it to me here. You should go to your wife and see if there is anything wrong. In any case, these people are very rampant and have no conscience. Since they are willing to come out and fight us 4 times, I naturally don't will let them go. You will also give them this opportunity. So you go. Just leave it to me here. I can get everything done here. This person should have left the battlefield long ago. You have retired honorably and are still making trouble here. Don't you know the consequences you have to bear? You know how serious the consequences are. I advise you to leave here as soon as possible. Otherwise I will not let you go after a step. What he said between the dry hands made the opponent very surprised, but he didn't think much about it, because I knew that this matter was really not easy. If you continue to stay here, it will only create gaps for the enemy. And what should I do if it hurts them? Who to go? No one can tell what happened inside it. This is a disaster of a fierce battle from the sky. It has completely defeated them, and they don't know how to deal with it. But the words of the dry hand post seemed to be a reassurance at this moment, reassuring him. He was very strange to this young man, as if he had never seen it before. But besides being unfamiliar, there is a particularly familiar feeling, and this feeling is not clear to himself, and always feels where he has seen it, but he knows that he has never seen this person before, or that this person has nothing to do with him. It's just that I think too much. Can you please? 4 flowers. Don't worry, I can do it here. And you must ensure the safety of their lives. Although our war is a war, we must ensure this kind of security, and the safety of the weak is the purpose of our war, otherwise it is nothing. You must remember, don't give up on this at any time. They are your family, but also my family. I have never seen them as outsiders. I participated in this war and saved the situation by the way. I gave them a heavy blow and let them know that we are not easy to bully. So they will definitely pay a price for doing so. Although I thought so in my heart and said so in my lips, I felt like a mirror in my heart, knowing that the war will be divided into half, and no one can be sure that this war will return triumphantly. It is even less certain that the enemy on the opposite side will be as persuaded as they expected, So this war is about to start, but it is the result they must face. The dry hands console the other side, and the other side accepts it. This may be a psychological hint, a tactic that must be used in war. Okay, I will go to see them and make sure that they are safe and sound. This war must not affect these old and weak women and children. They are dead and guilty. War is hateful, and it is by no means a factor that we must resist. Therefore, we must protect their safety. This is very important. Everything is up to you here. You must take care of your safety. We will meet again later. The dry hand post nodded without saying anything. He watched the other person's back, but he sighed heavily in his heart. Turning his head and staring at the bloody sea, he sneered. Husband. Chapter 246. The Ganzuzyuji indirectly threw Ganbansurin out, and there happened to be a knot in the picture that did not know when it appeared. Fulshan quickly deleted it, and directly drew out the water gate to hit the Ganzuzyujian. This was a little relieved, and he launched Fulshan to leave here quickly. With Soil tightly frowning, he quickly drew the knife out of the hand post, which really shocked me. Fortunately, I still held a big iron chain in my hand and blocked the knife in time. Still let go of Watergate. It doesn't seem to make much sense to stay here, but suddenly there appeared such a green onion that didn't know where to come out of Threesvan, with a little bit of soil and a bit of curiosity, and quickly moved away from the dry hand post. Hearing a loud bang, the art of fire escape fireball quickly unfolded, and there was a rumbling air sound with a huge flame, and even the sound of explosions continuously grinding with the air, rolling towards the dry hand column. Flew over. He sneered between the dry hands. Do you really think him so stupid? I can still fight ninjutsu with you at this time. In fact, his chakra is currently consuming a huge amount of energy. I never imagined that the things over there would be used so quickly on chakra, which I did not expect. Things. The clone he had just used threw chakra ahead of the consumed ability. I have to leave here. Thinking of this, there is no way to fly back to the dry hand post because I can't separate a shadow clone, so when I rush past again, the Watergate and the soil will not distinguish you. I am in full swing. At present, there is not much chakra left in the dry hand post. At most, he can send a few sleevel ninjutsu, so it is unknown whether chakra is needed or not, and if he cannot use chakra, he tries his best will not choose. Flying Lushan quickly activated again, easily avoided the fireball, and instantly brought the soil to the hand-reeing post. The soil was very scared. The more he fought, the more frightened. How did he feel that this person seemed to know everything, and he arranged it here in advance? In response, I dug a trap specifically, just waiting for myself to come and jump in. It's impossible for the hand-reeing post to disrupt his original rhythm because the opponent's movements are a little slower. Therefore, the moment when the writing wheel is opened quickly, the leader is surprised. Shock. Taking advantage of the moment of taking the lead and being scared, a knot was quickly printed between the dry hands and his message was activated. The writer stared closely at the excitement of the Earth Mine attribute, which made him instantly understand the truth. He knew that the hand-reeing post would greatly increase the speed in an instant, plus everything that happened here was everywhere. For my own reasons, I have missed the best opportunity now. This is unavoidable for me, but what I have to face, with the soil, suddenly felt as if his body had been hit by something, and the pain made him cold sweat rolling down his forehead. He felt the pain in his eyebrows made him breathless, and instantly felt that this person was not as simple as he thought, and even felt more complicated than he thought. He didn't even give himself time to think, but in an instant he had already cut off his arm from start to end, and the pain instantly spread throughout his body, and the pain made him almost want to roll on the ground, but he knew that there was no such time. Yes, this person is really terrible. It seems that he underestimated the enemy. For a moment, he didn't guess the origin of the opponent, but suffered a big loss. He had to prove everything that this person brought to him, but he knew very well in his heart. Now is not the time when I have too many thoughts, nor is it the time when my thoughts are confirmed. but to seriously face the many threats this person brings to me. This person is particularly terrible, which is beyond his imagination. It is because he is so terrible, so he feels that he is difficult to deal with. Behind the difficult to deal with, he makes his thoughts higher and higher. He understands. The gangster was suddenly blasted hundreds of meters away from the dry hand column. One hand tightly held the broken arm, and was not reconciled. He watched coldly, trying to get out of the dry hand column. Some clues can be seen on the face between the columns. But after watching for a long time, he couldn't see anything. He didn't know who the other party was. But despite having such an unknown identity 1.1, the opponent's skill still made him afraid to underestimate it. He knows that this person is much more powerful and complicated than he thought, but who is this person? Why did it suddenly appear at this time, and the spell is so advanced, beyond my imagination? How can I be his opponent? But I can't do anything. Seeing that an arm has been cut off by him, this kind of pain can only be experienced by him, but the war is not over, sacrifice is inevitable. And this kind of sacrifice cannot be stopped. As long as he feels painful, the pain that blooms from the heart. Chapter 247. Who are you? Who are you? Why do you have a genius like you? And I don't know if you can explain your identity. If you have been sneaky, not like you, if you continue to be like this, you can't blame me for not treating you welcome. I will tell you that despite having a genius like you, I am not a vegetarian. And yours is very similar to Karkashi's dry bird stream, which is the dry bird stream of Thunder God. What are these things, and the writing wheel you just used? Can you tell me who you are? Ganzu's Eugene was actually a little tired and very tired just now. That move did exhaust all his strength, but the other party seemed to understand nothing. And this was beyond his expectation. But Zhao's Eugene knows very well in his heart that even if it makes the other party confused for an instant, but the process of this confusion is very short or very short. This kind of short process is beyond your control, but the more you can't grasp it, do it. The clearer the hand post, the more calmly I face this kind of person at this time. Everything that happened to him changed rapidly. So what he could master in a moment often controlled his own destiny. He sneered between his hands. The ultra-high-speed teleportation was indeed not what he could imagine, and this kind of speed really cannot be possessed by ordinary people. And only you can own it. It just so happened that the gangster was unwilling to ask himself the reason for all of this, and Ganzu's Eugene was also happy to take this opportunity to take a good break, answer his question, and formally answer his question. Let him know the truth in this world, that there are people outside the mountains and mountains outside the mountains. Don't let him underestimate everyone. Tell him this reason for yourself. Thinking of this, the dry hands laughed happily, as if he didn't care. In fact, I was already tired, and almost spit out acid water. You want to know who I am? But is this question important? In my opinion, it doesn't matter who I am or who you are. We are the enemy. I want to dress you up, or you will defeat me. It's that simple. The important thing is that you want to be clear about these two sentences. You may have declared bankruptcy before I came, and after I came, this kind of plan will be completely broken and impossible to achieve. You have to know that you want to be extremely evil here. You have to see the place clearly, and in fact, people like you do what they want. If you really want to do something here, you have to see if I can allow it. If you really want to kill people here, the temptation has to pass my level, which means that you can't even pass my level. It's simply stupid to want to do this. In this world, I want to kill someone. Minutes, especially you, a small character like you, are not worth mentioning in my eyes. You still think you are a dish. But in my eyes you are nothing but nothing. You are really a pit. You should die for a small garbage like you, instead of throwing into the battlefield to cause greater disasters. Understand? Question mark. Let me tell you one more thing. Starting from today, you will be driven out by me. Leaving this land, you will never see your shadow here. You are an outsider and you should not live in this place. You should understand this, and not let your enemies tell you This is really tragic. What he said in the dry hand column was like a needle pierced in his heart, making him out of breath. Where is this stinky boy? Why is the speech so awkward? Not a word is pleasant, but the dry hand column don't care, because I know what I want is this feeling. Make the other party hurt in your heart. Make the other party afraid that you will let the other party not understand the pain. But the more you can't understand, the more you can feel the source of this pain, making him breathless. After speaking, Ganzu's Eugene wanted to take this opportunity to launch the God of Thunder to leave here again, but the leader smiled with a cold mask on his face. The laughter was like a supper across the night sky, inciting 680 out of despair when winged. His voice was filled with the sense of emptiness revealed when he was desperate. He knew that once something happened, it was bound to be unchangeable, but if it could not be changed, he also happened. Nothing is impossible to change. You must believe that nothing in this world is really unchangeable, including what you said. Even if your organization really brought you here, you will regret their previous choice and bring you. Coming here is desperate. The last moment will bring you the last despair and the things you have no choice. You must believe that this will never be changed, and you will not be able to change this matter. It will be the last word I said to you, and you will also bid farewell to your life in this sentence. Wait, you will usher in your consequences. This kind of despair will accompany your life, or your destiny will never be able to appreciate the pain in it. Young people, your life will end here. Chapter 248. The arm with soil just after the words was suddenly inexplicable, and the place where it had been broken grew out again. The face between the dry hands was staring at the other party with extremely serious face, but thinking in his heart, fuck, it really feels too domineering. I felt like I was taking this opportunity. If I could really wake up, it would be a good thing that the recovery action with soil was very fast, and I quickly made myself too late to blink, but a sense of alertness in the dry hand column suddenly came to my heart. Sure enough, what I encountered was about to happen, but even if it happened, everything that happened between the electric light and Flint in an instant had formed a shadow, and the movement of the storm was difficult to change and happen again. Staring between the dry hand posts, it spread rapidly across the audience in an instant, and even caused his intolerable big move to burst out in an instant. His pupils were released in an instant, magnified countless times. Now even if he really uses Thunder God, he may not be able to escape this sudden disaster. Unless you can take a long distance to transport yourself back to Konoha village, there is no other possibility, but if you really do follow, what can you do? I can't just go back in a dingy manner. This is for me. What a shame. I thought that pretending to be a magical weapon was enough to pull the wind and show off, but now it seems that I underestimated them, and after thinking about it, Kaienzu's Eugene knew that his things were out of date. Only with full release of a evil hydropower explosion can it be possible to contend with it. Unless he has thought of something else in a moment, he will have to die after this wave. Even if you can't die, you have to peel off. Really, this is really a loss. I never thought that there would be such an operation. I didn't have the ability to deal with them or how to drip. Finally, I decided to do it. Let's withdraw it first. If you don't withdraw, you have to eat the immediate loss. As the saying goes, the good guys don't eat the immediate loss, and tolerate their own obsessions. They can only die here. Feel the shortcut of the other person, and quickly launch the Thunder God to go to Yuaki by your side. From here, I can feel the existence of Yuaki, indicating that I have made progress, but this kind of progress is nothing in their eyes, or that only my own understanding. The price behind this success is really too great. At this moment, Yuaki is leading a group of people to move with the large forces. They must leave here to ensure their own lives, under the leadership of 3 generations to ensure safety. They continue to block the rushing from everywhere. 9 Tails continue to move towards the forward of the village. They must leave here. Only to leave here is safe. 3 generations have been engaged in intense and orderly but fierce battles. But the habit he has cultivated over the years has given him a certain amount of experience, and he understands that his ability to see and listen to all directions is somewhat weakened, but nonetheless, Let him feel Yuaki, who has been constantly active around the battlefield. Yuaki was unwilling to fight with them and tried to protect the safety of other people. At first, those people were also surprised. Such a small child dared to fight with them on the battlefield. Sarutobi-san was very angry in his heart, but he was surprised when he saw the real strength of the other party. He couldn't imagine that such a small child already had such strength, and it really made him intolerable. He was very surprised that Yuaki's single-handed swordsmanship made the magic appear and changed, and it was a brand new swordsmanship model. A new type of sword technique that I have never seen before is simply terrifying. These little children are more powerful than these people. Whether they have regressed or these people have improved too fast, they know in their hearts. 3 generations swept the surrounding enemies with a golden hoop and a stick. Then they stopped, panting, tired, and almost fainted, but the war was still going on. He couldn't let yourself pass out. You must face the war before you can face victory. Yuan-san, I think you should take a good rest for a while. When you are old, you have to be comfortable, and you can't hold it like this. You see, this kid is really powerful, much more powerful than we thought. We are not his opponents. He is really good, but I didn't want to believe in Zhao Zhao before, but I really saw it today and had to be convinced. Although this kid is young, he can have a future. Wait and see, these people will eventually replace us to dominate the world, and we will eventually retire and face the elimination of this world. This is what we have to face. From this child, I can pick 1 or 2. The world has really changed, and it is no longer the world before us. It cannot be our future world, and our world will eventually perish, and their world can usher in a new life. This world is so terrible, I can't believe it. I live in this era and I regret it now. I can't wait to leave here. Chapter 249. Yuan fires inside and pointed the golden cudgel in his hand at the other party who didn't want to talk to him for 3 generations. He listened to him for 3 generations. He kept shaking his head and sighed again. He was really exhausted and panting with exhaustion. But an old man himself can't always stand on the head of a child. If it is really shameful to say that it is, Yunfei is a mountain. And the moment he joins the war again is the moment of defeat. He was covering Yuzi in Jinxing, hoping that Yuzi could win. Yuzi's pressure suddenly reduced a lot. After fighting, he looked back. But when I saw that I had helped myself share the burden of 3 generations and joined the war, I was relieved. That's good. Yuaki sighed inexplicably, but his face was more or less decent. Finally, some people share the burden for themselves. As long as someone shares the burden for themselves, it will pass. Child, don't worry about 547, we will be able to drive him out of this world and out of places that do not belong to them. What the 3 generations told him made Yuaki confident to win. He nodded but didn't say anything. He was very confident, knowing that he must win the war and protect the villagers from harm. This is his goal. If he can't even do this, he dare not say what he can do in the future world. Although he is very young, he will never fall behind the things that should be shared. For him, this world is already an unknown world. I cannot leave anything in this world, and I will never give up at a critical moment. This is what I must do. Although I am very young, there are small benefits when I am young. The comprehension ability is better than that of older people. It is much higher, and there will be more autonomy in doing things. These things cannot be done by ordinary people, but they can do it by themselves. Yuaki nodded solemnly, but quickly shook his body and turned into a crow, and rushed forward quickly. There are Kyobai in front of them. They rushed there and waited for the war. Suddenly Yuaki rushed out and shocked the 3 generations. This kid was so impulsive. He shouted, should he just take this group directly? Will the drunkard break up? Impossible. How powerful these things are, you will naturally know that their abilities are extraordinary. If you go so rashly, you will be looking for death. But it is too late to remind you, because the hand-raying pillars have already rushed out and are rushing out. In an instant, just facing the complete destruction of this world, the crows killed themselves. 3 generations felt desperate. He saw the flying knives in the sky rushing at the opponent instantly, and Yuaki was trapped in it. as if unable to resist 3 generations, and even felt fatal despair. He slowly closed his eyes, and a tear rolled from his eyes. He regretted that he hadn't had the time to stop the opponent, but it was already too late. Even if he regretted it, it was already too late. This is the result of his own necessity. He has a few tears in his face full of folds. He never knows what ruin is, but he sees a child rushing out desperately, feeling desperate. This kind of pain brought him fatal consequences. He knew that he was really scared, afraid that the hope he saw would roll down in front of his eyes, but he was powerless to save him. This was fatal pain. However, all of this has not really ended. Yuki can't be so trapped in the enchantment and unable to move. Let the opponent slaughter him. He has his own determination and his own tricks. He will definitely decide after breaking a move. Another buffering trick. He didn't care about these things that rushed towards him quickly, because he knew in his heart that these things would not do anything to him. And what would eventually defeat him was his firmness. He knew in his heart that these things couldn't help him, so he wanted to put more fuel on the fire, and his knee-handed speed home. Giant, his upper body was constantly tumbling in the air, but a group of crows formed his giant. Once completed, the final effort will use a large number of chakras to quickly release all kinds of flying knives, but the impatience red released by the flying knives will bring deadly hope to himself at the last moment, and he will turn into numbers at a critical moment. A group of black crows was born while dancing in the sky. Seeing all of the launch, the 3 generations couldn't believe it, and exclaimed, "God!" It was a 360-degree attack with no dead ends. Even if they were unable to face all of this, it was because their worry just now was unnecessary. But this kind of unnecessary worry can explain the problem even more at this moment. At this moment, the 4 generations came from a distance. He stared at the flying knives in the sky and turned into various flying knives, and his eyes were instantly surprised. How can it be too big? I know. This is the ultimate killing 9-tailed formation with no dead ends. This kind of thing, a child can. How is this possible? I can't believe that these things were sent by a child. It's terrible. It's too much terrible. Chapter 250. 3 generations were inexplicably shocked by Yuki's actions just now. Could it be said that he really wanted to face it hard? But all this was completely beyond his expectation. If Yuki simply released these things according to his thinking, maybe he didn't think these things were a big deal in his heart. Because even if he really couldn't keep up with the skill of Kyuubi on the flying knife, he would be somewhat surprised after a series of things happened. But he was no exception at this moment. I saw Yuki quickly forming a seal with one hand. His upper body was constantly fluctuating in the air, and the 3 generations saw all this and exclaimed, "My God, it can be called a 360-degree attack with no dead ends." At this time, the 4 generations also rushed here, seeing the weapons flying in the sky. His eyes were big. He didn't know what these were. Originally, the position of the 3 generations and Yuki was awkward. There were even some guards around who had been protecting them in secret. Hearing their voices, they almost fell to the ground in surprise. The corners of the mouths of the 3 generations even twitched helplessly, but when they saw the water gate coming from there, their minds were let go. The 3 generations knew that everyone was worried about themselves, so they took the initiative to say hello to everyone. "Don't worry about me. I don't have any problems here. But we have to find a way to trap the alcoholics, and then find a way to clean them up. Everyone should know that now we have to work together to fight the enemy and keep them empty. Only when the files are available can we defeat them. These require the joint efforts of all of us." The rest of the people all responded to the call of the 3 generations. They quickly started to take shortcuts in all directions. They knew that only by relying on this can they win. If everyone works together, only the result of defeat at this moment. Yuki stared at the 4 generations rushing from a distance, watching the rhythm of his gradually entering the battlefield, but inexplicably worried about his brother. "I have been fighting with them on the battlefield for so long now, but my brother hasn't seen any shadows wherever he went. And at this moment, the dry hand pillars just happened to use Flying Thunder God to rush over. Because Yuki's coordinate changes really made him unpredictable, he was very worried, but he had fallen into the other's exposed body before returning. Yuki has indeed made progress, and it has made a lot of progress. The big thing that prevents him from thinking is to make him unable to guess. Although relying on this, I can't distinguish the true strength of the opponent. But Senju Zuma knows that he does not need to worry too much about Yuki. Yuki's growth is obvious to all. The big guys are all squeezed by the things he used just now. The children are not very old, but they have a lot of ability to use them. They can defeat the enemy on their own. This requires a lot of ability and strength. But they know that this child is particularly good, because he is Senjujuma's older brother. Senjujuma is so good, and where his brother is so bad, they naturally know. Especially for the 3 generations, they couldn't believe what they saw before them, but they had to believe what was happening in front of them, which shocked them, but they could only believe silently. There are many accidents in life, and some accidents, once they happen, they will continue to move forward uncontrollably. This is how life can be truly experienced when you really face it. Yuki was very excited when he saw Senjujuma's appearance, and walked forward and cried out, embracing Senjujuma's shoulder, because he felt aggrieved. He couldn't see his brother just now, so he was worried and anxious for his brother, for fear that something really happens to my brother. For flowers. But the elder brother is the elder brother after all, and he is much more mature and stable than his younger brother in doing everything. So Senjujuma also hugged Yuki, knowing that Yuki was worried about him just now but was inexplicably sorrowful. In this world, who can really worry about him but his brother? Probably no one can worry about him. So he hugged Yuzi's shoulder solemnly and patted him. I just saw you play. You are really great, even better than my brother. I always think you are a child, but now it seems that you are not a child. You grow up so fast and quickly, let me unbelievable. I almost thought I had the wrong person. When I walked in, I realized that it was the shortcut you used. You could kill Danya. It's really amazing. Do you know how long it will take to practice these things? But since you have got all the essence of it in one day, I can't believe it. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes and listened to others telling me, I would never have believed this to be true. So my brother, dear brother, you are so awesome. You make the brother proud. My elder brother is proud of having a younger brother like you. This war has not happened in vain. If no one sacrifices, this is the best experience for you. Do you believe it? Yuzi nodded. Actually, I know that my brother is very proud of himself. This is what comforts me the most. 1.